we go. We are up and running. Oh, welcome in everybody. Just getting set up here. I hope you're all having a wonderful Father's Day. Mine was fantastic, so hoping yours was the same. Even have my chat up. Oh my goodness. Is this what we're gonna do? Okay. Welcome in everybody. Good to see you. Make sure we're up and running on Twitch. Yep. Make sure we're up and running over here. Yep. Okay. All right. We are good to go. Watch that later. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Okay. Here, since that's not working. So, welcome in everybody. It's good to see you. It's been a while since I've done a live stream. It's been a very hectic week, as it is, I'm sure, for everybody else. Over the last couple weeks, I've had a few people tell me that I should react to a couple videos, and now we have enough to watch them and comment on them and kind of talk about it. I guess Nice had a doozy of a video a couple days ago. He asked me to watch that, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch it. It was his birthday 2 days ago. So make sure when you see Nice, wish him a happy belated if you did not see him. And yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes and then we'll hop into his video. It's good to go. That's working. We got a commercial here.
Grilling, golf, outdoor clothing, and more. Hurry in for our summer
outdoor grilling.
Hello, gamers.
There we go. There we go. We are up and running. Let's see if we got, there we go. There we go. So let's see what created all the fracas here. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Hello, gamers. It's Nice, and I hope everyone who ever had a debate on the internet is having a nice day. Today, I wanted to bring you some hot takes on MMOs when it comes to all things PvE, PvP, and
Jared Anderson, thank you.
PvX. This will mostly stem from a recent live stream focusing on.
Hey, Else, Nice said he joined Envious. Did you go there too? Don't recall you mentioning where you went, if anywhere. I haven't gone anywhere yet. Karen K, thank you for the follow. No, I haven't joined anywhere yet. I'm waiting to see how it plays out for Alpha 2. But Envious, they got some cool people over there for sure. Definitely worth checking out if that's what you're curious about.
On Ashes of Creation that I did here on the channel, and I felt it was worth a deep dive and getting some more community feedback on. Today, we have a fun discussion on how to balance difficulty of PvE in an open world game when the threat of simultaneous PvP interactions can occur. We'll refer to this as PvX, as there are scenarios in upcoming MMO Ashes of Creation where both PvP and PvE can occur, and the game is marketed as such to double down on its high risk and high reward ideology. And discussions like this can beg the question on if you should make content easier to compensate for the fact that PvP can occur and a rival guild or group can flag against you whilst you are already worrying about a large mob pool, a raid boss, or a world boss that you're farming. You're just sitting there attempting to complete content, which is already difficult enough and punishing enough as is, especially when you factor in death penalties. So, should this be made easier? But before we get into that specific debate and hot take, let's start with another. Ashes of Creation is not just a PvP MMO. I'll say that again. Ashes of Creation is not just a PvP MMO, nor is PvP its primary focus. I personally believe, like
Correct.
Steven, that PvP is so often neglected in MMOs or looked at as an afterthought. So much so that we're not used to seeing so many PvP friendly systems nor seeing meaningful PvP. And this game, Ashes of Creation, is being designed with both PvP and PvE in mind.
The next one is PvP gameplay. And this one's from Nice Gaming, but not spelled like nice. What steps are being taken or considered to make the tank archetype viable in PvP engagements?
There is a whole host of things that are taken. It's important to note that in a lot of MMOs that probably many of us have played, PvP can feel like a slapped-on design consideration.
Absolutely.
And our approach is very
Absolutely.
holistic in the sense that we take into account the fact this is a PvX game. So when we're designing the class kits, we are making sure that mechanics and designs are targeting applicability both in PvE settings as well as PvP settings. That's very important. You know, there are also special mechanics like how threat is used in PvP, how taunts are used in PvP. Those things I think require testing, but we have some ideas that will make them relevant so that you don't have abilities that have no relevancy in PvE or PvP, but have some cross application.
So I personally believe that some people have an over exaggeration of how much Ashes is PvP focused, which leads them to think that the game won't have PvE content fleshed out or have enough for PvE minded players.
Okay.
People think because PvP is getting support in Ashes of Creation means that it takes away from the PvE available. They hear terms like, oh, it's a PvP MMO, PvX, and it's just full of bloodlust. Just because a developer is smart enough and cares enough to take care of their PvP player base doesn't mean they're neglecting the PvE player base. Those things you don't have to have extremes when it comes to game design. Most MMO developers neglect PvP. And so now that one is finally giving attention to PvP, the masses are going crazy like, oh, but what about dungeons? What about PvE content? It's still there, just like every other MMO, just like every other game existed. It just has consideration for those of you that like PvX, that like PvP. It don't have to be just one size fits all. Like, relax. You're gonna get your dungeon boss, okay? Like, let's relax. Let's relax. There's gonna be a shit ton of content for you. There's gonna be a lot. Let's relax a little bit. So you guys let me know your thoughts on that.
Okay. I see what happened. I see what happened. Yeah, I disagree. I'm just kidding. I completely agree with Nice here. I know that's probably comes as a shock to you guys, but it's kind of funny. I'm trying to pull up this little pen here. Let me pull up Paint. I'm gonna do fun Paint things, but let's say where's my little pen? Where's my pen at? All right, so let's get rid of that already. Let's strike that already. We don't want yellow. We'll do something really nice like black. Okay, so we have this black line. This black line represents a spectrum of players, and you have look at this excellent spelling. You have PvE players over here, and you have your PvP players over here. Now, most players fall somewhere in the middle. The vast majority. Let's make sure this is working. So the vast majority of players fall somewhere in the middle, as you would expect. You have players that like both. I fall in the middle. You have some players, you have your Palea style players that only want to play PvE. They only want to do trials. They only want to do whatever. Before we even dive into this, well, let's finish this and then I'll go on that rant. But you have your players that are very PvE centric, and some players on the extreme right-hand side over here only want to PvE. They never want to PvP. They don't want to die. That doesn't mean anything bad. It just means that they're on the extreme end of the gaming preference spectrum. On the other side, you have players that want full loot, always on PvP, always griefing, always, like full loot, just kill, slaughter, maim, freaking everything, right? And they're on this side, and they don't want to do anything else related to this. They just want to kill, maim, whatever. And anywhere in the middle on this, you're going to get a very stark argument coming from either side. So if you decide to create a PvX game, let me change the color here. If you decide to say, hey, we want to draw to these players, we're going to draw into these players. We're going to draw into some players that like PvE more than PvP, but they still like it a little bit. This is the player base that's going to be attracted to our PvX game, players that are interested in both. This is what Ashes of Creation is attempting to draw. They're not going to draw from the polar ends of the PvE and PvP spectrum. The difference is that most MMORPGs, how they set theirs up is they go like this. They draw this way. And I'm not saying this is wrong. This isn't wrong. This isn't bad or anything like that. But they have it set up in a way to where PvE players have all these different spaces to where if they want to get involved in trials and dungeons, picking flowers, going out and harvesting, role-playing, doing all these other sorts of things, they can do this without ever experiencing PvP. So the PvE players get to experience this and enjoy this, and they're happy. They're completely happy, and they're living in a happy-go-lucky place. But that doesn't mean that the PvP servers on a lot of these games aren't the most populated, because they are. But they're drawing all of this. And so these players find themselves happy in a lot of MMORPGs because of how games are designed. You have other survival style MMO games that, we'll bring up New World since it's in a death spiral right now. But New World, as it was set up initially during the alpha and the beta, was drawing over here. There was going to be a very hardcore survival style MMO. And there was going to be always on PvP. It was going to be full loot. You were going to lose stuff. There's going to be people camped back at cities waiting to gank you. It was way over on this end. It still generated a lot of interest. There's a reason it had 950,000 people in the first couple of months, because people didn't realize how much the game had changed by the time it went live. But there's nothing wrong with catering to players over here. There's nothing wrong with catering to players over here. There's nothing wrong with catering to players in the middle, which is, I think, where Ashes of Creation is. The problem that you have, though, is in these types of discussions, what I found with Ashes is because the vast majority of games fall under this bucket and this game does not, you have a lot of players like, hey, why is this game not for me? Every other game is for me. Every other game is for me. Even this game over here that was supposed to not be for me, they caved and made it for me. And so this is where a lot of the issue is. And the other problem is when you talk to people that play outside of these circles, you will not be able to reason with them. You will not be able to negotiate with them. You will not be able to come to a middle ground on them, because they operate outside of the realm of discussing where the game is at. And so I've said this before, but if you're a hardcore PvPer and you want full loot, always on PvP, no penalties for griefing, none of these sorts of things, there's other games like that. You will have fun in other games. I'm not saying you won't like Ashes. You may very well like Ashes, but that type of game is not for you. If you're a player that really wants to do instance trials, raids, dungeons, and you don't want to be interrupted, you don't want to have any sort of variability to your interactions and environment, this game is also probably not for you. I'm not saying that you can't like it. I'm not saying like you're not going to stumble across something that you won't like, but these two polar extremes aren't what this game is catering towards. They're looking more towards all these players in the middle. And there are a lot of players that are very, very interested in this type of game. They're very interested in interwoven mechanics of PvE and PvP, making a PvX game. I'm one of them. I'm very interested in this. Let me pop over to chat. Dr. Burns, what's going on, man? That red corrupted area looks so cool. During that stream, Steven dropped the F-bomb with the world boss assuming the distance. Dr. Burns, what's up? The Overton window of MMOs. What's up, Dice? But yeah, when you look at, and this is the problem that we currently have in the space, there are a lot of people that are very used to this bucket. They're very used to this yellow bucket over here. And a lot of them are on the outside looking in, waiting for this game to cave like every other game and provide more of what other MMORPGs are going to do. And they might. Ashes of Creation might do that. They're showing no indication of doing that right now. And you're going to hear a steady drumbeat of these players as we get on. You're still going to hear a steady drumbeat from some of these players as well. But the vast majority of players are like, fuck yeah, let's just get to Alpha 2. Let's test this stuff. So that's my perspective. that's my perspective on where a lot of these debates happen right now, and why a lot of this discussion around whether there's too much PvP or PvE, like every single PvP system that's been integrated so far has PvX or has PvE based stuff in it as well, which makes sense because it's a PvX game. It makes complete sense that if I want to engage in defending and attacking caravans, I'm going after loot. I'm going after stuff. When I go out in the world, I might encounter bosses in the world. I might encounter other stuff. I am encountering everything. I am potentially fighting players. I'm potentially fighting enemies. It doesn't matter. Like I'm collecting PvE stuff. So this is the annoying part of it, I guess, is this discussion is because it doesn't matter what side you talk to. And I have friends that love full loot PvP, and I can't convince them otherwise that this game will not have full loot. It's just the way it is. And so off of this one specific tangent, can we just talk about how encompassing PvE is? Like I'm going to do a video on it later this week, and there was an interesting discussion that happened with New World a couple months ago. And if Nice is still here, I can pull up the clip from our discussion or the comment section from our private messages. But one of the developers 2 to 3 months ago for New World made a comment, and they said, we want to cater to our player base, and a lot of our player base is PvE driven. And I sat there and I heard that, and it just kept resonating in my ear. Like when you hear something, you're like, okay, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? And so I thought about it a little bit further, because every time I did expeditions, there was nobody in my fully pop lock server looking to do expeditions unless it was the mutation for that week for artifacts. So it wasn't going to be for the expeditions, the dungeons. I never saw the trial run either. I never once saw the one trial that existed run on my specific server. And so I'm like, okay, well, what are they talking about? Are they talking about harvesters? Are they talking about crafters? Are they talking about the economy? What PvE players are we talking about? Because it makes sense. It's player versus player. But PvE is all encompassing. Is it overland PvE? Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about chopping down trees? Are we talking about fishing? Are we talking about trading? And so this PvE lump just lumps into every other system except for player versus player. But what we came to find out with New World is The PvE system that they're talking about is single player RPG, action role playing game mechanics, where they changed from an MMORPG to a single player ARPG with you do the quest line solo, you do all this stuff solo, and then you go into these instance based areas where you can fight these bosses solo. That's the PvE that they're talking about. Now, that's really funny to me because I think the vast majority of players that are in here, even if you want to be more PvE or you're all PvE and you disagree with where I'm coming from, you would sit there and you would go, what the fuck? Like it doesn't apply to every single PvE player. Like what they're catering to doesn't apply to everybody. And so this lump bucket of PvE never makes sense to me because it's like, okay, well, what are we talking about? But let's narrow this down a little bit. Let's narrow it down to what people are talking about, because you can't just say, okay, every other player that's not playing PvP, every other system. There are so many systems in Ashes of Creation that aren't PvP related at all. And if you wanted to compare the number of systems with ones that have strict PvP in it and ones that have PvE, you would come away going, wow, there's a lot of PvE systems in this game. Do I see a Bob Ross tutorial? I will not be painting Kongats. I promise. I will not be painting. This is my horribly written circles on MS Paint. Pockets, what's going on? What is going on, everybody? Good to see you. Let me pull this up again just in case. I'm in ads, but I see the whiteboard, so wanting to listen. TGF Tavern, what's going on? So this is where I come from on this. I just have a hard time, like, what are we talking about here? Like when we're talking about this, when we're talking about PvP, it's easy to understand. It's arenas, it's open world, it's dueling, it's easy. But PvE, there's just so much. So yeah, anyways, I will hop off this soapbox here. I just wanted to briefly mention that. So we'll clear the screen, we'll close down MS Paint, and we'll get back into what Mr. Nice Gaming had to say. By the way, guys, I already said it earlier, but it was Nice's birthday a couple days ago. If you haven't wished him a happy birthday, feel free to do so. If not, tell him to fuck off. That's fine too. I'm not your dad, even though it's Father's Day.
But now let's get to that spicy hot.
There we go.
Hot take. PvE difficulty. You guys take a listen. My concern is how fun/challenging the PvE will be when PvP isn't happening at the same time. Yes, very good conversation starter there, Ides. So I had this debate with someone, but they said when you design the PvE in Ashes of Creation, you need to lower the difficulty or factor.
Are we talking about what I am thinking? Yes. Nice asked me to watch his video. There's a few other videos that I wanted to watch as well, and I figured we could go through those. And then when we're done, I kind of want to play some Elden Ring. And so we'll try and do everything. We're going to try and do everything tonight, but we'll see. It was his birthday, guys. I couldn't say no. You want to know about the whiteboard part? Well, it is recorded. You can go back a little bit on, like, I have everything recorded on Twitch and I have everything recorded on YouTube if you wanted to scroll back and quick watch it.
The fact that PvP can be occurring at the same time. Thus, you need to make this boss a little bit easier. You need to make these mechanics a little bit less punishing, because we may be having to deal with this hard boss and an enemy guild.
What is this?
My take is no. My take is no. Do not sacrifice PvE players' difficult content or fun content, engaging content, just because PvP exists, just because the threat of PKing exists. No. There needs to be meaningful and difficult content. There needs to be. Like, you don't need to, like we just talked.
You were listening to my videos while driving last weekend? Oh no. Okay, when and where did I put my foot in my mouth? Were you driving through like Montana or the East Coast when I just said something absolutely stupid? You could just give like a ballpark area. Like, yeah, it was around here where you said the stupidest thing I've ever imagined, and then I just had to shut your video off. Sorry, what was I saying? It's all over the East Coast. I figured. I figured as much.
There needs to be. Like, you don't need to, like we just talked about. We don't need to be on one extreme or the other. Both can coexist. We want challenging PvE content. I'm a PvP man. I still love my PvE. I love tanking a dungeon. I
Wait
love
till he's finished
end game content. I don't want a dungeon or a raid boss to be so trivialized or take away from it simply because one of these times enemy group may come into that raid, and now I got to worry about the boss. I got to worry about the ads that the boss spawn, and I got to worry about Billy Bob Ganker over here. Yes, the threat of Billy Bob exists, but will he always be there? And because Billy Bob exists, I got to get a very toned down world boss? I say nay. I say nay, and I will die on this hill. Because if you don't have challenging PvE content, your game's not going to do well. If there's no sense of satisfaction, it's not going to do well. If you sacrifice too much just for the sake of PvP players or the threat of PvP in the area, and your dungeon content and your PvE content doesn't really fulfill and satisfy the player, given a sense of satisfaction, what are you even doing? What are you even doing? Like that? No, stop it.
Yep.
Stop it.
Yep.
Stop it. No.
I know you guys are shocked that I agree with Nice here. You was driving, so you're stuck listening to me. Well, I am sorry. Nobody deserves that torture. I've had a couple of conversations with a couple of people about how concerned people are about the PvP being there, starting to get my blood warm, and I'm ready to debate people. Yeah, it's gonna keep happening. This is gonna be a 2-year long discussion, I think. So, yeah, Nice is absolutely right here. The thing is too about the entire interactions in PvP and PvE environments is we're gonna start off at pop lock servers, and I know this is gonna shock you guys. This is my hottest take, but after we have pop lock servers, after a couple months, the population will probably go down. Like, I'm just going to tell you, like the number is probably going to go down. It can't go up. Like, it's either going to stay the same or go down. And I'd be willing to bet a hefty amount of money, fake money, that the number is going to go down. And so I don't know where the populations of these different servers will reside. Like, we don't know what the retention is going to look like or anything like that. But as the server volume goes down, it's going to be a lot more easy to interact with these different bosses. There's time. I mean, I've brought up this comparison all the time because it's an easy comparison because most people have played it. Don't lie to me. Like, I've seen the Steam chart numbers. Most people have tried New World. But we know how big the New World map is. The population density for Ashes of Creation is 1/10 of New World's. It is 1/10 of the population density of New World. Now combine a 10% population density, meaning that, you know, where you would see 10 people in New World, you're going to see maybe 1 person in Ashes. Combine that population density with late night servers on, you know, PCNA. Combine it with that where it's just late night. Most people are going to bed because they got to work the next day. Combine that with, you know, the population slightly dropping a little bit. You're going to have just times where these different bosses, these different raid interactions, you're not going to have people. And as the game goes on and people progress into different areas and they're trying to do different things and they got what they got out of that area, there's going to be less things to do everywhere else. And the worst thing I think a game can do is to neuter the difficulty. I said neuter. To neuter the difficulty of PvE mob interactions just because you might potentially have something else happen at the same time. I think that would be the worst thing that would happen. I think it would really make PvE players not enjoy the game. You want a challenge. Like, I enjoy PvE as much as the next person. I don't get to do it as much as I used to because I have twins and I can't be on, like, guaranteed at different times of the night. And so I would love to get back into raiding. I would love to get back into doing these things. But, you know, until the kids get a little bit older, like, I'm over here just PvPing and doing more dungeons and stuff, more smaller content. But taking away from players that really want to get hardcore into completing, you know, doing score runs and doing all these other sorts of things, I don't know how that's going to look in Ashes, but you don't want to take that away from them. You don't want to take that difficulty away from them, because then what's going to happen is people are going to come in and they're going to go, game's too easy. Kind of sucks. It's not fun. Like, how are we supposed to bring people together to fight a challenge if everything can be completed with a lot less players than what it's intended for? And you're just going to make a murkier version of what the game should be. And I'm not saying that as like, hey, I want to kill these people because it'll be easier to kill them with the bosses. I want to kill the bosses too, guys. Like I want to do that also. I want to do everything in this game. I just also want that to be challenging. I want the players that really enjoy their specific thing in this game. It to me, on the outside looking in, it looks like this development team so far really cares about these different systems for their players. And PvE oriented players, PvP oriented players, it like I haven't seen anything so far that has convinced me otherwise. And it just looks like people are going to be having fun doing whatever player loop they want. And it's what I want for everybody playing the same game that I do, or even not even the same game. Like you just want players having fun playing games. I had great audio. I have heard that I have great audio. It feels good. I need to work on my thumbnails, but my audio is good. I got that going for me. Excited for PvP being there? Yeah. I'm excited for both. Definitely excited for both. People are saying that Caravans are a PvP system. However, I don't feel that they are open the risk of PvP yet. They're mostly a PvE thing because economists are going to be more plentiful than PvPers. And if you're concerned with PvPers, spend a bit more coin and get you some mercenaries. Yeah. Yeah, I did a few videos in that pockets a few months ago, just kind of talking about how due to the ROI, we don't have to go into this. I already have 3 videos on it. But if people wanted to talk about it, we obviously could. But yeah, there's going to be situations to where especially economist driven players like myself are going to look at the best way to min-max profits in a game like this, where you're trying, like if you're really trying to compete for top dog, you want to cut your edges and make the most money possible, because that's how you're going to drive your war machine. And so a lot of guilds are going to have economy driven people that are going to separate people from like, okay, you like this player loop of chopping down trees, you like doing this, okay, focus on that. You really focus on collecting, and these people that are like PvP will be focused on delivering. And we're just going to have a higher ROI on our caravan trips because we have players that like to do this stuff, and everybody just ends up making more because the success rate's higher. You're going to see that a lot. And that is a system where PvE players, PvE oriented players can work with PvP oriented players and work out what's best for both. If you like to chop down trees or harvest stone or whatever, there are Pareto optimal levels of profit to where you both can succeed and make more money specializing in doing what you're trying to do. This is the entire, Ford Model T production line system that was popularized over like 100 years ago. It's the exact same thing. You efficiently figure out the best way to optimize your workforce, and in this way it would be your economy of PvPers and PvEers. And so that's what kind of drove me nuts in the discussion that I was having. It's like, yeah, PvPers are going to get to do what they want to do, and PvEers are going to get to do what they want to do. If they don't want to run caravans, they don't have to. They can outsource that to players that are better at it, and they can pay them a profitable amount for doing so. Should nodes be a safe space to AFK? I could see both. I could see both. I want to play it. I want to play it with it off to see what it's like. And if it is like extremely kill happy, we're to a point to where nothing can really happen, then absolutely, you can make a safe space. I'm totally cool with that. But yeah, I kind of want to see how it plays first. Pro system where PvE raiders have a way to benchmark but 98% of the rest. Oh man. I'll be a processor GM, and so I'm planning to do both mercenary and move goods. Yeah. I definitely think nodes and freehold should be PvP free. Don't want to be crafting at the AH and get a knife on the back. That's not a risk versus reward. Yeah, well, it all depends on what the corruption system's going to be like, right? And if people are killing freely in towns, they're killing freely everywhere else, I would assume. And so that's what it would come down to. If the punishments for corruption aren't high enough, I think the issue is then the corrupted based system where people aren't having fun and there isn't enough of a penalty. And I would dial up the penalties on corruption and see if that solves the issue. That's what I would do first. And if that still becomes an issue in towns specifically, where for whatever reason, it's a hyper specific situation where people are going into towns to kill people in towns only and nowhere else, then yeah, then you make a safe zone. Or you say here, when you're in town, these things escalate, or yeah. All right, let's finish the rest of Nice's video.
Now, I hope you guys enjoy that. I know not everyone gets a chance to watch the 3-hour discussion streams about a game not out yet, but I want to do this video as an attempt to condense feedback and get your takes on these subjects. Do you agree with me, disagree with me, and if so, why? Let us know in the comments, share the video, react to it, anything you'd like. I'm interested to see what everyone's thoughts is on this. Thank you to all of our YouTube channel members, everyone that subscribed on Twitch. I truly appreciate the support. Don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it and make sure you're subscribed. Thank you for watching. It's been nice.
Wow. Very good video, Nice.
Hi, we're Visible, the wireless company that makes
left a
things.
like. So yeah, I don't know what your guys' thoughts were on it. I know a bunch of people reacted to this. I know a bunch of people. Oh my. JT Dragon, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. Good to see you. But yeah, good video. Really good video. Really good point. I don't want to take away anybody's fun. If you really enjoy top end PvE trials, raids, and stuff like that, this game, I hope, has the best version of that for you. I really do. If you like PvP, where it's a rewarding system where you feel like things aren't just thrown together just to justify a player base, I hope this game is for you too, because I'm in that bucket. If you're a top tier crafter and crafters make the best shit and you want to feel like you're rewarded for doing things you enjoy, I hope this game's for you too. And so I don't think that that's a trivial take at all. I want these things to be challenging. I want these things to be fun because they kind of have to be in order for this game to work the way it's supposed to. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like things have to be difficult in order to drive cooperation and participation, because a lot of us are introverts. I am one myself. If there is a group-based environment to where I could spend a little bit more time and do it myself, and I can do it myself, but it makes it more challenging, I'm going to do the content by myself because that's more fun for me. That's more fun for me to have that engaging, meaningful content. If you can up the difficulty to where that's not an option and I need to run that many players, then that's what I'm going to do because that's going to be fun. That's going to be the challenge that I'm looking for. And so I think that's how they should approach it, in my opinion. Can't wait to play Fighter. Just don't know the augments to go just yet because they all look interesting. Yeah. So I was listening to earlier today. I went for. I don't know why I did this, guys. I don't know. Today's Father's Day. I had the perfect opportunity to sleep in, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna wake up early, and I'm just going to go for a really nice hike around the lake. I have a lake nearby my house. It's like I'm just gonna go for a nice long hike, and I ended up going 9 miles. And so I hiked for 9 miles. Took about 3.5 hours, and I just listened. I had headphones in and I was just listening to podcasts and stuff. So I listened to Jamie's Tangents of Creation podcast yesterday, and they were talking about augments and their entire thought process on augments. And so they had a 4-person. It was Krurian, Lude Lloyd, Killen. I don't know why I did the Dragon Ball Z reference there. And then it was also Jamie. And so they were talking about augments. How powerful do you want augments to be? Because I want to say one of the devs was in there and asked that question. They asked that question to the community. How much should augments transform the players? And my stance has always been I want them to transform it quite a bit. I'm kind of Zillin, yes. About to get a raid. You're welcome. Well, thank you. Well, thank you so much. But yeah, as far as we'll wait. Vladis with the raid. Thank you so much, Vladis. Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome in. Good to see you. We're recycling the weekend takes. I haven't gotten to them, and so I figured I'd do that today. Holy cow. Ladulu, thank you for the follow. Mohammed Madam Madacham, sorry. Thank you for the follow. Walter Planendorf. Funny. Good to see you, Planendorf. We were just bringing up yesterday's podcast with Tangents of Creation, and I was just mentioning what you asked, and so we were going to talk about that. But welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you once again, Vladis. I really appreciate it. No follow, no cookie. So I was listening to that podcast this morning, and they were talking about augments, and they were talking about how transformative augments should be. And my belief has always been that I want the classes to stand out with the augment system. So if I'm just pulling this up real quick. Sorry, guys. Open image, a new tab. There we go. Later, Vladis. Take care, buddy. Appreciate it. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you too, man. Also, really hyped to finally catch one of your streams. Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you, dude. I appreciate all the stuff you guys are doing. I'm really excited for the game. So, all right, let's get into this. Go like this real quick. We'll expand this a little bit. And so yeah, so we've seen this a million times, right? We've seen this a million times. I don't need to go too much into this, but this is obviously the archetype system. I just personally, like if I choose tank as an archetype, I want the augments to make it feel different if I choose a knight or if I choose a guardian. That's what I want. So if I'm fighting out on the battlefield and I see somebody running a tank archetype, I want to know through the skills that they use, are they a knight? Are they a guardian? Are they a knight shield, warden, whatever? Like I want those to stand out in that way. It doesn't have to be a ton. Like we've talked quite a bit about what augments they could be. Like for instance, rogue, you could do like you think of what the themes of these archetypes are, right? Like you have fighter, it's your in your face, brawler, high damage, whatever. Tank is your mitigation, support, line of sight in an open field style tank. Your rogue is your critical damage, high mover. Ranger, high endurance, maneuverability. Mage, wielder of elements. Summoner, I don't know. I really don't know what summoner augments could potentially be, like if you chose a summoner passives. Cleric, obviously, you could have leeching benefits, and bard, you could potentially boost the ability to buff people around you. So there's all these sorts of things that you can do. And I think it makes sense that through those augments and through different animations or colors of what you're trying to do, either changing the skill entirely or just slightly morphing it to where it provides a different bonus, can make these different classes specifically feel different. I don't think it needs to be a ton, but it all needs to combine to where I can tell the difference. That's how I look at it. And so I want to be able to tell the difference between these things. Because if I can't tell the difference between a knight and a guardian, then I don't know if the augment system is standing out enough, in my opinion. I will say this, though. I have walked this back quite a bit after seeing the wand skill system, after seeing the different archetype passive trees and everything. I think there's going to be a lot of room for optimization and potential for making very cool and unique classes, which is all I want. But as far as specific augments for archetypes, that's what I want to see. Let me get to the chat here real quick. Am I the only one who doesn't care so much about the secondary class, rogue, and God bless? Yeah, I get that. I totally understand that too. And so I'm not trying to, like, my perspective is I like to play a bunch of different things. I want that build diversity. I want to be able to play different play styles. And that's my favorite part about MMORPG PvP, is that you have all these different ways to build different play styles, different classes and stuff. And so I just want these to stand out and be unique among themselves. That's what I want. And so if that can't be the case with what they've shown us so far through the archetype passive trees, through the weapon passive trees, through the different weapons, I think there's going to be a lot of variability anyways. And so it's not going to be like, oh, this is a fail. That's not what I'm trying to say. It could be very small things like what I brought up, where rogue applies critical damage. I think that would be fine. And I've definitely walked that back after seeing more. And I think that's what happens. Like every time I have a question about this game, the question more often than not stems from the fact that I don't know. We haven't gotten a live stream. We haven't gotten updated information in a while. And so it's not me. It's just me wondering, okay, what's going on with this? Let's see what's going on. Let's see how this fits into the overall picture of the puzzle. And as we've gotten the other puzzle pieces, this one has become less and less worrisome to me. All right. To no one's point, though, when you get slapped by a rogue, you should know you were slapped by a rogue instead of like a rogue summoner. Exactly. Like, I just want to know what class it is. Like, I want to be like, maybe I'm also a rogue, right? And the guy just whooped my ass. And I'm like, okay, what the hell were you running? Right? You're not going to tell me because we're enemies. You're killing me. But what the hell were you running? What class were you on? What augments allowed you to just cause me to respawn so quickly like that? That's what I want to know. And I think games that really stand out this way from a power, I'm going to steal this line from ESO, from a power fantasy feel, where like when you're playing one of these very specific classes and it feels cool to run it, like maybe the meta is Dreadnought, right? Maybe it's fighter tank and everybody's a Dreadnought, but you found the best way to play Shadowblade and it stands out. It stands out in a very unique and cool way. You're a fighter like everybody else, but you're fighter rogue. And it's just one of those like, you know, little pins in your cap where you're like, hey man, I made a cool thing that not everybody else is running. That's the cool stuff for me. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing his point, not making a statement. Oh yeah, that's my point. And you guys, like, I'm not a developer. You guys do what you got to do. I'll just sit here and I'll enjoy it. That's my perspective. Is the base class on the left or the top? It's on the left. So rogue fighter would be duelist. And then fighter, I'm pretty sure it's... yeah, the base class should be on the left, I think. God, why am I forgetting now? Yeah, so tank fighter is a knight. So tank on the left. Yes, sorry. Give me a minute. I agree with you with cleric and summoner. It should stand. Yeah. Okay. Can we talk really quickly? Like, what kind of passives can summoner provide? Because I'm at a loss. And once again, this comes from the fact that I don't know what the summoner is going to give us. So I don't know like what passively you could choose for an augment, right? And it's not me saying like it's bad or anything. It's just I don't know what the summoner is. And so like if I was going to be a rogue and I wanted to be a summoner, I'm a shadow lord. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? Because this is the most interesting one, because all the other ones I think I think I can draw some conclusions as to what it can be. I am at a loss for what summoner could be. Prerian, what's going on? I was talking, I listened to your guys' podcast today on Tangents of Creation. Your yesterday's podcast. I listened to it today. And so I was talking about Planendorf's question about augments and the discussion you guys had. So I was just briefly chiming in on my point of view on where it should stand out. And Planendorf very specifically said that he wasn't reiterating my point. I'm pretty sure he specifically said that this is, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not even going to say that because somebody's going to take me seriously. That was a joke, guys. They have their work cut out for them with the system unless it is very basic and simple design. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like it's so many skills and you don't want everything to be changed. Like I think they said it's up to 8,000 different skills. It's just, you want these things to feel different enough, right? You want these choices to matter. So if choosing between rogue and rogue fighter doesn't really give me any bonuses, does rogue fighter exist, right? That's my perspective. Like if, we'll go back to the MS Paint stuff. But if I can be a weapon master and it's no different than a Dreadnought or a Shadowblade, aren't all these things then the exact same thing? And look, that looks like peas in a pod, right? in pink. I should have made it green. But that's my perspective, is how do you make these stand out enough? And I don't think it has to be very drastic. I think like what I brought up earlier is you go into the power fantasy of what these archetypes are and you provide those types of buffs. So fighter is just flat damage. just flat damage for whatever you choose. So if you go tank fighter and you want to be a knight, you have more base damage. If you want to be tank, you have more mitigation. Tank rogue, you have more critical damage and maybe mobility because rogue's supposed to be the fastest. Stuff like that, to where it stands out like, hey, you get a 10% move speed bonus if you choose rogue as a secondary archetype. Hypothetically, of course. High customization and characters all being different makes you feel more attached to your character build. Yes, this is what in my opinion, New World kind of messed up. I liked the idea of weapons and being able to switch stuff in and out, but it didn't have the same feel of other MMOs. Like it just felt a little bit empty when you didn't have an archetype to choose. It didn't feel as unique because, you know, it's an online role-playing game. Having weapons it's not part of a fantasy, right? Like, cool, I got a blunderbuss. Okay, what else do you got? There are two different pages like this and both are different. Yeah, I always forget. You got back from Bert's comedy, Bert Kreischer? People are laughing at my New World comment. What was your New World comment? I don't remember. Sorry, I'm trying to catch my chat here. Okay, different animated minions, pets. Ranger will have wolves, birds. Necromancer will have... Okay, that's fair. Like having an idea for pets would be kind of cool. I get behind that. New YouTube video, Ash's dev leaks augments. Oh, that'd be the trolliest thing. Planendorf gets called into Steven's office. Hey man, like what's going on with this video here? You're making some guarantees that we definitely didn't come up with. By the way, guys, isn't it awesome that Ashes of Creation developers come and hang out with the community like this? Like, I just want to say that. I think it's so cool, and it's something that you just don't see very often. You just don't see it very often where people just, you know, in your free time, you want to come hang out and talk with the community. I think that's really cool. I hated that I was uninvited to dungeons because I wanted to use a bow. Yeah, it was bad for a while there, wasn't it? I have a feeling there's not going to be as much depth. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. I think you can do it in a way to where it doesn't have to have a ton of depth and it'll stand out. You just really have to dig into the passives. A dev that actually cares and has passion for their project. Yeah. No, that's what it seems like to me. From the outside looking in, I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. Planendorf is definitely not DMing me on the side, you know, making me talk up the Ashes devs or anything. If you want to deposit that money, Planendorf, I'll get you the no, I just think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. I think it speaks volumes to how excited the developers are about the game that they're working on and like what they're working on, and they just want to talk to the community about it. I think that's so cool. That's what it looks like to me. And I very well could be wrong. I very well could be talking out of my ass on this, but that's the kind of vibe I get from seeing different developers come and chat, and they're like, yeah, like we like the game. I think that's how I put it. Next 2 to 400 business days. Perfect. Thank you. But yeah, that was a really interesting discussion that they had about the augment system, and I thought it was a really good point because yeah, it is going to have 8,000. There's going to be 8,000 different skills and abilities, or somewhere around there, and so it's going to be tough to really make everything fit and like stand out. But I think it's like specifically, at least for the class augments, they should stand out a bit more, in my opinion. What was the other discussion you guys had? There was 2 discussions you guys had that I thought were really good. What was the other one? I'm blanking right now. You guys talked about augments, and then you went into the discussion about Oh, your discussion on PvE and PvX, I already covered my overall thoughts on this. I agreed with your guys' perspective as well on that too. I'm just excited for this to be a PvX game. I really am. I'm looking forward to everything kind of being intertwined and nothing being left behind. Phantom X had a really good point in there too, where he asked, why have all the other predecessors for games in Ashes of Creation's kind of lineage, why have they fallen? And it's interesting when I was listening to it, because people bring up more PvP style MMOs, right? And the most recent one that completely did a 180 multiple times now is New World. It started off as a full loot survival style MMO, and it went from a toggle on style system, and now it's they have more ARPG aspects to it. And the initial hype for it was one thing, but when you look at what their PvP systems are, they haven't made any improvement. Like, they haven't changed anything. Like, if you go and you do Outpost Rush, which is 24v24, 24v24 on New World, that map has not changed since it came out a couple years ago. There's only one Outpost Rush. There's only one Outpost Rush map. If you go to do 3v3 arenas, there are only 2 maps. And people have asked specifically, PvP players have said specifically, hey, can we get more maps? Can we get more maps for these specific things? And they've said no. Like, they've come out and they said no. Like, they're currently working on a free-for-all style thing, but they're not putting in new maps. And so a lot of what's happened with New World specifically from a PvP perspective is it just gets stale. And it's no different from an MMORPG to a first-person shooter or anything like that. Like, I used to really play a lot of Halo and Call of Duty, but you can only play a map so many times, right? You can only hop in and play Favela so many times before you eventually get bored. You want new maps. You want new experiences. You want to play something different. And if you have the same 2 maps, like the arenas on New World, it's 2 weeks on of the exact same map. It doesn't even rotate. So you have 2 weeks on of one map, and then it goes to 2 weeks of the other map. And I was trying to think of a comparison for this. And the one that I came up with is, think of your guys' 2 favorite foods in the whole world. Okay. Like, what are your 2 favorite foods? For me, like, what could I potentially eat just about every day? I could eat a burrito, a buffalo chicken, black bean, spicy burrito. I could have that for dinner just about every single day, and I would be happy. I love burritos. I also love pizza. I could probably eat a pizza every day. But if I had to eat a burrito every day for dinner for 2 straight weeks with no change-ups, no going to anything else, like, that's what I had to do, and then the next week I had to have pizza for 2 weeks, I could probably make it through the first cycle, right? Like, I could do the first couple weeks of burritos. I'd be like, this is freaking awesome. I could go through pizza. Hell yeah, this is freaking awesome. And then I'd get to the next week and I'd be like, oh man, I don't know. And I know by about the 3rd week of doing burritos and then pizza, there's no way. Like, I would just be like, oh, I just want something else. Can I have something else? Can you guys give us, can we get I'm eating burritos and pizza. Can I get a salad in here? Can I get anything else at this point? And that's what happens with that specific game, is you just have boredom. Other games have very high pay to win aspects to them. Throne and Liberty is something that I was kind of interested in, but depending on how hefty their pay to win monetization is, I don't want to participate in a game where wins and losses are decided by a pocketbook. That's just not something I'm interested in. And so it could have great PvP. This is why I've stayed away from BDO for the exact same reason. I know they've scaled back a lot of their pay to win stuff quite a bit from when it first started, but I just don't, it's a non-starter for me. Like, those types of games are just non-starters for me specifically. And so you see these, more PvP based games failing, and it's not because of the PvP. It's due to disinterest. It's due to people getting bored. It's due to them wanting more things, and the game deciding that they're going to do something else. They want to do new stuff. Like, new maps aren't going to be as exciting as a whole new system. Like, when you sell new chapters, that's what a lot of games do. They're like, hey, we want a new thing. We're not just going to give you new maps. ESO sold itself as a large-scale PvP game. That back in 2014, when it first launched, its commercials were large-scale PvP. And it's slowly, we haven't gotten PvP changes on that game in 5 years. Like the last Battlegrounds maps that were updated in that game was back in 2019, before COVID. So that the time before COVID happened, that's when ESO got their last maps. And so it's just they're just not updating the systems. There's still people playing there. There's still people enjoying it. There's still people loving PvP, but there is no attention. They're supposed to be releasing something this winter, but the lack of attention really pulls people away from those types of games. It doesn't matter. I'm talking about PvP specifically because I was trying to answer Phantom X's question from yesterday. But that goes the same for anything. Like if you guys were interested in 4-man dungeons all day, every day, and you didn't get a new dungeon for a year, would you play that game or would you go to something else? I would assume you would go to something else. Let's check chat here real quick. Sorry guys, that was a small tangent. You unintentionally brought up what I said about New World? Oh, the maps? Yeah. Yeah, the maps are just so bad. Still blows my mind how much they've ignored OPR. OPR is great. OPR is so much fun. I really enjoy it. I would like to see more maps. I would come back, like if they announced like 3 new maps for OPR, I would come back right now. But because that's how much I like that. I actually really enjoy New World's combat, but the maps are just so boring. Really want in-game voice so I can hear you yell, "Is there no one else?" I'll have to do that at some point for sure. Peak sitting down gameplay. Oh no. Much like their RTS StarCraft 1 and 2, if they kept the same maps in the pool for laddering for too long, people will get bored and get too frustrated and quick. Exactly. It's the same for any type of game. Like you're going to lose interest in a player base if you're not updating things. Now, where we'll circle this around Ashes. Where is Ashes going to be different? Well, you're going to have different objectives based on different, I'm assuming different types of nodes. And Planador, feel free to chime in. I think you said nodes is your specialty. So if I'm wrong, just tell me I'm wrong. But due to the differing, like how big the world is and where wars will happen in different parts of the world, the different objectives, the different types of PvP modes you can have, like if it was one, and this is what I brought up in my video before the live stream, I said I would like to see a lot of variability in node wars. I would like to see potential rewards vary, because you don't want to just have the same reward over and over again. It's going to get stale. And what did Ashes do? They came and hit it out of the freaking park, and they said, hey, if you win this one, you're going to take their node experience from this area, and people farming in this area are going to get increased loot drops. Fucking baller. That's so good. And then they said, hey, we could do this one to where you could be mayor for X amount of time for their city, and you could really mess some things up if you're their mayor. That's so good. That's such good, interesting consequences, forcing people that are interested in specific player loops to want to participate in other player loops and be involved in the game. And whether or not you like PvP or you like farming or you like doing these things, branching out to do different player loops keeps the game alive and well. If you're constantly doing the same thing over and over again, if you're constantly playing the exact same loop, there's going to come a time to where you're going to get bored. If you have to go do something else that's also fun, that you're also finding yourself enjoying, because if you don't do that, you can no longer enjoy your favorite player loop, it's just going to make that stuff more fun for you when you win. And so, in my opinion, so those types of reward structures are really good. And the fact that they already have different objectives, different modes for node wars, it's just a step above already what New World has. And in this war perspective, I'm not trying to say it's going to be better or anything like that. We have no idea if it's going to be better yet. Like, we don't know. We don't know. I think I would bet that it will, but having that variability is good. Vulnerability was just disappointing being an L2 vet. I've been waiting for L3 for ages, but Korea is full pay to win now. Not gonna touch it. Yeah. I was I played Throne and Liberty, the Korean version, and I had a lot of fun. I never got to endgame, but I was like, this combat is something I could get into. And then I saw all the pay to win aspects, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do this. I can't do this. 1 second, guys. There we go. Waiting for a successor or something in the same vein for ages. Yeah. What I've been doing on Saturdays, I'll take the... Okay. It's a problem with curated content. People get bored, but PVX with the flaggy corruption... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Sandbox... So there was a really good video that came out a few weeks ago. It's like a few months ago now from Jimmy talking about MMORPGs. I'm sure you guys saw it. If you guys follow Vladis, Vladis did a react video to it. And his video was really good, talking about how the reason all these MMORPGs from the past are so far ahead of current MMOs is because they have so much content built up. And where he disagreed is he obviously didn't think Ashes of Creation was going to be the game. I think it is. And where I disagree is I think in order to come out of the gate competing from a content perspective, I'm not saying be better than like the top 10 games or anything like that, but if you want to compete content wise with the games that have been around for 10, 15, 20 years, you need to have a sandbox style game. A sandbox style MMO done correctly, with good mechanics, replayable mechanics, really good systems where the players kind of design the interactions more often than not. That's what's going to drive the replayability in Ashes. The players, the strife of having a guild rise, generate 200, 300, 400 people, really grow, and then you have a falling out between two of the leaders, and the guild then splits. And so instead of having a 400 person guild conglomeration, a superpower basically, it's now 200 people versus 200, and the sides are getting bitter and they don't like each other, and then that war breaks out. And so now all of a sudden you have that war of the superpower fighting against each other. And then you have people taking sides, choosing sides. Like there's all that type of interaction is something that can only really happen in a sandbox style game like this, in my opinion. Aren't the maps for OPR instance? Yes. And isn't that like the main reason people still play the game? Yes. And they will only do one map. It's unbelievably frustrating. Imagine being a mayor in an enemy node and choosing to be a good mayor for them, so they vote you in the next. Oh, that'd be so funny. Really like the idea of service denial, node wars. It's so good, man. It's so good because those types of penalties, like, okay, you don't want to participate in node wars. Here's the punishment. Like we're setting you back. You have to. Like, this is important. This is a big deal. And the incentivization of different systems, incentivizing crafters saying, hey, your stuff matters. Incentivizing PvPers saying, hey, your PvP matters. Incentivizing these node wars in a way to say, hey, if you want to protect the stuff that you like, you're going to have to do these things. It's so good. It's so good. Node wars based on citizens' vote. I have a feeling that it's going to be a very rare event. It very well could be. It's going to depend. I think it's really going to depend on the node, for sure. And that's the interesting part, is people. It's going to be a feeling out process right away for players to find like-minded players, I think. Good sandbox dunks on any theme park. Yeah, that's the way you have to, if you want to compete with all of that content, that's what you have to do, in my opinion. Those are the games that will have the best chance to compete out of the gate. PvE builds the world. PvP, exactly. Holy cow, you guys are talking a lot. Not in a bad way. Writes down, remove Denier from game. You know, I can't disagree. Ulrich, thank you for the follow. Kalen TV, thank you for the follow. DeathCon5. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for coming in. Hope you guys are having fun with the conversation. I know I am. But yeah, I love giving the dwarf guys shit for being dwarves. It's all in good fun. I don't mean anything bad by it. Hey man, happy Father's Day. Good to see you, Royer. Yeah, happy Father's Day. Thank you so much. Yeah, the idea of Node Wars, the idea of repeatable content is something I've talked about a lot on our Voice of Vera podcast. Is like that's how Ashes could potentially compete. Is like to bring up an example, a lot of faction-based games. You guys can chime in on your favorite faction-based MMORPG or whatever, but I play the Elder Scrolls Online, and you had your blue team, you had your yellow team, Aldbury Dominion, and you had the red team. And so it was faction-based PvP, and it started off and it was great. Like people were doing stuff for Daggerfall, they were doing it for Aldbury. It was good for the first 6 months to a year. Like people felt committed to the cause. But people wanted to play. They became friends with people in other factions, and so the game provided faction tokens to where you could switch factions if you wanted to, and those faction tokens allowed people to bounce back and forth to whichever faction they wanted to join. So if you were a type of player that liked to run in big groups, if the biggest group was on yellow, you'd want to join yellow. If you were like me and you wanted to fight the big groups, you would join not yellow, right? And so you had all this like everybody was essentially a free agent. And so now all of a sudden that meaning of the three factions war kind of disappeared. It was just people bouncing back and forth. Like, yeah, I'm this color, you're this color. No real reward structure anymore because the rewards are so outdated that it wasn't fun playing for the rewards. You're just playing for the PvP that you enjoy. And so the guilds, the factions, it's good, but it doesn't last for that reason. It being guild based, Ashes being guild based, oh my god, it's just so much better. It's so much better because you're going to have guilds that are going to grow and they're going to develop into a powerhouse. You're going to have falling out of different guilds, and that's going to create its own drama. It's going to create its own interpersonal strife. It's going to create its own content within the game because you're going to have people that don't like each other due to backstabbing, nefarious reasons, or just a difference in opinion on where the direction of the guild should go. And that refreshable content, like it's no longer blue, yellow, red. It is this guild, like it's now 50, 100 guilds that exist, and it's players uniting under the same type of mindset. And so that meaning of being in a guild is just going to carry more than meaning in a faction. And so that extra incentive to be part of a specific guild, it's going to hold more weight, in my opinion. I hate faction-based games. Fair enough. First time chat from Big Quads on Campus. Don't hate on the small kings. They're doing their best. I know. I love the dwarves. Please let me into your guys' node. I will only make so many dwarf jokes. It's all in good fun. From my experience, anytime you are choosing and fighting other factions ends up being lame. Most of the time, I want to end up killing a fellow faction member who stole my resource and is being a douche. Yeah, like I want to say so much drama that was created in ESO's factions was people talking shit to each other in guild chat. Like some people would not PvP. They would just sit in chat and talk shit for hours to each other. And it's like, dude, how are you typing so much? How are you spending so much time PvPing in a comment section instead of going out to find people to fight? But you couldn't do anything. You couldn't do anything with that type of system. With a guild-based system, you can. And so you could be part of the same node. You could very well be part of this, but you could say, hey, we don't like this other guild. We're gonna declare a guild war on them because fuck those guys. They're assholes. And I think that's great. I think having that being able to settle beefs like that is so good. Because when it's done, right? Like some people harbor beef, but more often than not, when things are resolved, they're resolved. Made your own guilds, your own alliances, backstab a guild and join another alliance. Kill on site list, friction. It's gonna be so good. Viral, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. Guilds and nodes being two different factions to fight within is going to be so good. Yes, exactly. I completely agree. You have to decide to fight for a node over your guild sometimes, and it will break some people. Yes. Yep. You will see. It's player-based incentives. It's player-driven incentives, and we all have different incentives for what we want to get out of the game. So yeah, that's definitely going to happen. Hey man, big fan of the pod. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for stopping in. The Fids, what's going on? I don't know about resolution. Well, okay. So I'll just speak for this from my opinion, right? Thank you for the follow, by the way. There were times where people have, I know I've played PvP games. I've had people say some unkind things in my messages, right? It doesn't happen often, but it would happen. And you would resolve things. And it would be like, okay, let's go over here and duel. Now, most people, I want to say most people after the resolution happened, it was like whoever won or lost, it was just basically over. There was definitely some people that harbored that resentment for a very long time. And that was fun too, of course. Some of it got resolved, in my opinion. At least some of it was resolved. I shouldn't say it's automatically done, because that's not the case at all. Yeah, I agree with you. 1vxing in zone chat, yeah. HD, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to see you, HD. It's really interesting. It's also really cool to think that July 1st is right around the corner, and July 1st is the beginning of quarter 3, and we're gonna have Alpha 2 like right away, right there on right there on July 1st, guys. It's gonna happen. No, that's obvious. I doubt that's really going to happen, but Alpha 2's around the corner. Alpha 2's around the corner. We no longer have to hypothesize about these systems and how they're going to work. We get to actually test them, and that's really exciting. That's so exciting that we actually get in and figure out if this is actually what we've been talking about. Played Crowfall for a while, and that was more guild v guild. There were long-term enemies. I love to have it. Yeah, long-term enemies is a good time. It's definitely a good time. There's one more video that was linked, and I said I was going to watch it on here. 1 second, guys. Character creator this month would be amazing. Oh, it definitely would be. It definitely would be. Holy cow. Our general chat is going crazy. No more hypotheticals, not just complaining it's broken. Exactly. Exactly. Now we can discuss things. Because right now it's just, hey, we don't know. It might be this way, it might not. We'll have to test. Let me check out this. I'm trying to find this video. I think Viral posted it. There it is. No, Keo posted it.
In Wisconsin.
Be happy if they say character creator next month even. Yeah. I personally want to see I want to see Bard soon. Like, I'm cool with character creator. Like, I'd be happy with that also. I really want to see Bard. Really, I really want to see Bard. Travel Wisconsin, you heard that? Yeah. Let me switch this over. We're gonna, so I'm switching the display capture. There is, so you guys may not pay much attention to the New World space, but a lot of content creators are not very happy with where New World is at the moment. And a few of them are looking to leave because of where the game has been right now. And they're looking at other things. A few of the content creators I follow have been moving on to games like Albion. A few of them have gone to ESO, BDO, trying different MMOs because they're tired of New World. And a few of them apparently, like this guy here, your boy Willie, also is checking out Ashes, which I thought was pretty cool. And so I wanted to see what he had to say.
Vacations are better with the credit card.
Hey, what's up?
5.4K hours down the drain. Yeah. I'll be honest. I'm going to check out the new. I'm in the minority here, I guess, but I am definitely going to check out the new season when it comes out in October. But if Ashes is awesome, it's going to be a long time before I check it out. I do want to check it out. I do want to check out the solo free for all area. Like that's right in my wheelhouse. It's something that I want, and I think the replayability for that content could be really good. But yeah, if there's not going to be a ton of players, there's not going to be many people to fight. So yeah, I'm over 1,000 hours on the game. But yeah, I want to see what he had to say because he did a video on New World Wars versus Ashes Wars.
And welcome guys to the Your Boy Willie YouTube channel. We are going to be getting into a fun topic today. We're going to be talking about the difference between New World Wars and Ashes of Creation Wars. And I could not be more excited to go into this. Obviously, if you guys know me, I'm heavy in the New World scene. I've been doing the wars here for a long time, and Ashes of Creation coming in here. They have their own war system. What's the difference? What does it mean? Let's compare. Let's figure it out. So I'm excited. Let's go ahead and jump into it. I do want to say first, though, that this is not necessarily a full deep dive of the Ashes Wars. That's not what this is. We're just going to kind of do some comparisons. I know a lot more about New World. Obviously, we're learning about Ashes, and I'm not going to act like I know everything about it, but there's going to be some takeaways and things and comparisons made that I think will be interesting to you. So if you like it, don't forget to hit that like and sub at the bottom. Thank you, guys. Let's jump into it. Now, I would like to go ahead and get into the New World Wars and just give a brief explanation to the people who might not know what a New World War is. A New World is an MMO that has been around for about 2.5 to 3 years. A lot of the draw to the game was actually because of the wars. It's mass scale PvP, and who doesn't like that? You have 50 attackers going up against 50 defenders. The defenders are obviously doing what they're supposed to, defending the territory, while the attackers are trying to take it. There are 3 points outside of the fort that you need to take control of. They pretty much work as capture points. You have to stand on them, and whoever has the most people standing on the point at the time, it just ticks up and then it goes down. If the attackers take it, and then it becomes a respawn point. So you're kind of catching my drift. It's self-explanatory. There's 3 points outside of the fort that the attackers take, and then once these points are down, you go to a fort fight, and then whenever you're inside of that fort, there's one singular point that you have to take control of, and then if the attackers can do that, they take control of the territory, which is cool. So what exactly do you gain from having control of the territory? It's got to be something awesome, right? Well, it is, but it also is a little lackluster at times, or at least it feels like that. You have some gold income coming in, which is nice. You like that gold. And I think, honestly, a big draw is just being able to see your company on the map. There's something awesome about seeing you and your boys out there on the map, seeing your guild crest, and just seeing how cool that is, right? That's awesome. Who doesn't like that? I will say, though, that is also one thing about that New World Wars that kind of is not the best, right? We haven't really seen much change. You're going to notice a trend with that when we think about New World Wars. These have been so stagnant and so samey for 2.5 years. The devs and AGS doesn't really seem too bothered to really change anything with them. So I do think that's why Ashes of Creation looks so enticing to a New World player, because the war.
Did you hear that, guys? He said what I said. Like, even from the war perspective, they've been rocking the same war layout for years now. Like, how hard is it? I'm sorry. I know it's hard to be developers. I know that, like, you don't get to make the decisions. The higher ups make the decisions. It just really sucks that the New World higher ups look at the game and they're like, hey, these guys are going to have fun playing the exact same game mode every single time, every single week in the exact same way for years. And then they don't realize that if they provided some variability, people would come back and play more, because there would be different ways to strategize. There would be different ways to figure out how to win these different points. And if you look at this New World PvP, it is very Zerg focused, because they will focus on one point. Like, a lot of different groups will approach these things differently, right? Like how they go about taking the 3 points. But some groups specifically will just send en masse to one point to try to flip it, and then they will move on to the other ones, and then it's fucking Zerg Fest where people are just stacked on the door trying to get into the fort. And so it's just one specific type of PvP. I'll be honest, this type of PvP right here, I could play it a little bit. It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite. And so when I see what like Node Wars are, where you can still have Zergs running around and you're just saying, hey, like if you want to run Zergs, you can. That's not going to be part of the objective though. Like if you want to win the war, it's not just send people to one specific point. And that difference, like this is where it's coming from for me, where it's like, why can't New World do that? Why can't New World have an objective mode where it's like, hey, instead of stacking tanks on a point and stacking big bulky boys on a point with a bunch of debuffs and a bunch of snares and roots, why can't they change the game mode a little bit so players have to comp differently for different types of game modes, and they have to strategize differently, and they have to come up with different ways to fight? It would give some guilds in this specific, they're not guilds, they're companies in New World, it would give companies a chance to potentially win in a way that maybe they're not good at the one way, but maybe they're better than this one specific company in this way. And obviously the reward structure isn't super great either. We hearing 50-50 called Massive Wars as an ex-Lineage 2 player is so silly. 50-50 was at best a mid-level fight there. Yeah. Just really, really curious, like what the data they're looking at tells them to not invest in these game loops. Yeah. Well, that's, I'll probably cover it in a video later, Planendorf. There was we don't have to pull it up. If you guys want me to pull it up, I can go back and try and find it. But they have their Voices of Eternum. They do their Q&As, and they were asking the community different things. The community was asking the devs. And one of the videos, a developer specifically said, yeah, a large majority of our player base is PvE focused. And I heard that, and what jumped into my head is I was like, okay, what do you mean? What do you mean you're PvE focused? Because when I see I never see the trial running. I never see the 12-person trial running when I was on, and it was pop locked all the time. I stopped playing in January. I just got disinterested, but I was playing almost daily. When I would do expeditions, only the corrupted expeditions would be running. So all the other expeditions, which is their dungeons, they would not be running. And so there'd be like 3 to 4 groups, total of 12 to 16 people queued up for expeditions, right? So those were happening. When I would cycle into arenas, I was getting queued in instantly, and I wasn't running across the same players all the time. I was running across different players all the time. And obviously when you do OPR, it's cross-platform, so that's a bit different. But I was looking and I was like, I don't know where these PvE players are. Who are they talking about? And then we come to find out during the reveal, they're talking about the players that are playing solo, that are questing through different zones. And so they want to have repeatable solo content. And so it looks to me like they're catering to the more casual player base, because the high end game raiders, they have one trial. They have one trial. There's like 8 expeditions. That's the high end PvE. The PvP, there is 1 OPR map. There is 2 arena maps. There is 1 game mode for wars, and then there's influence races, which is, you go and you fight in these different areas for an hour and you capture different points. And so that's what they have. And so when you look at the end game player loop, it's not just that there's nothing for PvP, there's nothing for PvE also. And so it's like, okay, well, like before the reveal happened, I was like, just pick a lane. Like I just want to know what direction you're going to, what content you're going to provide, because right now you're not providing to anybody with how the game is currently structured. I don't know what you're trying to build towards. And so it turns out, like with their latest announcement, it looks like they're going for a soft restart, and they're just basically going to bring players along more slowly through the main stories and solo repeatable dungeons and stuff. So, but I don't know, because they're also doing a free-for-all area, and they're also coming out with a trial. So I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do. I'm so confused. I just want to see them come out and say, hey, we're coming out with like content, one expedition every quarter. We're gonna do this. We're gonna overhaul the PvP maps, or we're gonna do this. And I'm not seeing it. Oh, this comes back to WoW. WoW has arena and PvE, and that's enough. Yeah. People knew 2 years ago that this game didn't have enough support. Yeah, and you know, I was even saying when I was playing 2 years ago, I was like, hey, this end game PvP and PvE has a shelf life. There's just not enough right now. They need to start coming out with content. And then the last couple of years have gone by, and there just hasn't been enough content. And they're coming out with a console release. I'm not like, obviously that is a big investment and everything, so I get that. But yeah, there's just been no content, and so that's where a lot of players are leaving. The end game players are leaving because there's nothing to play. A lot of the beginner players, the New World content isn't very good for beginner players. You can tell after Alpha, New World went full WoW clone, the game did a 180, and that's the weird part, Viral, right? Like, look, I'm not going to sit here and say that New World, like we've seen them switch multiple times. I'll be covering a video on it. I don't know when that's going to come out. I'm trying to get the outline for it. But when you look at what New World has done and where they're at right now, let me pull this. I'm sorry, Willie. We were watching your video, but now we're on a tangent about, you know, why everybody else is looking at other games besides New World. Let's check out the Steam charts here real quick. They have 5,000 players as it stands right now. The 24-hour peak, 7,500. And if you look at October of last year, their peak was 37,000. November 24, December 18, January 16. So from the time I quit, I stopped playing was in January 2024. They have dropped 66%, 60-ish% of their player base in the last 5 months. And so you look at it and you see this disparity, and it's like, holy cow. And it makes sense. Like they want to draw to a larger player base. They want to bring in console. I think that will be good for them as a whole. But yeah, there's just, even if you wanted to PvP on this game, there's just not many players to PvP with. Even races are the same as wars and OPR. Yeah, it's the exact same loop. You run 3 different locations on the map. I don't have New World downloaded. I could show you what it was, but yeah, like influence races are the exact same thing. Played New World Alpha and yeah. The thing is, so bouncing back to what I was saying is, they've gone from 950,000 players year one, and they're hovering around 5,000 now. I'm not saying that a full-on loot style PvP MMORPG would have been better, but can we really say it would have been worse? Like, can we really say that like it would have been worse with where they're at? Like, if they did a full loot, always on PvP, where you could get ganked anywhere and everywhere, there was no toggle system, can we really say that the outcome for the game couldn't be better than what it currently is? Like, this is like the prototypical example. Like, every time people bring up like Ashes should cater to more players, they should do this, and this. This is my poster boy game for why that should never happen. Because when you do that, when you try to cater to everybody and you lose the soul of your game, the game just doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't have that proper feel of an MMORPG, and the players notice. And the players notice, and they start leaving because it doesn't have that feel of a specific type of game. PvE focus, aka solo. Yeah, I should pull up my DMs when I heard that. It came out like 2 to 3 months ago, and I was talking to Nice about it. I was like, dude, I want to do a video discussing this, but I think I'm gonna wait until the June reveal. So I'll probably post the DMs in the video to say, hey, like this is really catching my attention, because what are they talking about? It didn't make sense, because the end game PvE in New World is a lot less populated than end game PvP. And I'm not trying to say it as like, oh, PvP is better or anything. For this specific game, the PvP was more populated, and they're just like, we're gonna do solo stuff. The people doing PvE content and just slap their hands together. Yep. Yeah. That was the other thing I said earlier, is the bucket of PvE is so wide. Like you could say PvE, but what does that mean? Like it clearly for New World, it wasn't high-end trials and expeditions. It was solo players. Yeah, I'm going to catch up with chat, then we're going to finish watching his video. Sorry, guys. MMORPG and making content for solo players. Man, this channel is... Yeah, that pissed off a lot of people. They're selling on console, they're selling as more of an ARPG now. Still one OPR map, yes. As a player who plays a lot of MMOs solo, I can say I hate when they cater to us because it usually makes it a worse experience. I mean, I'm playing an MMO for a reason. Exactly. I'm right there with you, Jamation. I do solo, when I played ESO, it was solo PvP most of the time, but I still wanted it to be an MMORPG. I want players that want to play in large groups to play in large groups. That's the entire point of an MMORPG. Just because I didn't do it all the time because I like the challenge of solo doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist. And that's why I'm excited for Ashes. Like not for solo play, like I'm excited for the group-based stuff because it's going to be challenging in a group. Hopefully. Once again, WoW was to blame. It was soloable, made a shit ton of money, and so any person in charge will always point to that and say, yeah. And look, WoW is where they're at for a reason. They're clearly where they're at for a reason. It's not easy making interesting, exciting systems, right? I'm not going to. I'm not a developer. I'm not going to claim to be a developer. I'm not going to claim to know how to do these things and how to do these things right. That's definitely not me. But you can see sometimes like when they're just like, why try to do something that could really fail when we know we can print money doing this? Like we know this prints, we'll do this. This is safe. This is what other games are like. We'll just be safe. And it sucks. It sucks because it's like, okay, well, if I wanted to play World of Warcraft, I go play World of Warcraft. I wanted to play a different game. You got, okay. Those end game loops are what keep people engaged, I feel. Even if they don't directly bring in money, it feels like that kind of content is what inspires people to keep playing. But it's hard to put a dollar amount next to that, so it gets deprived. Thank you. Yeah, this is... Okay, we're going to go on another tangent now because Planendorf... Yeah, you're absolutely right. I completely agree with you. But this is going to be my comparison, and you can, once again, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. I look at an MMORPG... I look at it and I say, you should treat an MMORPG like going to Las Vegas. Like that's how you should approach it. If you guys have never been to Vegas, I'll just provide a brief outline. You go to Vegas, you don't have to like gambling. You don't have to like going into casinos because they have something that is so good for everybody. I love eating like really good food. And so when I go out to Vegas, I love going out to different restaurants. Obviously the poolside stuff is great. I also like gambling. So I will also partake in the gambling myself. But the thing is they want to keep you on the floor. They want to keep you out. They want to keep you doing all these different things. So they provide a bunch of stuff that's really top quality. And you shouldn't cater to everybody. That's not what I'm trying to say. But what they do provide is so good. Like there's so many, you could throw a rock down the Vegas Strip and you're going to find a 5-star restaurant. And every time you go to a restaurant there, it's going to be good, right? And so you look at an MMORPG and you go, okay, if these systems are good, if people are enjoying, we have New World up, if people are enjoying the New World economy, if people are enjoying the PvP systems and they're also enjoying the PvE systems and their end game player loops are fun and meaningful, that means they're going to spend more time in the game, right? They're going to spend more time playing the game. The longer time they spend playing the game, the more they're going to look at cosmetics and they're going to go, wow, I'm really enjoying my time in this game. I can justify spending money on this really cool costume. I don't want to typically spend X amount of dollars on a new outfit, but because I'm having so much fun out here, I'm spending so much of my time here, I feel justified in paying for this specific thing for my character to look cooler because I'm spending so much time enjoying this game. And I think a lot of that often gets lost. Like you said, it doesn't have a monetary number. There isn't a monetary number, but there are people that aren't inclined to spend a ton of money. But if they're enjoying themselves, they will talk themselves into buying a new mount skin or a new whatever. Or maybe they want to purchase a house or they want to do this stuff. It's just like different cosmetic things. If they're playing in the game and things are competitive at this level and people are having fun, in a different way, it goes viral. Like you look at what happened earlier this year with Helldivers 2, with different clips coming out and stuff. That's what pulled me in, was just seeing so many different funny clips from the community posting really cool stuff. And if players are enjoying Ashes of Creation, they're going to be doing the exact same thing. And that's going to pull in more players. A large player base is an incentivization for other players that weren't necessarily interested in the game to come in and go, hey, I might want to check this out. That's how I started playing Albion. Albion just announced that they got like 350,000 players playing concurrently. And I was never interested in Albion, but I was like, hey, I should go check this out. Like, obviously a lot of people like it. It's got a lot of the types of systems that I like. I don't like the graphics so much. The combat isn't something that I could see myself getting really deep into. But so many people are playing it. Why are so many people playing it? You get curious, right? And so I got pulled in, and I actually had a lot of fun playing it. And so that's another person playing and enjoying those loops that could potentially justify participating in that game and spending a little bit further than they expected to. But I'm not just talking, it's not just monetization, guys. Like, a player base drives games. And that's, yeah, I completely agree. I think that often gets overlooked. Like, end game player loops are so important for those things because it gives players stuff to work towards. And if players aren't working towards those things and you don't have a good veteran player base, that means you don't have a veteran player base that's teaching new players how to play the game. And that means all of a sudden your entire economy of bringing in new players, teaching them, having some of them become veteran players, just kind of falls apart. And all of a sudden the game falls apart. Else you better be as tatted up as this dude is. I am not HD. I do have one tattoo though. I do have one. It's not a tramp stamp. Not yet. Here's the broken logic though. This is a good conversation, guys. Thank you for hanging out here. Here's the broken logic though. This game sold millions of PC keys. It's not like the PC market is small. If you can't make it there, why would you think console would change anything? That's a very good question, Fids. What I would say is I did a new player experience a few years ago for New World, and their beginner story quest lines were not very good. They were not very hashed out. Like, you could tell, like Viral's been saying, it was a survival style MMO that they turned a toggle system on. And when you did that for that game, because the other systems weren't fleshed out enough, it felt kind of blank. And so what happened in that game is a lot of players came in to try it out. And this is anecdotal. It's from people I talked to in my Discord and through other means of social media. But people basically said, like, there's not enough to do as a new player. It's not fun. You know, they were grinding town board quests. Literally, you have to go chop down 10 trees, come back, go collect 10 rocks, come back, go kill goblins, come back. Like that's what they were doing for leveling. That was the best way to level. And it was extremely long. It was extremely boring. There was no real storyline. And you had to, like, for me, I had to really latch on to enjoying the combat. I played with about 4 or 5 people at the same time. And so we leveled up together from level 1 all the way up to end game. And because of that, we were all around the same level. We got to duel each other a lot. We all got to, like, practice a little bit. And because I got that taste of what the end game PvP system was, I was interested in getting to end game. If I didn't have those players leveling with me at that point in time, I would not have gotten to end game for New World. There's no way. It was so boring, even for me, even a year after the game came out, when they cut in half the amount of XP it needed to get to max level. It was that bad, in my opinion. And so that was my perspective on it. But they've overhauled the main story quest line. I don't know if it's good anymore because I haven't ran it yet. But that was one of the things I brought up in the videos. Like, you need to overhaul your main story quest line. You need to make this stuff interesting, because if people are walking into the front door of your shop or of your game, and right away it's an immediate turnoff for 80% of the population, your retention is not great. You need to make this better so people can jump in and they could say, hey, I'm having fun as a new player experience. I'm going to go a little bit farther. And if they're having fun, that means you're going to have a larger initial player base that leads to a larger veteran player base. And the player base, like you could just see from the Steam charts, the amount of retention problems that they had. Well, they've apparently addressed a lot of those issues. The issue of main story questline has been adjusted, so they've improved on that. They said waiting in queues. So if you're queue in for your server, people would wait hours for queues because that server would be populated. Now, if your server's populated, you could choose to jump into another world and start playing. And so they've alleviated a few of those different things. And they've also added on Brimstone Sands, and they've also added on the new Rise of the Angry Earth. And so now, as a new player, you have all these things that are better. And so I think I don't know how good their retention is going to be, but they're literally going to bring in a new player base with all of these things improved. Like it's almost like PC was a test run. And then you get to Xbox and PlayStation, and all those players are just going to have more fun in the beginner experience. Their retention should be better. I don't know how good it's going to be, but it should definitely be better than what it was, due to all the issues they had with their rocky initial launch. And so it makes sense what they're doing, where they're releasing and they're really focused on the new release. But the 180s that they keep doing with what the design of what their game is, it has me not wanting to participate in the game long term, because I don't know what direction they're going to head in next year. Right? So they started off survival style MMO, and then it was toggle MMO, and now it's ARPG based. What's it going to be next year? Right? Like they've changed the direction 3 times already, and it's only been out since 2021. So what's the direction next year? Am I going to like this game this year? I don't know. And although I like how they balance the systems, I like how they balance PvP. I think how they address PvP imbalance is really good, and I think they do a good job for that. I don't know where the direction for the game is going to be, and it makes me wonder how much I'm going to play it. Their PvE player data is skewed by the PvPers who are doing the PvE content for Artifact. Absolutely. I agree. I think it's a negative feedback loop. 100% Mr. Nubtastic. I think that's a huge problem that they have. They're smart. They would actually support the game and bring it to console when it's good. Yeah. Yeah, I do wish they would support the game more. I do understand from a money-making perspective, building all in for the fall and really having the best release for fall makes sense. You want it to be flawless, because you're only going to draw in those console players one time. I had lots of friends that wanted to come play, but I could never convince them to come because of lack of support. It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. The food is always the best part of it. It really is, man. It really is. Gotta go to bed. See y'all. Chat. Yeah, you have a good night. Thank you for stopping in. But all they're doing now is losing their veteran players. All the players that made it through the initial grind, they just reverse their problem. I agree. I don't disagree with you, Fids. I'm just trying to tell you, like from a sales market point, they should have better retention starting out for all those players. They should retain more veteran players from the console perspective than they will with PC. And when you think about where the game is at and how bad it is, if they added an OPR map right now, how many people would come back? Like, I think you, when you start, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be supporting, I'm not saying they shouldn't be introducing stuff, because they should be, but like when you're literally just trying to make profits like they are, it's just, I see the point. I don't agree with it, but I see why. All right, let's watch to the end of this video. I'm sorry, we got sidetracked pretty hard, but that was a lot of fun, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Wars look pretty complex from what.
Goodness. That's so sidetracked. My headphones shut off and I didn't even know. Yeah, I think through their new player loops, I think they're going to have players really. I think they're going to be able to retain a lot better. And if they can retain better and they can have more hours of content, then they got a head start for getting more players in the future, potentially.
I've seen already, and I'm excited to go ahead and start jumping into more of what Ashes is about. Now, going into Ashes of Creation Wars, one thing I'm going to notice right off the bat is how there's multiple versions of war. It's not just a 50v50 battle for a territory. It does look like there's going to be different kinds of wars that you can actually declare on, from node wars up to a siege war, which siege wars, I think, again, not 100%, but I think can be 250 v 250, whereas node wars are a little bit smaller. And a node war is for different things. Right? A siege war would be taking the whole territory, whereas a node war is just the start. You're just taking resources. And right here, I got a little excited because I saw a test node war. Now, don't get too excited, guys. I got excited because I thought it might have been practice wars. You can see me in the corner. I'm stoked because something that us New World players have been asking for a long time was practice wars, where you can get that content without necessarily all the risk and not all of the super sweat that might entail behind it, right? So this is exciting, at least for the fact that we do have an opportunity to have multiple kinds of wars. That is confirmed. So that's already something that is pretty awesome about the game.
I can't disagree with that. Yeah, that's one of the things that we said earlier, is the fact that Ashes in pre-alpha 2 already has more node war systems than the wars for New World says a lot. It says a lot that they pay attention to what replayability could be. Practice wars are just vassling weaker nodes. Exactly. There's no practice in Ashes. Like, everything's serious. Everything's cutthroat. There's no. Why would you practice? You just kill or be killed. But yeah, he does have a little bit of terminology wrong. But he is just. I mean, the last we heard, I think it was 250 v 250 for sieges, node sieges. But as far as the node wars go, that they said for the objectives, there's no cap. And so there's no cap on objectives. And so if one node has 400 people and the other node has 300 people, you could theoretically have the node war could go on 400 v 300 all day. Like, that could happen all day. So there's no cap. There's no instance for that specific type of thing. It's just going to be open world, kill freaking everybody PvP, and it's going to be sick. It's just so much better. It's so much better, guys. And if people want to run in Zergs for node wars, like outside of like objective-based PvP maps, feel free. Roll 70 people down into the next node and see what happens. Like, it's going to be awesome. Roll 100 people in, see what happens. It's going to be so freaking good, guys. And then you're going to have, your smaller level teams are going to be working on the outskirts, kind of flirting with different areas and taking out smaller groups of people. It's going to be so good. Someone needs to reach out to this guy to correct some things. Yeah, I want to say this, guys. I'm really happy him and his community are looking at Ashes. I'm going to unobjectively say that I think that they're making the right choice, especially if he is a New World War guy. Just the structure for what Ashes has, it's better already. The overall, I'm not saying that the combat's going to be better. We don't know that yet, but the structure of the systems is already better. And so the fact that he's looking, I really hope that he keeps paying attention to what's going on, because I think those types of players would have a lot of fun in this type of game. Got in big arguments on my server about this. They didn't like being double decked and wanted everyone to come single file. Practice from an amateur. Oh, okay, that's fair. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. Confusion between wars and siege is going to get worse with all the newer peeps who haven't been hardcore followers. Hopefully that gets cleared up sooner rather than later, and Alpha 2 is rocking. Yeah. Well, and it's, guys, this is also on us as a community, right? Like, we're obviously not experts or anything, but we can inform players like this that, yeah, node sieges and node wars are two completely different things. They're two completely different systems. The node siege is going to be a 250 versus 250 instance-based mode, whereas node wars is just going to happen until the mode ends. It could go on for days. And so like if I told him that right now in chat, he'd be like, well, fuck yeah. Like that's even better than what I thought it was going to be. At least I would think, right? But yeah, I think that's on us players that follow a little bit more diligently. We can hop into chat and we can, tell these guys, because we all started off here. You pay attention to the game the first time you see node sieges and node war, and I could see where the confusion comes from. Don't correct. Well, yeah, exactly. Don't correct, but we could just. I hope I didn't say correct. That's the wrong way to come about saying it. But we can inform them as to what's different. That's the wrong way to go about saying that. We're a bit. To be fair, there are a lot of terms to keep straight. Yeah, I completely agree. I bounce back and forth all the time talking about different systems in our Discord, and I always feel like I have to preface talking about stuff like, I think it's this way, but we've had so much information, I don't know. Like I'll check the Wikipedia, but I don't know for sure. Oh, no, you didn't say anything bad. Yeah.
Now, one thing you're going to notice here is the fact that this is a node war that requires.
You're providing the correct information, right? Like, it's not talking down to them, it's talking with them. I want players like this, streamers like this, to see this game and obviously be involved. More players involved in these types of systems, the better, in my opinion.
Requires victory points, and with these victory points, that's going to be determining who wins this battle. So whoever earns 1,000 victory points eventually wins the war. Kills give you points, and so does controlling points of interest, and we're going to see here in a minute exactly.
So I will say this, and this will obviously get fleshed out in testing. The one little thing that I saw is the 1,000 of victory points. I think there's a decent chance that these 1,000 victory points, unless you have some sort of like objective, like you have to complete at least one objective during prime time, I think there's a good chance in some node wars that those 1,000 victory points could happen before the prime time hours happen. So like, let's say it's a Friday night, right? It's right after prime time hours, you declare war, and you have like a 30-person group that just goes ham on a node one night. I have played PvP on ESO, and it's definitely not to the same scale as what Ashes will be from a node v node system. And I've walked away in the night with 300, 400 kills solo. I've gotten a lot of kills playing from a solo perspective. I don't know what the big groups in ESO are getting from a kills perspective. But all I'm trying to say is like, there's a decent chance like you might not even make an objective with 1,000 victory points, depending on how big and active these nodes are. So the war could end really quickly. But I think the corruption system will keep a lot of gankers at bay in open world with the penalties on top of guild wars, node wars, caravan sieges. There's a lot to keep PvPers busy that will have rewards. Exactly. And there's so much replayability for all of it. So many different systems, open world, different maps. Like the map will be changing depending on where you go. A lot of freedom to do so. Want more people invested, make the game more popular, and give more feedback? Exactly. Yeah, arbitrary. Exactly. I want to be clear that this is an arbitrary, like, I'm not saying, I was just looking at that number and I was like, 1,000 might be a little light. We won't know until we get in and test. But once we test, they'll be able to adjust this however it needs to be adjusted.
Exactly what some of the points of interest is. Right now, the goal is going to be harness the God Spike, which again is going to be a spot where you can go to on the map, and you're going to see.
That's the only it's not even negative. That's the only thing I could point to the Node Wars live stream where I was like, okay, maybe this is a little off. Like the Node Wars live stream was so freaking good. I'm sitting here watching. I'm like, this is what I wanted. And I did a video beforehand talking about what I wanted, and they just hit every single one and then some. And I'm like, oh my God, this is so good. And then I saw the 1,000 victory points and I was like, well, maybe like you don't want to just like say, oh, 10 out of 10, like everything's perfect. I was like trying to find stuff that maybe could call into question. And it's this arbitrary number that can be changed really easily. This is the only thing I could come up with during the live stream.
that whenever they pull up the map here, that, you know, whenever you get into this node war, it's not just you're taking control of the whole territory, it is just the beginning. So when they pull this up here, you can take a look, it's the beginning of the war, and it's exactly why this is kind of the start, right? This node war will turn into a whole siege if the attackers continue to win. At least that's my understanding of it. And we can see here that centerpiece is going to be the God Spike. As you can see, they're neighboring enemies here, and I think that's cool. So whereas
good.
New World is kind of like this 50v50, not a quick time event, but you know, you push for the war and you get the territory, or you fight for the territory, right? With Ashes, it looks like it's going to be more of a slow burn. You win a node war, you might win another node war, and then you might turn into a siege. Again, this is speculation. I'm not 100%. I'm sure, you know, we can iron out more of these details, but this is kind of just why I wanted to talk about this, right? A lot of people, if you're wondering what's the difference between New World and Ashes is, well, the Ashes Wars looks like it's a little more complex, right? It's not, it's just the start. It's not as just take the points and GG easy. It's okay, we got to start this war. We got to start this battle, and it's a slow burn, and every war might be different. You might be having wars with control points, and you might be having wars with victory points. You know, it's just, again, there's just more variety by the looks of it, which is interesting to think about. Now, as the attack
Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Like, I mean, guys, this guy, I'm assuming he's probably been doing New World Wars for a few years now. He's been doing the same loop for years and loving it, right? Loving that player loop. Having this variability, having like actual decisions be decided on how good you are. You know how rewarding that is as a good PvP guild? Like, do you know how rewarding it's going to feel, guys, like PvPers in the chat, when you say, hey, we won this node war. Now we just increased the loot drop for all of our harvesters. Literally everybody in our node that doesn't enjoy PvP, they now get rewarded. They now get rewarded with better loot drops in this area, experience in this area that will go to the node. And it's just going to feel like, you're going to be like, fuck yeah, we won that war. Now we get this reward. This is going to be so sick. And you don't even have to participate in the war potentially. You don't have to participate in order to reap the benefits. Whereas the people that won the war, you're essentially heroes. Like, you're advancing your node. You're allowing crafters, you're allowing all these harvesters to benefit monetarily off of your wins. And you get rewarded for it as well. Like, you get your wins and losses, but everybody wins. It's so fucking cool, and it's so intricate of a system, unlike other systems that we've seen. Oh, did my headphones shut off? Yeah, they did. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry, man. I pause and go on the tangents and my headphones shut off, and then it stops feeding the sound. 1 second. I'll back that up and I'll play it again. That's my bad. And I'll read chat here.
It's pretty awesome about the game. Now, one thing you're going to notice here is the fact that this is a node war that requires victory points. And with these victory points, that's going to be determining who wins this battle. So whoever earns 1,000 victory points eventually wins the war. Kills give you points, and so does controlling points of interest. And we're going to see here in a minute exactly what some of the points of interest is. Right now, the goal is going to be harness the God Spike, which again is going to be a spot where you can go to on the map. And you're going to see that whenever they pull up the map here, that, you know, whenever you get into this node war, it's not just you're taking control of the whole territory. It is just the beginning. So when they pull this up here, you can take a look. It's the beginning of the war. And it's exactly why this is kind of the start, right? This node war will turn into a whole siege if the attackers continue to win. At least that's my understanding of it. And we can see here that centerpiece is going to be the God Spike. As you can see, they're neighboring in.
So yeah, it doesn't turn into a siege. Those are two different systems. But yes, you will have sieges and you'll have node wars, and those are two systems that will exist. Let me catch up with chat. When I play OPR, I think a monkey could have designed this better. And when I watched AOC Node War, I said to myself, this is sick as fuck. Yeah. That's exactly what I came away with. And so I only do this for my own personal reason, guys. I mentioned it before, but I've been coming out with videos beforehand with like, okay, here's what we know about this live stream. This is what we know. This is what's on the Wikipedia. This is what I'm hoping to find out. This is kind of what I'm hoping, like this is what I'm expecting, like what I'm expecting to hear. Not what they're going to do. This is what I'm expecting to hear about the system, and this is what I'm hoping to find out. And so I provide I've been providing my overall outline, and I'm like, I'd really like to hear about this, and this. And so for the Node War specifically, I wanted to see variability of the systems, and I wanted to see punishments and rewards for the winners and losers. And those were the two biggest things that I wanted to see. I want to see variability and good rewards / good punishments for participation. And they hit it all out of the park. They did so well with the reward system for literally the entire node. I thought it was so well designed. And then they went a step further. And with these primetime PvP events, they made it a PvX game. So even I've played games like open sandbox games where there's a lot of players, they don't want to PvP. Not because they don't want to PvP, but because they don't know if they're going to be good and they don't want to fail. They're very self-conscious about wanting to PvP. And like they want to participate, but they don't want to flop face first, right? And so you need to like teach them and kind of talk them into how to play and everything. And I've done a lot of this in the past in other games. And you can coach them and like provide incentives like you did really good here. Like you actually won this. You did a great job. For this Node War objective that they showed, you don't have to be good at PvP specifically in order to participate and win the war. If you go around and you harvest and collect these other things, you're participating for the win. And you're doing these things. And in a PvX game, it makes so much sense. And so it was like, they answered everything that I asked for. And then they tacked that on top as well as a bunch of other things. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, God, you guys you think so in depth about what players want, and it's so good. Like I could just see on the outside, like players being incentivized to want to participate and players feeling like they matter, even if they're good at PvP or not. Like that's so important for these types of systems to succeed. Love that there will be a variety of different types of node wars with different objectives. Hope there is a plethora of them to keep things fresh. I agree. And so far it looks great. So glad you liked it. That live stream was my and Chris's baby. You guys killed it. It was really good. Really, really good. I also like the fact that there was stuff to help contribute the war, even for those of us that suck at PvP. Exactly. Okay, so Jamation, I didn't see that comment. So everything I said beforehand, I didn't see what you said. But yeah, exactly. People want to contribute. They don't want to fail. They don't want to feel like they're losing. They're costing their team the objective. And the way they designed it, it's like, okay, I don't have to be good at PvP to help win. I don't have to be the best PvPer. I don't have to be part of the best group. I can participate and I can help. That's huge. It's huge. It's a great point. People will be invested in their, yeah. The streamer in the video is silent. Okay. Normally I feel like the wife at home after I suit up my PvP friends for their war. This time I can be on the battlefield for a reason too. Exactly. Exactly. See, so I provided a hypothetical example. And before I even provided this, Jamation's in here saying exactly what I said. There's so many players like this that want to help, and they're just worried about costing their team. They don't want to be part of the losing effort, right? They need to know that what they're doing matters, and I think that's so big. I love the multiple objectives. I can choose my playstyle. Yeah, I loved it. Loved the idea of multiple objectives, meeting up at the end for one big objective. All of that was so good.
Enemies here, and I think that's cool. So whereas New World is kind of like this 50v50, not a quick time event, but you know, you push for the war and you get the territory, or you fight for the territory, right? With Ashes, it looks like it's going to be more of a slow burn. You win a node war, you might win another node war, and then you might turn into a siege. Again, this is speculation. I'm not 100%. I'm sure, you know, we can iron out more of these details, but this is kind of just why I wanted to talk about this, right? A lot of people, if you're wondering what's the difference between New World and Ashes is, well, the Ashes Wars looks like it's a little more complex, right? Yeah. It's just the start. It's not as just take the points and GG easy. It's okay, we got to start this war. We got to start this battle, and it's a slow burn, and every war might be different. You might be having wars with control points, and you might be having wars with victory points. You know, it's just, again, there's just more variety by the looks of it, which is interesting to think about. Now, as the attackers enter the territory and the zone, you can see that there's going to be some quest objectives up towards the minimap. For instance, bring imbued blood to the war camp from the highway hills, and bring imbued material to the war camp. The offense is going to have their own war camp that they can congregate at and bring their resources to. With this node war specifically, you're going to notice little dots, points of interest around the minimap here that you got to go to and receive some of these materials, right? And this is what's going to be very
okay, this is a small tangent, I'm sorry, but it's so funny to hear Steven talk about the UI and like, oh, the UI is a work in progress, it's a work in progress, and then they have this mini map with moving objectives, moving teammates, and all these different things happening in real time in a perfectly good position to where like you could play the game and then you can look up and see how the objectives are going. And he's like, oh yeah, we're working on the UI. And you're like, dude, this little mini map is so much better than so many games I've played. but yeah, like we're pre-alpha too, and like it'll get better. And I see that and I'm like, it's already better. It's already better.
Different from what a New World War is it's not just PvP. Now, the defenders are trying to get these resources as well. However, you know, your PvE Giga Chads might have more fun with it, right? They can, if they're good at killing certain enemy types, if they're sneaky, things like that. Like, there's going to be more variation.
You riding a horse
also,
right now?
you can see I'm getting a little excited about the dragon. I think it's cool that you can, in fact, ride dragons in a war. I believe they said that this is only going to be for the governor.
We all want
only one person in the war, pretty much the leader of the guild, is going to be able to have that. That's essentially it. But you can take a look at the map here. These are going to be resources located around that you're going to want to consistently turn into your war camp, which I do think as somebody who has shot called New World Wars and stuff, this I think will separate the people who are good at macro play from the people who aren't. You know, organizing your army and having people go multiple ways is going to be important here. You know, I think the commanders that are going to be able to, you know, split off their armies correctly to get as much resources as possible, as quick as possible, is going to be important. I think that's what's interesting. And this is what's weird about the node wars compared to New World 2 is you have these like progressions, right? It shows you the enemy progress up at the top and your own progress. And it's, again, it's just more layered. It's not just, you know, it's more, it reminds me more of like Altric Valley from WoW, right? Like that's kind of the vibes that I'm getting. You know, it's kind of interesting in that respect. So as you can see here, this is essentially more
I will say this until I'm red in the face, but the attention to detail that Ashes of Creation has for their systems, we don't know how the game's going to look. We don't know how the game's going to play. We're pre-alpha to all this, but just objectively looking at what they've shown with the systems and the detail they've shown with how the systems are going to function, their attention to detail is on a level much higher than other MMORPGs, just much higher. And so a lot of this other stuff, it'll be open to like how players feel and react, performance, like all these other very important things. But what we know about the systems, they're really good. they're really good. Just excited for the max PvE players to like Rurouni Kenshi one-shot the Orvans. Yeah, it's going to be like people that have like high-end crafting or ore refining, you'll be like, dude, I need to go collect gems for this objective. I'm the best gem collector in the game. Like, it sounds kind of funny saying it from a PvP node war, but that's one of the objectives. And if you're the best at it, like, you're going to be good at doing this. It's going to be great. Going to spam you again. I do. Blap, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. You know those fake plant leaves are like rubber plastic? Those dragon wings look like that? Okay, that's fair.
In terms of what the end game of what a node war might look like, it looks like the objective starts becoming to just channel the god spike or defend the god spike, which is that right there in the middle. It's what everybody's fighting over. And this is going to be where things kind of get hairy, and in my opinion, things get fun. This is where I be having a blast. You know, you see dragons flying in here. It does look like the commanders have like a rally cry that like bolsters their squad, which is really cool. I like the way this guy's playing. He's like healing from the corner, you know, kind of out of sight, out of mind. You know, I think this is going to be very good for positioning. I think, you know,
Master Gatherers turn the tide. Hey, I think I've heard this before, viral, but I heard crafters make the best shit. So yeah, there's a good chance. Look at that dragon damage, 100% HP to 20%. It should almost one shot, right? It's a fucking dragon. Like, I'm sure it's in the works. Planendorf, you could just provide a winky face if I'm wrong here. But if you guys don't have like a Dracarys style fireball, like you can have a 5-minute cooldown. That's fine. But if you guys don't have a Dracarys style fireball where you literally nuke everything in an area with a huge cooldown, it'll be a little disappointing. I'll still love the game. I'm not saying otherwise, but please let me just nuke people and just destroy them and turn them into literal ash in this game with a dragon. That'd be so sick. Not much, dude. Just got off ESO, hydrated. Nice, man. How'd the stream go? They do indeed make the best shit since Concept and Lineage 2. I remember grouping up with guildies and helping them grind mats, and they did the same for me. Same with spellbooks for our healers, buffers. Miss the camaraderie. Good. Yeah. That interaction with other players is going to be so important. I've talked about that a lot too as well, Kalen. People that, like, we earlier on in the stream, we talked about PvE and PvP, and, you know, this is a PvX game. And players that want to try to separate PvEers and PvPers, in my opinion, in this game, they're going to be left in the dust because you're going to need to interact and work with everybody. I'm going to want to work with harvesters, crafters, high-end economic, like money makers. You're going to want to work together with people that specialize in other areas because that's how you're going to get ahead. And so working with crafters and stuff and them making you better gear so you can be better at PvP to protect them, to win wars so that they can get better loot drops in areas for farming. It's cyclical. You're helping each other. And I think that's so cool. And you feel like you're doing something about it, right? Like the crafter is going to go, "Hey man, I just gave our best PvPer the best possible gear. He is going to wreck so much shit with that gear." And he's then in turn going to, we're going to be able to harvest his stuff, and I'm going to make more money for helping him have the best gear. It's so good.
You know, as an army, this could separate, you know, the good commanders from the bad commanders, right? I mean, if you can organize a solid crash with your dragon ability, you know, with your army, that could be the difference maker in a wipe of the enemies, you know. And I think that these mass scale battles are going to be awesome. And I know I don't want to sound like I'm coping, but there's something really cool about this that I think is just, you know, gonna be nice for especially the New World community. You know, it does look like we are finally getting some variation in wars, and it's not from New World, but it's from Ashes. And this is just one of, you know, from what to my understanding, many of versions of wars that are going to be in the game. And I think that's really cool. So I really wanted to showcase some of the combat here and kind of what the end game of the war would look like. Whereas in New World, you'd be fighting for that center point on the fort. It looks like Ashes, at least in this one, you're gonna be fighting for that God Spike, and you want to try and channel it and or defend it. So pretty cool stuff if you ask me. You have dragons, you got big battles, you have layers when it comes to, you know, the tier of the war, right? You're starting out getting resources, and then it turns into an all-out brawl for the God Spike. A little bit different from what we see coming in from New World. So yes, that's a little bit about Ashes and New World wars. Kind of some comparisons being made. I know we could have went more in depth, but let me know in the comments below if you want me to. You know, I kind of wanted to get something out there that's kind of quick and digestible, just for the New World community and anybody else who's interested, right? I kind of wanted to showcase the differences that we are going to be seeing from an Ashes of Creation war and a New World war. And I didn't want to seem too negative on New World throughout the video, but the reality is when it comes to wars, nothing has changed in 2.5 to 3 years. So
guys, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Nothing's changed in 2.5 to 3 years. I don't get it. I don't understand. You have players like this that love this type of combat that are playing your game on a regular basis. What are you doing? What are you doing? It makes no sense to me. It really makes no sense.
what can I say? I'm excited thinking that another
Looks
game
like
with
a
mass scale PvP
gremlin, yeah.
and that is similar with the war system. I'm excited for it, bro. I am. I can't help it. And I'm going to be there along the way. So don't forget, if you guys like the video, put a comment below what you want me to do next. If you guys want me to go more in depth, I will. If you guys want different kind of content with Ashes, kind of comparison to New World, let me know. I will. But I'm going to go off your guys' feedback. So again, if you like that vid, hit that like, hit that sub. It does support the engagement and my YouTube in general. Love you guys. You guys have a great night, and thank you guys for watching. Let go.
Okay.
Johnson, you're fired. Why?
I love this commercial. I'm sorry. We won't watch it. It's a good video. It's a good video. Another person excited. It's cool. You know what's really cool to see from the outside looking in on this is it's another player that clearly they're interested in Ashes. Like nobody here, himself included, knows everything about this game, not all the intricacies, not every single specific thing. He just sees this stuff and it's like, look at this variability. Look at the different types of fights we're going to have in this one system. Look at this. And yeah, I mean, not knowing the difference between node sieges and node wars, it's understandable, right? It's understandable. But even with these node wars, the amount of variability that he already sees at an alpha 2 level and how it's already like just better from that perspective than what New World is, it's really fun to see. Like, holy shit, like you get to ride dragons, you get to have buffs for mayors, you get to have this, you get to have objectives for different types of players. Like that's just, it's really cool to see somebody kind of look at it and kind of see what you see, right? Kind of see exactly, identify the pain points of the current game you're playing, realize that it could be done potentially better, and then see another game come out with improvements to what your main issue is. It's really cool. So yeah, you guys should go check him out. And this is, I'll be honest, this is the first video of his that I've watched. I don't know what his other videos are like, but yeah, cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Link the video? Sure. And to think this game is going to have an in-depth naval system too? Dude, we haven't even gotten there yet, right? Like, and that's the thing I keep coming back to, right? Like you nailed freeholds in my opinion. You nailed the crafting that we've seen so far. The mayoral ship looks freaking awesome. The node system looks in depth. The quest lines, although I'm not a huge fan of fetch quests, I'll be honest, I'm sorry. I'm not a huge fan of fetch quests. I love that the fetch quests evolve into something more, and it evolves past fetch quests. I love that exists. The Caravan PvP looks awesome so far. The node wars look awesome. Like, you see all this stuff, and then you're like, oh yeah, by the way, we have an always on PvP area that's called the high seas, and we're also going to have naval combat. That's like, bro, we haven't even gotten there. Like, we haven't seen rogue, we haven't seen bard, we haven't seen summoner. There's so many other good things to see, and it's just freaking great. So I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I'm too stoked, man. I can't help it. Yeah. Hopefully July 1st. That's not happening. I'm just kidding. Remember the ship sailing in the seasons preview? Yeah. Oh, so good. Should I bring up the Underrealm? Exactly. Dude, we haven't even, like, they teaser trailered us the Underrealm. I want to say it was last November or October. They're like, hey, this is the Underrealm. They had some art fan fiction stuff that they posted. And I thought for sure early this year we were going to see some more Underrealm content, and we still haven't seen it yet because they've been covering so many other awesome projects. I think what they've chosen is great, but yeah, we haven't seen Underrealm yet, and that's another one. Quests are always going to be meds. What happens while doing them? Yeah, I agree, Viral. I agree. I can't stand fetch quests. I really can't. So I get it. Don't expect people to understand everything, and it surprises me how close to the mark he got. He did. Like, yeah. Like, he didn't understand that. He didn't know that there's not automatically a node siege afterwards, which is fine. Like, you can choose to siege or you can choose to have a node war. I do think that a lot of node wars will come before the node siege, like a softening of the defenses before the node siege happens. I do think that that's how it will happen, but it's a choice. Last week of September. Okay. All right. We keep doing it every week, but I'll do it again. What are your guys' predictions for Alpha 2? Just for fun. It's nothing serious. If you're wrong, I'm not going to stone you. My belief has always been late August, early September. That's always been where I've been at. And now seeing like a little bit how the timeline has laid out, I think it's more going to be mid-September. But I'll stick to my original guns of late August, like the first week of September. I'll stick to my guns and say that, but I think I'm going to be wrong. I think I'm going to be wrong. I think it's going to go into September. And Planendorf, if you want to chime in with a very accurate guesstimation of where Alpha 2 is, I won't tell anybody. I promise. I won't. I promise. Especially since he doesn't follow this as closely as we do. Exactly. No, I thought he did great. I thought he did great. Have this going in the background. I like fetch quests if it's efficient. Like if I got to go kill a revenant and there's some moss outside the castle I need to get. Sure. Okay. Fiscal quarters aren't always the same for all companies. I agree with that. Very end of quarter 3, time for polish. Fair. You're leaning into October. Okay. I predict redacted. Dude, I can't disagree with you. I also think that. August 6th. I've been saying it for a year, so I'm locked in. Yeah, stick to your guns. Absolutely stick to your guns. I've been thinking like August 18th at the earliest to like September 7th. So it's I got a 3-week time period there. I should probably narrow it down a little bit more. So I'll say, like, if I want to say late August, early September, I will say the 24th of August to the 7th of September, if I'm sticking to my original guns. Milestone 10 was supposed to be the polish before Alpha 2. Yeah. No, I'm telling you guys right now, I think I'm wrong. I think my guess is wrong. I'm just not going to back off of it. So I'm going to stand up here. I'm going to tell you guys that I think I'm probably wrong now. I think it's going to be a little bit later in September. I still think it's going to be in September, though. Is there an emote for Cross My Heart? Guys, let's just tell everybody it's July 1st. It's July 1st, guys. It's going to happen. Matt, what's going on, dude? What's up? Not much, dude. We've been watching a couple videos, commenting on some things. Hoping like mid-September gives me enough time to delve into FF Dawn Trail enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm okay with it being August, September. I want to enjoy my summer. Freedom Day release. Let's see if there's any other videos to watch. Okay. Guys, I'm down to do like one more video. Have there been any other videos to watch and comment on in the last week? We could watch some of Tangent of Creation's video. I kind of talked about it earlier, but that's a 2.5 hour long live stream, so I don't know if we want to do that. It was a good listen though. Like I said, it was Caravans, it was Jamie Chaos, Planendorf was in it talking, so he could see himself commenting in third person. And then it was also Zillan and Lude Lloyd. So news. Okay, I will link this as well. Nice Gaming and I have a Voices of Vera Discord where we talk about all things Ashes. Nice and I also have our own Discords, but this is specifically for Ashes of Creation. And so if you guys want to talk all things Ashes of Creation related, you're more than welcome to join. If you don't want to, that's cool too. I just wanted to point it out, like a lot of the conversations we're having here, or that Nice has on his live streams, or that we have in our Voice of Vera podcast, it also continues on Discord. So if you want to continue it further, you're more than welcome to join. I actually chose not to join the alpha, can only play it for the first time once. Do you have a link for the Discord? So this is the first time I'm seeing it. Yes, yeah. I should read chat before I do what I'm going to do. These next couple months, I'm working midnights Monday through Friday, so time is going to weekend. Fair enough. When they started talking about the PVX is pretty good. Zillan is old school like me. Yeah. Yeah, we can watch some of that. I can pull that up for you guys. 1 second. It was a very good live stream. I was pull everything up. Pull up chat here. We won't get in everything, guys. It's getting a little late for me. Did an early game Elden Ring run to get levels and smithing stones and all the things, taking a break, but about to decimate the early game bosses. Sick, dude. Yeah, I was planning on like if there wasn't enough stuff to talk about for Ashes, I was gonna hop on Elden Ring tonight, and then there's so many fun things to talk about, so we're talking about Ashes. I will probably stream some Elden Ring tomorrow if you guys want to tune in. These days I have more fun talking Ashes and playing games. Dude, that's where I'm at. Like, I'm not even playing MMORPGs right now because there's not a single one that really has my attention. Not that I'm not interested in them. It's just that I don't think that there's nothing that has my attention. I'd rather talk about an MMORPG than currently play one. Skip the first 30-ish? Okay. Just want to know what is going on with the MMO industry. Only games worth playing are 15 years old. It sucks, man. It sucks so bad.
Break up with your old wings and get a new honey. Lemon pepper wing from Popeyes. Crispy, saucy, available. Popeyes finally has wings.
Don't remind them we've said it. You remember, I don't.
All right, we'll watch some of this and we'll check it out.
And a choice.
Yeah, 30 minutes in. I felt bad listening to it because I felt like Zillin had so much to say and he didn't get to say a whole lot at some points. I mean, it's a 4-person live stream. When you do a 4-person live stream, it is really, really tough to get everybody to speak the same amount.
Changing damage type could be a choice because you're going to get 4 choices per ability, or a minimum of 4 choices per ability.
So we're going to back up just a little bit.
Abilities, and so it really
could be getting
like, I want you to either choose between CC or damage. I don't want you to
we'll maybe fight or charge, right? So if you do
really want to see cleric in wine suit, because it being
we're gonna go to 20 minutes.
Throw the chain to the guy and you pull him to you. Well, you take summoner, and now you summon an eagle, and the eagle picks him up and drops him off in front of you. The end result's the same. The guy that was over there is now here, but the flavor of how it got there feels different, and now you feel like a tank summoner as opposed to just a tank. So yeah, to me, it doesn't need to be huge.
Something that's cool about that is, so ESO is actually a really good game if you want to look at like a proto version of what I think augments are going to be, because one of their classes does have, they do have a chain pull, but one of the cool things that the augment does, the way that they morph the ability, you might have it where it pulls it to you, or you might have one that brings you to them. So that could be a potential where it could change the functionality of that chain, where instead of pulling you in, it pulls in more. Or say you go tank summoner, are we summoning multiple chains? So now I can bring in a whole bunch of people and bring them into me as like an AoE kind of thing. So I really do think that there are a lot of potential options for augments to massively change them by changing the skill just a little bit. Because if we're going summoner and now I'm summoning 2, it's still a chain pull, but now it's an AoE chain pull. So I'm hoping that's kind of the way they go. I would like to hear, Kareem, from you, because I know that you guys, you've been one of the people that talked about it a lot, just mainly because you really want to see cleric in wine suit, because it being one class and not having a lot of other healers, wanting those abilities to feel very different.
Midway, they start talking PVX. Okay, so here, guys, I listened to this earlier, but here they start talking about augments, and they start talking about the types of augments. I do think that the better conversations later on. So we'll skip past this. This is good. Like, you guys should check this out. I will provide a link now. Don't check it out now, because we're all talking, we're having a good time, and it would be rude. It would be rude of you to leave. I'm just kidding. But listen to that passive aggressiveness. I'm completely kidding, guys. This was a very good live stream for really fun content creators. You should go check it out. But yeah, there was a really good conversation. Their discussion on augments kind of hit a special spot because they talked about ESO. So it was fun hearing 4 different people know and talk about ESO. And it was like, hey, I know that game. But it was good points too. I'm dying to see how summoner secondary works so I can make a choice already. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. Okay, we will jump ahead to the PVX discussion.
Ascension WoW is a standalone World of Warcraft private server that reimagines WoW
into Ashes so hard.
Dude, I need to look up Tibia because I have no idea what this game is.
Dude, it's so much fun, and it reminds me.
They have some delay.
Reminds me so much of like Ashes of Creation with like the crow.
Oh no!
Oh no! Shit! I think we froze for a second.
The community is like amazing. Like everything is crazy.
All right, sweet. All right, Korean. What is your background for gaming?
That's my history.
I thought it was
not for gaming. Oh my god!
Bottom.
You are bottom. Yeah, no, it's gonna go you. Then Zellen's gonna finish.
Oh, so I'm not bottom.
You are on the you are on the bottom of the goddamn. I meant you're on the bottom of the screen.
You're the power bottom.
You're the bottom, so I can finish.
There you go.
I
played New World for a minute.
I've played both.
And I need to ask this question too. And I feel like I may have accidentally stacked the show with not the wrong guest, but not just differing opinion guest. And I have seen, so Penn said this, that Arcade was going to be good until they fucked it up. Arcade is the most heartbreaking fucking MMO I have ever played because it was so good. And there are 3 things. Guys, this is the YouTube video. These 3 things could have changed the course of Arcade. After this message, figure out what they were. But first, my sponsor, something I don't actually use.
Jamie, do that video. In all seriousness, you should definitely do an Arcade video.
But you're getting paid to use. Sorry guys, I'm never gonna do that.
I showed up way too late for Arcade. I tried it last year for the first time, and the servers were too dead. And so for me, as a guy that wants to engage in the PvP systems, to see the risk versus reward of Arcade, if there's not players to engage with, then there's no point in being on the game. And so I hopped in. I didn't really see anybody. Played for a couple of hours, and I was like, okay, I'm done. And now they're shutting it down, which sucks. It really does suck. But I really did want to test the systems. I missed the boat. You know, get it because they have naval guys. You like that one? Sorry, it's Father's Day. It's Father's Day at least for another 21 minutes. And so I have to make the occasional terrible pun. So I am absolved for at least the next 21 minutes.
But no, so I guess this is my question. I want to know where everyone's stance are after all these experiences playing all these different MMOs. What's your stance? And I'm hoping you guys have an answer for open world PvP. How do you feel about it? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Thoughts and feelings on just PvX in general. I want to gauge the room on what everybody how you feel about that always on PvP kind of feel.
You guys go first.
Go ahead, Zil. You keep going last every time.
Reverse order. Flip it back and reverse it.
You know, I was definitely one of the ones who was bitching incessantly about the fact that I was getting killed randomly in Ultima Online way back in the day, but was still logging in and playing. And I'm talking about like 20 hours a day, every single day for months and months on end.
I wish, dude. I miss that.
And I definitely was. Yeah, me too. And I was excited when they come up with the system that where there was 2 copies of the world. Every server was 2 copies of the world. One was a PvE safe zone, and the other one was basically standard rules. And everybody went to the PvE safe zone, and I did the same thing. And I figured out very quickly, just like everyone else, I got bored. The population.
You'll never get a complaint from me for saying a dad joke. Okay, good. Good. We have unleashed the floodgates of dad jokes. They will be flowing. I promise. They will carry out to sea into the ocean where it is a free for all. Yeah, this point from Zillan was really interesting. Like just him talking about how he played Ultima Online. Like this part really caught my attention because he's talking about playing Ultima Online, getting ganked, getting upset about it. And he's like, but I still played the game 20 hours a day. Like getting annoyed about a specific system and not liking how it functions, but you still find yourself so engaged with what the game is because it's so freaking good. I get that. I totally get that. Zillan is still right here. Yeah, I never played Ultima Online, but I connected a lot with what he said here. So I'm gonna keep
boom, as soon as they put the safe zone in the game, and then it dwindled and went way below what it was before they had the safe zone, because people don't actually realize that they want risk. You don't want things to be perfect and easy all the time. And so even though I bitched about it back then, looking back, I go, oh yeah, that was a good thing. And it actually caused the game to have a whole lot of meaning that wasn't there, wasn't otherwise there, or isn't there in games now. And of course they've gotten further and further and further and further away from that, that actual risk. So in general, I think open world PvP is good, as long as, like Ashes has done, as you put in a system that at least in theory prevents actual griefing, because that's where it gets bad. God, yeah. But just, you can be jumped by anybody anytime. Yeah.
All right, Chris.
Okay. Do you guys want to have a hard conversation about corruption and griefing, or do you want to continue on with what everybody has to say? I'm okay with either one, but I have a take about corruption, and we can move on. It's up to you guys. I feel like there's only a handful of Ashes streamers from when I followed the game during Alpha 1. Yeah. So we hear a lot about corruption and how the corruption system itself, it could be very good or it could be very bad. There's a sliding scale of how punishing or how rewarding it could potentially be. I think that's anybody that's read the corruption system that knows that like that's a big aspect of it. And it comes down to, like, a lot of people ask, like, why does it even have to exist, right? Why does the corruption system even have to exist? Why do we have to have a corruption system? Why can't we just have PvP systems allocated within PvP systems? Why can't we have these sorts of things exist outside? Like, why do we have to have the sliding scale where it could be good or it could be bad? And I think we don't have enough of a conversation of what the pros of a corruption system is. And that's I agree. Like, every time I've talked to people, like we all have a differing amounts of like open world PvP that we want to engage in, like how much PvP we want. Some people want more, some people want less, some people want a lot more ganking, some people want a lot less ganking. Like, we all have sliding scales. And I've sat here and I've talked to a lot of different content creators, and I've said the exact same thing. Yeah, like this game, the corruption, like it could really be a gank box, or it could be so punishing that it's not useful at all. But what we don't talk about is how valuable it is to have the corruption system exist in general as a whole on the server. And that's never weighed in. It's never weighed in on the fact that if we see a bunch of bots operating in a system, farming in an area, that we as players, we could reach out to the development team. We could reach out to, Planendorf or the on the our devs to go and take these guys out. Or we could do it ourselves. And we could say, hey, like, we know they're botting. We can clearly see where they're botting. We have an agreement among nodes that if we see botters, we're going to take them out on site. And anybody with corruption for botting, it's fine. You're doing a good thing for the sake of the game. Like, those sorts of things will exist in Ashes in a very beneficial way. Even on a more minor level, how many times have you guys been in a city and you have that one guy playing the most obnoxious music, talking shit to everybody? Isn't it better if we just kill him? In game, isn't it just better if we just cause him to respawn over and over again? Isn't that a better route than to hear him just talk over and over and over again and be annoying? Like, that's more of a joke, guys. But like, I was listening to the corruption stuff from last year with Asmongold and a bunch of other bigger live streamers, and Asmongold brought up a great point talking about griefing. And one of the points he brought up with griefing was that PvE griefing is way more severe than PvP griefing because you can't resolve it. And he talked about how, like, in World of Warcraft, I don't remember, like, it's been a while since I watched the video, but he talked about how they were grinding for a specific thing and somebody else, another group, was trying to take their grind. And so they decided to be assholes and do this one specific thing. Like, we've all grinded for experience before. We know what we're talking about here, where you can basically, like, take advantage of a system and screw the other group over. And that is a form of griefing. That those types of mechanics are a form of griefing. And in other MMOs, you cannot resolve that. In other MMOs, those types of things are just a long-standing, festering wound. In Ashes, you can choose to potentially just end that. And a lot of that causes players to police themselves and go, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to be an asshole to the guy that is 30 levels higher than me. Maybe I'm going to be a little bit nicer because I know that this outcome will end very poorly for me. Maybe I won't do these things. And so you have all these potential positive. These are just a few, guys. So you guys can feel free to name your own. It is a sliding scale. It can be good or bad, but I feel like sometimes we don't always fully weigh in the good. Co-Star, good to see you. Sorry, scrolling back through chat. Holy cow. Holy cow. There has to be a gate. Free PvP with no limitations is a bad idea. I agree. Ultima Online only worked because it was full loot. Ashes without full loot needs different punishment. I completely agree, Viral. Completely agree. Is that the Fresh Prince opener behind Jamie? No, this is It's Always Sunny. That's Charlie in the background doing a conspiracy. I love both shows, by the way. Thank you for doing a So Fresh Prince is one of my favorite shows of all time. I had the initial ringer on my phone for like 10 years, and I would still have it on my phone if I could find it. I could probably find it. I don't care that much, but the Fresh Prince theme song was so freaking good. Killing bots are only a partial solution. Yeah, no, in solving botting, Viral is a big, it is a big undertaking, but the fact that the players can undertake part of it to curb it or help quell it is a big deal. I think in order to solve a botting issue in an MMORPG, you need a lot of hands on deck. And let's be honest, games will not put a lot of developers on deck just specifically for botting. And so you see with World of Warcraft where there are some, like, what was it? It was the video last year where one guy had like 1,000 different accounts running at the same time botting. You don't have that kind of rig and that kind of system unless it's profitable, right? Like clearly the World of Warcraft botting program for the high-end botters is so profitable due to the lack of punishment that they get that they're willing to expand their system in that way. And I don't know if botting on that scale could exist in a PvX environment. That added on in-game being able to kill those individuals is very rewarding, satisfying, and sometimes justified, but the corruption system gates how murder hobo you can get since the risk of losing your gear worked very well. Yeah. And I think, and that's where it's a sliding scale, right? You don't want it to be too punishing, but you want there to be a window for opportunity to where you can use it properly. And there are windows in MMORPGs where you can use it properly, and it could make the game better. And it is a difficulty scale. And we talked about this before when we were talking about New World, where we were in other MMORPGs where, oftentimes games take the easy way out. Like, we know this will make money, so we'll just do this. Ashes with the corruption system is going, hey, we know this might not go great, but we're confident in ourselves to think that we can provide a system that will be rewarding, and it will also be punishing enough to not be like a widespread issue. And so I think that having a corruption system is better on paper than not having a corruption system. But this is just all theoretical. We'll have to see how it plays itself out, of course. Only kill them in-game, guys. In-game. Glad Ashes didn't try to go the full loot route outside the corruption system. There just isn't enough people that handle it. Yeah. I don't think you'd have a player base long enough for a full world, full loot. But the fact that 2/3 of the map is always on PvP, that should be enough for those types of players. As long as reporting botters works, play. Just check the video just to make sure. Okay. Oh my God, you guys are... Try to catch up with chat. Not just botting, but be able to fight for farming spots will be so nice compared to a game like New World where you have no recourse when someone runs into your farm spot. Yeah, I mean, okay, so this was the thing that happened in ESO too. Like, if somebody took my farming loop, it wasn't a big deal. But what annoyed me sometimes is they would come in and they'd be ore farming, right? And the ore farming in ESO would have the ore and occasionally would have a random drop of something else. Well, some people didn't care about that something else, so they wouldn't take it. So the ore wouldn't restart. It wouldn't refresh. And so even though they compounded the issue of not only taking the loot that I wanted, but they then didn't restart the loot. And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, God, you're making it so much worse for all of us. And you know, you could talk to people, or you could talk to them, and if they ignore you, then you resolve it diplomatically by killing them in game. Like those little things just kind of add up. It's just those bonuses, allowing players freedom. And on the other end, like allowing players freedom to hang themselves in game politically and these sorts of things, it just creates so much better drama. It really does. And so I like it for that reason. And I can fully acknowledge that it could be very good or very bad. It very well could be either one. But we'll see. Expect PKing and using corruption a tool. It'll be a resource in the game. Obviously, the more you kill, the more. Yeah. Steven mentioned a quest to reduce your total PK count will be in the game. Exactly. There was no Gankfest, just calculated PKing when it was needed. Exactly. Like if you make it punishing enough to where it's only utilized in those moments, we've all been in a game where we've wanted to do what we're talking about. Okay. I'm not judging you guys. I'm not saying that you're murder hobos or anything like that, but let's just acknowledge that we've had that interaction with one other player that we wished we could have just ended it with a sword or a spell or something like that. And the ability to allow that to happen just kind of keeps people in check a little bit. Like knowing that you could die for being an asshole is a good thing. I don't think you can have an immersion world if the world is safe. The world should always have an air of danger. Frodo didn't leave the Shire just to go for a chill. Exactly. Fids, you were speaking the truth, and you used a reference that I really like. Well done. I love Lord of the Rings. I fucking love Lord of the Rings. I completely agree with you. You don't like these sort of immersion things are really important. The freedom in a sandbox game and having these sorts of freedoms is really important. Out of context clip, no one else tells fans to kill her. Yeah, just cut out the in-game part for sure. I'm here for the drama. Yeah, in all honesty, I'm a nice guy. I like to think that I'm a nice guy. I like to think that I'm fair and everything. But in a game, I also believe in an eye for an eye. And if somebody's going to be an asshole, like, okay, well, I can be an asshole and return it. If this is how you're going to approach the situation, I can do the exact same thing. And like that's how I see it in game. And it's just kind of nice that things get resolved. Like you can have griefing situations at farming spots in non-corruption based games that go on forever, right? You'll always have that issue, but you can resolve it in this style game. And I think that's really great.
And we'll go reverse order. Korean, what's your thoughts on like the open world from either things you've experienced or what you've seen? I really like what Zillan touched.
Taking a farming zone was actually high nostalgia for me in Lineage 2. My guild party went into a grinding zone, but everything was full. One group was shouting, looking for healer. We had our elven healer join their group, use his party recall skill, drop that party, and come back. We took the room and proceeded to PvP them for 2 hours when they kept coming back. The memories. That's kind of fucked, but it's funny at the same time. That's great. I may or may not. That's okay. It's okay. I plan on doing corruption content, not to be like a murder hobo. Like I want it to be fun to paint that corruption isn't always a bad thing. It's not always an awful thing. I'm chaotic neutral in MMOs. If you see a player named Murder Hobo, it's definitely not me. Well, hopefully I can get it in here and take it before you. I really hope upon release there will be a content creator channel devoted to a server's drama news. Okay, so Jamation, sorry. There's definitely, I can't remember who it is in our Voices of Era Discord. There's somebody in our Discord that said that they're absolutely doing that for whatever server they hop on. I think a drama news channel for Twitter, YouTube, Twitch is going to be really fun. I think it's going to be really fun. You could bring people on from different guilds to resolve things diplomatically over the air. I think that it will absolutely exist. And there's a lot of fun things you can do with it. And the amount of content you could have from people getting upset about things is really top tier. I will not personally be doing it because I feel like that would be like a full-time streamer style thing. The amount of drama that would exist on a server would be too large for me to want to undertake and feel like it'd be a full-time thing. But I will 100% tune into some of the juicy drama on some servers. 100%. So if you guys are interested, that may be an avenue in this game when this game comes out. One thing to do, gank Sawman. Oh, I will absolutely gank Sawman. Guys, I'm telling you this right now because he'll never hear this because we're a few hours into a live stream. Like everybody talks about the first thing they're going to do into Alpha 2 and everything. Sawman is a friend of mine. I will 100% kill him. That is the first thing I will do when I hop in the game. I'll probably level up. I'll probably try to get ahead of him in levels, and then I'll kill him. And it'll be really funny. And then I'll make a video about it. But yeah, that's definitely happening. Clip it. Guys, do you want to see me kill Sawman or not? Okay. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if he knows or if he doesn't know. Like, he probably has a good idea. He's probably planning the exact same thing for me and Nice. If we're being honest. If we're being completely honest, Sawman's probably planning the exact same shit that I'm saying right now. We all just kind of expect each other to do the same thing. And it's going to be great. We have to see you kill Sawman. Okay. It'll happen. He's a good friend of mine. It'll be very funny. And he will probably gank me also. It depends on when the game goes live. Because he's British. He will definitely choose an NA server to come play with us. He will definitely do that. And if it starts earlier, he might have a head start. I might have to go hide in the mountains for a little bit and level up like Rocky style. So that he can't just kill me right away. We'll see.
Sean, about like that you I'm going to use a shitty quote from Blizzard, but you think you want it, but you don't. Or you think you want it, but you do. When it's I think it's actually a different thing. You don't think you want it, but you do. I think that's
want it.
But you do.
But you do. Yeah. But Corinne, go ahead and share your thoughts.
I'm a huge PvP fanatic. That's all I do. Like whenever I play ESO, that's all I do. World of Warcraft fills my PvE urge. ESO fills my PvP urge. To go on with that though, the whole how Ashes is with the material drop system and everything, it kind of just reminds me of like playing Dark Souls. Right? You go out, you gather your souls, you die to a mob, you lose your souls. Too bad, so sad. You go out, you do it again. It's not like Rust or anything where you're losing 100% of your progress, or Ultima Online where you're losing all your items and stuff.
This is a really good point too.
Ashes is you still keep your gear. It degrades a little. You get a little bit of EXP debt.
It's time to start my second life.
The
farming life that I wish for.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Just go back out there and get it back. Like, it's not that hard.
I actually love that you dropped that because you know what one of the most popular fucking games right now is fucking one I can't remember. Elden.
For the future, please link your chat so we can chat with you with YouTube people in the side chat. Yeah, I can do that. I have both chats up at the same time, so YouTube and Twitch should be able to see it. So if you guys look at the side, if you're reading stuff, you can respond to people. It should both be popping up, but I will link my YouTube be able to see it. Oh, we got a little feedback loop here. So I will link this. This is my YouTube. And for YouTube, if you want to talk to people, this is my Twitch. I want to talk to you all on Twitch. We're cooler than you. Oh, shit. Guys, I'm choosing no sides here. I'm choosing no sides, okay? I will just say the winner of this PVX war that happens wins tonight. You guys have until 12:30 a.m. There's my Twitch for the YouTube guys. I hope Vladis, you and Nice all get on the same server. I think we're going to, Fids. I think we're going to. I've talked to Vladis a little bit about it. I think we're all in the same time zone, so I think there's a very high probability that will happen. Nice and I will absolutely be on the same server, and I'm pretty sure Vladis will be too. Yes, and Viral will be there also. But yeah.
Elden Ring, thank you. I paused for a second. I know the word. Elden Ring is one of the most popular fucking games right now. And yeah, people love the Souls game. You see a huge following from FromSoft. So I actually think that's a amazing comparison. And like, I haven't really heard too many people complaining about invasions or things like that. Like that's actually a wild comparison, because I think that's probably one of the most popular. Now we do see a lot. I think this is more of a caveat, and I want to.
So sorry that this point by Caravans was cut by a commercial and by me sharing links and laughing at Twitch and YouTube beefing it out. But Caravans brought up the point that the penalties for death in Ashes look very similar to the penalties for death on a relative scale to like Elden Ring, where basically you die, you don't lose everything, you don't lose all your loot, you don't lose all your gear, you lose some things, you get back out there and you get back to it. So in Ashes, it's more of an XP debt. In Elden Ring, you lose your runes, which is an XP debt. It's a different way. It's not the same XP debt. You don't go backwards. In Elden Ring, you stay the same, but you can't go forwards. You need a certain amount of runes in order to go forward, whereas in Ashes, like, you can slowly degrade. So it is very similar. In my opinion, it's a very similar comparison, and it especially in Ashes and Elden Ring, where you can die a lot and still have a lot of fun playing the game because the risk and reward is so good. I did think that this was a good comparison, even though it's crossing genres, it's crossing different types of combat, and it's making a lofty comparison to a very, very good game. You have to, otherwise, how can we have the voice of our alliance? Yeah, that's true. You lose some progress, yeah. Yeah, no, so in how I've perceived it in Ashes, what I've been told through DA, like, I haven't experienced this myself, just what I've been told, but there is experience debt in Ashes of Creation, so when you die, your player efficacy and power does drop down. Like, you do lose overall power. In Elden Ring, you don't lose power, but you lose the ability to gain more power. So that's the slight difference. It's a very slight difference, but it's close enough to where I thought it was a good comparison. And a lot of people have played Elden Ring. And so they've played Elden Ring, they've died in Elden Ring, they've continued to play Elden Ring. If the rewards are there and the game feels meaningful, people will play it and they will die. Got to take off. Talk to you later. Yeah, thank you for stopping in, Fids. Good talking to you. Really good comments. They're like really good conversation. That was good stuff. But yeah, I agree with this point of view. I thought this was very well said.
I'll move into what Lloyd has to say after this before really diving into it. But this is more of a caveat, is that I think one of the arguments is that people are like, yeah, well, you know, it's good in like a single player game. It's so good in like a MOBA, or it's good in like a Fortnite type game, because these games are they're session based, right? You're going in, you know what you're in for, but it's not like an MMO that's constant. You're living in it, and it's like, God, where's my downtime? So I will throw out that's one of the counter arguments to these arguments. But I will say that is a really fucking good comparison to talk about. And I will say you see that in survival games too, that when you die, you lose your items, and depending on that server you're on, because when I'm playing Conan, I make it so people can keep their gear. But like, survival games are wildly popular, and I feel like that's a good multiplayer experience to talk about from that standpoint, that you can lose your shit, and in that you can lose all of it. So moving on to Lloyd, please give us kind of like your thoughts and opinions on open world PvP. Yeah.
So like I said, I played Tibia for a long time. I'm really questioning what Phantom put in chat. It says, why are the successor games of every game that Ashes is the spiritual successor of turning away from the PvP that people remember them from. And I think a lot of that is because you are removing you are quite literally removing people away from PvP into like more of like a single player RPG, which is like what like Lost Ark is, which is like really fun in its own right, has its a lot of things. But why I think open world PvP is necessary is simply because like
Targaryens are gone. Burn them all! So I was gonna wait till he finished his point before I commented, and then we get a commercial. Unbelievable.
I think people overestimate the amount of like what griefing is in the, and they overestimate what open world PvP means in terms of like systems. And I actually think Ashes may be one of the more timid open world PvP systems where it's like you only drop materials, you don't drop gear. You don't drop like XP debt, sure. Like, oh, I still spend time trying to get to my level, but I don't lose stats unless I'm heavily corrupted, which is, you know, what griefing is. You are griefing somebody else, becoming corrupted, and you are being the person that is the bad guy, and you are being punished rather than just dying and being punished. So I think Ashes kind of solves the griefing problem, and I say that in quotations because I learned in the Voices of Vera earlier today that everybody has a different definition of what griefing actually is. But my main opinion still stands, is like the community that stems from open world PvP is absolutely insane. Tibia has one of the best communities ever. The game's been out for how long with fucking 2D graphics, and it's still got like 5,000 plus players concurrently on their servers. Like, what? Like, Ashes is only trying to play 10,000 concurrent on their server, on each server. So like, how do you like even say that open world PvP is bad? I don't know. I do have sympathy for PvE players because I, once again, because of Nice's video, went on a 4-hour tirade on what could satisfy a PvE player in a PvX world.
Real quick,
did you hear him? He mentioned this Voices of Vera Discord. I don't know what he's talking about. If anybody has a link to the Voices of Vera Discord where they're talking about differing variables of griefing, that would be a good conversation to have. No, yeah, that was a fun conversation that we had because people view griefing in different ways. PvE is viewed in different ways, like what our favorite PvE loop is. Griefing can mean so much to so many different players. Like, here's my definition of griefing. If I'm out in the world engaging in what I want to engage in, and I have the same person or group of players killing me nonstop in a malicious intent, outside of wars, outside of everything else, basically just trying to ruin my game play, I consider that griefing. I consider that specific thing where your goal isn't just to kill them from removing them from a farm spot. It is to follow them everywhere and to make their game experience not fun. I consider that griefing. Some players consider any sort of death outside of a PvP window griefing. And so we all have different definitions, and that's okay. And so if you guys want to provide yours, feel free to. I'm not trying to say you're right or wrong. Like we all have, like, what we feel griefing is in a game often reflects the games that we've come from, right? Like if we have a game with different systems, we're going to view what griefing is within the scope of what those systems are. And so there's nothing wrong with saying that you have a more strict version of what griefing is. It's just, we have to acknowledge that griefing is an all-encompassing term that may not mean the same thing to all players. Reading chat real quick. As long as you can't go down levels, etc., then meh, we'll live with it as long as it takes feel like crap I died. I'm going to take 2 days to recover. Yeah, that you will. I think you can drop levels if you get punished enough. Well, not levels, efficiency of levels. I think you stay at the same level, but you don't have that power until you regain it. But I don't know for sure. But I think that would take a very extreme case. Open world non-instance content is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, you can't beat it when it's done well. You need to get that premium YouTube. Dude, if I'm going to do more React videos, I might have to get YouTube Premium. I really might have to. Really interested in seeing how the Underrealm ties the surface? Yeah. Interruption of the current playing session is griefing to some? Exactly. Exactly. It doesn't... Some people, it's a quick trigger. And I'm not disagreeing. I'm just stating that there's a difference. I'm with you, Else. In my opinion, if we're the same level, no matter what we are doing, I can kill you at least once, and then there should be no issue with it. Yeah. Like if I get pushed out of an area, I don't consider that griefing. I consider that people looking out for their own best interests. I think that's different. But if I have like 3-4 people literally following me everywhere I go, doing things like we've seen it. We all know what I'm talking about. I consider that to be griefing. I consider that to be unhealthy for the game. If it occurs within a war, that's different. If you're in a war or a node war and people are following you around killing you, you're in a fucking node war, dude. Deal with it. But I'm talking like everyday open world stuff, like the same people killing you over and over and over again. That's what I'm talking about. I think the stalking to the point of trying to make the game unfun would be more harassment over griefing. A lot of games have stuff in their TOS about stuff like that. Yeah. And Ashes has said the same thing. If people do that, they will get banned according to Ashes. We'll see how that gets employed, but they've said that that's one of their, like, if you bypass all of their rules, if you buy, I forget exactly how Steven said it, but it was something along the lines of, if you somehow bypass all of our rules within the game, if you are making the game unfun for players, we consider that griefing as well. To a harassment level, and that's violating their code of conduct. I can't remember exactly how it was said, but it was something along those lines, which is really good to hear because I don't want to see people bullied out of the game. Like, you should die a lot in the game. Like, if you're outplayed by a superior force while you're out doing caravan runs, while you're out PvPing, node wars, node sieges, and you could die over and over and over again, that's part of the game. That's part of the game loop you're participating in. But if you're out there harvesting and you die like 5 times the same people, and you stop harvesting and you decide to go do something else, and then you get farmed by the same people over there too, it's not the same thing. Been playing MMORPGs, doing both PvP and PvE over 30 years now, and you will always have griefers? Absolutely. Yeah. And they kind of drive some of the drama in the game. Like, griefing should be a choice that players choose to hang themselves with. That I don't like it, but if they want to choose to do so, that's fine. I personally don't like I've seen it happen in other games where a few players followed the same streamer for like 3 straight months. And it's just like, come on, man. Like, you know what they're doing. After 3 months, you know what they're doing. Like, you know that they're literally, it's just not making the game look good that you have players initiating in that specific thing. It's different when it's competitive. It's different when it's competitive. When it's targeted and direct at one specific group, it's just fucking gross. Cast damage werewolves that follow us everywhere we go, something like that. Exactly. Like, yeah, me, Matt, and Lobo got stream sniped when Lobo was streaming by werewolves in ESO. And they just literally followed us to every single player loop that we participated in. Sucked. It sucked. It is what it is. It was annoying, but yeah. We have the means to deal with griefers. Exactly. And that's the difference too.
just want to let everyone know there's a boss fight going on. Make sure you do join and then join as a class. 8 of you need to get in there. Go, 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 go. You guys, you have 18 seconds. Make sure you get in there quick. Quick, quick, quick. Come on, get in there, get in there. I just realized that I didn't have it up, so I wanted to throw it in there. Make sure you get in. I see 1, 2, 3. So we need a tank. You guys don't have a tank. Someone get in there. Someone get in there. We need a tank. We need a druid. You gotta do join in the class.
Join.
Quick. You've got 2 seconds. Quick. You gotta put a class. Oh God, I don't know if you guys are gonna get in.
I'm joining.
Oh my God, it's not gonna work. You guys have the pumpkin tank.
I'm gonna have class, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller.
This is a cool add-on.
You have to put a class. You guys fucked up. I'll do another one. You guys get that done. I need to make that smaller though, so it's not in front of Korean's face. Give me 1 second, guys. I realized that I hadn't done this yet. So
Cool add-on.
That's all right. I'll be a pumpkin for the day. It's cool.
Let me I'm gonna move this a little bit smaller down.
I am now the boss.
There you go, and then we'll transition. There we go. It's a little bit cleaner. There we go. I'm so sorry, Grant. Just move to the other side. Really good topics.
Yeah, I think it's lenient. I definitely think it's good.
I think it's fucking brutal to be honest. Like some of the,
and that's why I'm following it.
The anti-griefing is some of the most insane that I've seen. I do. So I'm actually gonna pin Phantom's question because this is a really good question, and I have my own answers for this. So not to, I know we're derailing, but this is tangent. So there it is. The wire 6.
That's so good. If there is a deck system, that'll happen more often than not. Steven and the team should make it super hard to create decks against guilds. The deck system got so bad with griefing that the developers changed it, where you have to have both parties agreeing to fighting. But yeah, both parties agreeing to fighting is so awful, Gragas, in my opinion. Like we were talking about that in the Discord earlier today. But if you have a PvP system that hinges on whether or not the other player decides to fight back, it's a bad system, in my opinion. Like this is enveloping on a bigger scale, but if you're talking shit and then the other person's like, hey, let's settle this PvP, and you're like, no thanks, and there's no repercussions, like, really? Like that's not a good PvP system, in my opinion. And so I think you agree. I'm assuming, yeah. But yeah, and all this stuff, it's like it just gets overlooked by these other games, and it just feels like Ashes doesn't overlook it at all. We're very tanky, playing very cheesy builds, and if either would get in trouble, they would bail out. It was frustrating to fight. Yeah, it was. I'll agree, but there was abuse. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, in any poorly made system, any system that is improperly made, players will look for exploits. Like that's just what players do. Players look to abuse the system. If they can't abuse the system because the system is rock solid, then they have to get better. They have to get better. And so it's kind of interesting when you think about it that way. Like, okay, like what is the system? How does the system function? What can the developers do to make this better? And then once they've made it the best they can, how do the players respond? I'm concerned about Guild Wars being exploited. In what way, Viral? I think I agree, but I just want to hear your reasoning to make sure that we're on the same page.
Successors of every game that Ashes is spiritual successor of, turning away from PvP that people remember them from. Korean, go ahead and finish your thought, and then I want to talk about this.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you made me forget my thought.
I'm sorry. I'm an asshole.
So he said you specifically.
Wait, what?
What? Okay, I answered that question in chat a second ago, but so I can just do it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's time. Most people do not have as much time as they do anymore. And a lot of the casuals that are out there now that are giving their money, they don't want to lose what they spent the little bit of time that they have on that game.
So I have another thing, is because every single game that Ashes is based, like that the spiritual successor of, all those games went pay to win. Like the main reason why everyone hated Arcade after it was, everyone loved Arcade until that patch that brought in pay to win. That's what changed the tide of the game. People fucking love.
Okay, Any ArcAge players in chat? I believe Jamie. I want to hear from you guys. Are there any ArcAge players in chat? Was there a specific patch that went pay to win that changed the game? I just want to hear it as confirmation. Lineage 2 is the exact same way. Like he said, Lineage 2 also went pay to win. He's saying all successors of Ashes. So I think Kalen also played Lineage 2. Can you confirm or deny? I've played neither one. I didn't get a chance to play either one. I missed the boat for both. So I'm just curious. Not true though what Korean said. Sorry, I missed what he said. I'm gonna back up.
Like some of the, and that's why I'm following it.
The anti-griefing is some of the most insane that I've seen. So I'm actually gonna pin Phantom's question because this is a really good question, and I have my own answers for this. So I know we're derailing, but this is tangent. So how it is. Why are successors of every game the Ashes' spiritual successor of turning away from PvP that people remember them from? Korean, go ahead and finish your thought, and then I want to talk about this.
Yeah, you made me forget my thought.
I'm sorry. I'm an asshole.
So he said you specifically.
Wait, what?
What? Okay, I answered that question in chat a second ago, but so I can just do it real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's time. Most people do not have as much time as they do anymore. And a lot of the casuals that are out there now that are giving their money, they don't want to lose what they spent the little bit of time that they have on that game.
So I have another thing is because
Is that what you were talking about, Gragas? Because I think for some people that's the case, but overall, I think player leisure time is player leisure time. So I would agree with you if you disagreed with that. You really want to fight, spend a substantial amount of your resources collected? Yeah. Tongue twister. Specific. I don't remember I quit before it went extreme pay to win. Okay. Graga said the same. It always had some pay to win. Okay. Remind me to lie about departure times if I'm with you, because you seem to miss a lot of boats. Well, I wasn't sure exactly like which specific thing that they were disagreeing with. That's fair. That's fair. I will not back away. I messed up. I apologize, guys. I humbly kneel at your guys' feet. Please acknowledge that I fucked up. I'm sorry. That specific part's not true. Yeah, I think that's really player specific. ArcAge definitely went pay to win, but it wasn't the only reason the game died. There were some other bad changes, but the pay to win really hurt. Yeah, this is the thing that bugs me. Okay. You know what really grinds my gears sometimes, guys, is when people want to try to overgeneralize a very complex situation, right? Like we've talked a little bit about New World right tonight. And so because we've talked about New World, I'm going to bring it up as an example, not to badger the game or anything like that, but New World lost players for a variety of reasons. It wasn't any one reason. They lost players because they changed their initial viewpoint. And so some players jumped in and they saw a game and it wasn't the same as what they were hoping for. And so they hopped out. Some players hopped in and they were expecting a good player experience and it was a laggy, buggy mess. And they hopped out. Some players were hoping to have experienced, meaningful PvE with interesting quest lines, and that didn't happen, so they hopped out. Some players were very interested in the economy, and there was a duping bug system to where some players got to exploit an advantage and gain a shit ton of gold, and basically hold that because literally the servers didn't restart, so the players that got to take advantage of that always got to have that ever since the start of the game. And then on top of that, you have a content issue with just an overall lack of content. That's like 6 issues, and I could probably rattle off another 6 to 10 of reasons why New World has gone from 950,000 players to 5,000. And I don't mean anything bad. It's just like you can see how people played it. The players didn't respond in a good way to what the game was. They thought they were hoping for better. But everybody wants to lump stuff down so quickly that they literally go, okay, This game failed because it has PvP. Therefore, PvP bad. This game didn't work because action combat. Therefore, action combat bad. And I hate it. I want to have like a nuanced conversation about why these different games fail, because it's never one thing. Like if you watch any sort of professional sport, football, basketball, cricket, fucking whatever, it doesn't matter. No single game narrows down to one specific moment. There's always multiple moments that happen that either happen at the last part of the game or happen earlier on, that if that flipped, the outcome of the game would have changed. But everybody hyper focuses on what happens in the last minute or two, and that gets like romanticized and dramatized by the social media groups like ESPN and everything, to a point to where it makes it look terrible. And it's the same thing for video games. People want to say they want to hyper focus on one thing, and it doesn't work that way. Players play games for a variety of different reasons, and there's always more than one reason that a game fails. Always. Even if you hate PvP or PvE or whatever, a game failing and falling under it a year or two is typically like a catastrophic failure of multiple different systems at the same time, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
Every single game that Ashes is based, like that the spiritual successor of, all those games went pay to win. Like the main reason why everyone hated ArcheAge after it was
Oh shit, Kalen commented. Sorry. Lineage 2 went free to play 10 years down their sub road. As the game went on and the Chronicles expansion were released, they hit a point where subsequent content was mediocre. Games suffered as a result. Okay, I just wanted to hear feedback. I didn't play Lineage. You've been commenting a lot, so I just thank you for commenting. I just wanted to know if it was PvP or if it was something else. So it was just a lack of good content, basically. Think Career was projecting. Okay. Say it started going downhill after Interlude, but it was still successful, so about 4 years later after its launch. Okay. I'm 52 years old, and I play MMORPGs more than casually. That's fair. I'm 41 and I'm a complete degen. Yeah, after Interlude very slowly declined till 10 years later. 10 years hit, then free release and pay to win. Fair enough. See, this is the good stuff to know. And I appreciate you guys commenting. Anybody else that wants to comment, please let me know. I don't know anything about Lineage 2. I don't know anything about ArcheAge. I missed the boat. So it's nice hearing feedback from players that actually enjoyed it, because yeah, it's often more than just PvP, PvE, whatever else. We were stuck on ESO during all these games. I loved ESO during all these games. Loved ESO. So absolutely. Happened in BDO as well. If you want to go into detail on BDO, let me know, Gragas. If not, that's cool. I have a few friends that played it and enjoyed it for a long time. They've stepped away, and I never really asked why. ArcheAge was definitely on a downswing when the pay to win was introduced, and honestly, that is probably why it went so pay to win. That makes sense. It was like a last Hail Mary. If you only have fun 10% of the time, you'll likely not stay around. On the other hand, enjoying 90%, you ignore the bad. Exactly, Viral. Exactly my point. Well said. Very well said. After 10 years of life, most Korean games go strong pay to win. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like you don't have much new stuff to come out. You milk content. It makes sense. Wish I could find you some good video content for L2 to get a better understanding, but everything out there is just trash music videos. MMO I'm super sad I missed the boat on is Dark Age of Camelot. Yeah, the predecessor to ESO. I've watched some combat in hindsight, and yeah, I feel like I missed out on the Dark Age of Camelot. Feels like one of my biggest misses as far as a game is concerned.
Everyone loved ArcheAge until that patch that brought in pay to win. That's what changed the tide of the game. people fucking loved it. And it was a huge beloved game. There are some very large MMO creators that played that game that still said, like, if they hadn't done that, I would probably still be playing it today. And we don't know if that's true or not, but it was an amazing game that decided to put in the pay to win. And you cannot have pay to win in a game that has open world PvP because you are removing the equalizer. You cannot allow a credit card swipe to come into a game that has PvP because you're getting a power advantage. The one thing that's awesome about a PvP style game is that I don't give a shit that you drive a Lambo in real life. I don't give a shit that you've got a fucking 8-bathroom mansion. Can you beat me in PvP even though that I live in a fucking shack? No. And that's one of the fucking things that's awesome. It's like, no matter how much money you have, I have something over you. And people want that. We can say we don't. We can say whatever. People want to be, not everyone's competitive, but some people want to say, fuck you, I'm better than you at this, and it makes me feel good. It's my little rant there.
Yeah,
all right.
True. 100%.
Yeah. I don't think Jamie's wrong at all here. Like, I think there's a lot of players that want to consider themselves the best. They want to say they're the best at whatever they do. And Ashes, in ways that I've not seen for other MMORPGs, allow you to decide that in whatever avenue you choose better. And that's the interesting part. Like, if you want to be the best crafter, you're going to have to beat your peers out. And that ranking and standing that you get will stand out relative to everybody else. PvP, PvE, it doesn't matter. Like whatever you do, like, it's just going to stand out at a much deeper level. And for a lot of players that matters. Not for everybody. A lot of players just want to hop on, have a good time, role play, and that's fine too. Like there's just a good game brings in so many different types of players. And we're only talking about a specific genre in this discussion. DAOC was amazing. I had a friend that was a monster at that game. I watched him play a ton, but it was a console pleb back then. Yeah, me too. Me too, Mad. You and me, console plebs from like 2017 to 2020? Something like that. Oh, I asked Gragas for Black Desert and he responded. Thank you, Gragas. I'm going to say thank you beforehand. Black Desert Online's weapon and armor progression is based strongly on RNG. They made it where you could purchase vanity clothing and weapons, break them in components called crons in order to help push progression. I know several people who have spent over $100,000 doing this in that game. Matter of fact, a guy interviewed after spending $160,000 on the game. Yeah, I couldn't get into it, man, for that exact reason. It's funny. I have a video. So you guys don't know this. I'm letting you on a little secret, just you and me on social media, open to post links to everybody. Blue Squadron has posted a few negative Ashes of Creation videos, and I'm waiting for the next prevalent one that he'd post. He's a BDO content creator. I'm waiting for the next one that he posts to respond, and because he posted a video about BDO's pay to win and said that 1 hour in the game is $30 worth of pay to win, and I'm like, bro. You play BDO at a $30 per hour rate? That's fucking crazy. Like, how are you monetizing your gameplay at that level? That's fucking nuts. And yeah, this is why games go pay to win. This is why games have cash shops. This is why this exists. Because there's players, and I'm not judging how you spend your money. I am not that player. If you like pay to win games, if you want to spend money in cosmetics and shops and stuff, you spend whatever you want to spend. I don't care. There are people that make millions of dollars and tens of thousands of dollars are a drop in the hat to them. It's their recreational money. I am not judging that in the slightest. But it's still crazy to me that you can assign an arbitrary, like, monetary dollar of value to playing hours in a game. Like, that's, I don't know. It's just not a game I can get behind. As a massive whale in Arcade, Steven knows firsthand how pay to win ends up killing your game. Exactly. Dude, it's so bad. Like, and that's the worst part is like you see all these games. When was the last time I want to say the last time I said this, somebody brought up Lost Ark. I said, when was the last time a good MMORPG released with a good release? And I said it's been like 10 years. And I want to say Viral corrected me and said it was Lost Ark. I'm probably wrong, but I want to say somebody said it was Lost Ark that has had the last good release, and it was like 5 years ago. But regardless, there's not many good releases of MMORPGs. And the fact that people like slight any single one for like one specific thing, whether it's PvP, PvE, action, like whatever it is, it just makes no sense, man. It's like, guys, the genre is bad. The genre is in a really bad spot right now. There's not many games succeeding. Most of the games succeeding are 10 plus years old. It's in a bad spot. The interview is on YouTube. I'll check that out. You made your PC ESO account 2019? That sounds about right. I was probably around there too. Used to be in Blues Guild. He seems like an awesome guy. I just, I want to provide a rebuttal video. I mean nothing bad by what Blue has said. I'm waiting for the next one, and then I want to make a comment. That's all. Have you seen the amount of money content creators spent on gachas? No, I have not. Vertec, good to see you, dude. Welcome in. I saw this one guy dump like 2K every month on the 7 Deadly Sins mobile game. Yeah, there was a game I played. I will not out the game because I feel like I will be judged mightily for it. Maybe in the future I will out it. But one of the games I played, there was a guy that was a former bounty hunter turned mini mall construction worker, and his entire job was making mini malls around like the southern part of the country. And so he was making millions of dollars. Like he had his own construction company that was building and constructing these mini malls. He was making $5-10 million a year. And so he said, like he just outwardly said, guys, I'm going to spend $3,000 a month on this game because this is my spend money. Like, I don't give a shit. He's like, I don't give a shit about spending $3,000 a month. I'm going to spend $36,000 a year on this game because I make millions. This is a drop in the hat. This is what I want to do. And that's what he did for fun. And I'm not judging. I'm not judging like players that have like that type of wealth. Like you spend your money on how you're enjoying your time. And he was enjoying his time on a video game. And so it makes complete sense. It makes complete sense that some players would, if you're spending hours in a game, that you'd spend that kind of money. So I believe it 100% that people spend hundreds of dollars a month, thousands of dollars a month on a game that they really enjoy. And that's why the pay to win model looks so good for a lot of games. All right, let's move on.
Like, and it's not just like those games. It's also like Lost Ark. It's BDO, as other people were pointing out in chat. Like these other games are also being affected by pay to win mechanics that are like outside of cosmetics. And even like BDO's cosmetics implement pay to win, where it's like, oh, you get a plus 10% advantage on like DPS when you wear this armor. Like, it's bullshit.
Hi, we're Visible. No! We're the wireless company with nothing to hide. Seriously, hidden fee.
I'm catching every commercial.
Zelen, do you have any thoughts on why the successors? Why? Well, oh my God, why are the successor?
Oh, he does.
I have a lot of thoughts.
Go ahead. No, drop them. I'm trying to read the question, but why did the predecessors of Ashes why did those PvP games not? Why are they moving away from PvP? I have another answer for that too.
Well,
it's not just a boost.
You're definitely partly right on the. You're definitely partly right, or even I would say fully right on the pay to win thing. Like a lot of PvP games. Here's what happens. Here's what happens in these PvP games. They make a PvP game, and the PvE in that game is absolute trash. It's always absolutely fucking awful. It's not fun. It's usually not difficult at all. As long as you don't get attacked by someone else, you can easily kill the boss. It's a joke. So the PvEers leave, and then the 17 PvPers that are left get tired of ganking each other over and over and over again, and then they have to go to pay to win because there's nobody paying for the game left anymore because it's not a PvX game. And so the answer to the question that Phantom X is getting at there is Ashes is not trying to emulate the PvP game. It's trying to be a PvX game where the PvE is going to be just as important and just as good and just as much quality as the PvP. That's why.
See, okay, so that's the heart of this question. And
off clap.
Phantom brought this up before, and I didn't answer it yet because he brought it up in the creator Discord asking. He still says PvX is a marketing term. I disagree. And I think there's a difference between a PvP game and a PvX game. And that's what this
100%. I agree with Jamie. Guys, Phantom X is a very, very smart person. Very good content creator, great podcast. You guys should absolutely go check him out. I do disagree that it is a marketing term. I think PvX is a good way to describe what Ashes of Creation is, like attempting to blend the two. And there's a lot of games that are a lot more focused and separated, like delineated between PvP and PvE. And that's okay too. Like I'm not judging, I'm not trying to walk anything back. It's just there are some games that are very, very separated in what they're doing. Like you hop on World of Warcraft, which I've never played. This is just what I've been told. But like PvE is often quite a bit separated from PvP. Like there's a separation. ESO, definitely a separation. New World, you can choose whether or not you have a separation, right? Like you can choose to not be toggled in open world. And if you want to go play arenas and OPRs, and that's the only PvP you want to do, there's a separation there. Ashes is not having a separation of those two. They're trying to combine those two. And that's why I think Jamie is right in this specific instance. Wait, let me check up a chat real quick, because Vertec joined. Vertec is also a good content creator. You guys should go check him out. Let's see. I got to catch up back to where I was. It's bananas. I thought I had a problem when I was dropping something like $400 to $600 per month 3 times in a row while playing Shia. Can't imagine thousands and not even worrying about it. Yeah. I mean, some people just have crazy amounts of disposable income, and these games just abuse the shit out of it. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'll pay for cosmetics to keep a non-pay to win that's good, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't have a problem, and this is like in the same vein that we've talked about in the past about varying levels of griefing. There's varying levels of monetization that people in MMOs like. I don't care if a game has a crazy, illustrious amount of cosmetic items. I don't care. Like, if you want to buy it, you can buy it. If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to buy it. Like, if you guys, if you want to help fund a game and like you feel like you're getting more out of a game to where you want to pay for those things, then provide it. If it's not pay to win, I'm cool with it. Like, it's got a cool fucking cape, fine. The only thing that I will have an issue with is if you don't have comparable cool things as rewards in the game. When you sway too far into the cosmetic shop to a point to where every cool thing is in the cosmetic shop, then I will have an issue. But if you're providing cosmetics that are unique and cool and like the art design to people are making a ton of money, make your fucking money. Like, make a good game, and I will pay for cosmetics. I'm more than okay with it. That's my perspective. I don't know if everybody else agrees. Like we all have varying amounts of like what we want to pay as far as monetization goes for games, but for me, like, that's never mattered. Zillion is correct. Yeah, I agree. Kind of random, but do you believe that the whole take as much time as you want before releasing the game is a good approach from players towards devs? or it doesn't matter what the players are saying? I'm asking time-wise, should players put a kind of pressure to devs so we avoid a scenario that the game will be ready in 7 to 10 more years, for example? So I will say this. I can't imagine a scenario to where the game takes 7 to 10 more years. Because that's 7 to 10 more years of creation that they have to pay for that they're not making money on. I do think it's going to be a few more years. I would say 7 to 10 is on the over end. I will say that because of New World, personally, I want them to just complete the game to a point that they're happy with. Like, if you followed New World like I did when the game first came out, they rushed it, and there was clearly a lot of issues that now in 2024, 3 years later, they finally resolved that they're releasing the console for. And they've had an ebb and flow and an inability to retain players because of, I think, how poorly their game released. And that is a death knell for just about every single game that could come out. And I don't want to see that for Ashes. So if I have to wait an extra 6 months or a year, personally, if it comes out complete and it comes out more of like a Baldur's Gate 3 level of completion where there's not a huge bunch of issues when a bunch of players join the game. I'm not talking about content. I'm talking about on release, a shit ton of players are going to play because they're going to. It doesn't have a laggy mess. That's the better problem to have. Like, you don't want to shut down players' experiences off of having a bad game on release. And that is a big deal. But yeah, I understand your point of view. I don't think it's going to take 7 to 10 years. I don't think it's going to take that long. I have my own idea for a timetable. I think it's quite a bit shorter, but I do still think it's going to be a few years. Very good question, though. That's a very good question. But yeah, from what I've seen, I'd rather just have them cook and then complete it. That is the worry I have, though. PvX is only PvX if there are enough people online that care about doing PvE content. Yeah, doing both. Love Phantom X. Yeah, he's a good dude. Phantom X is a G, but I disagree with the comment. Yeah, I don't know if it was a rhetorical question or if he was just asking, like, if he agrees. I don't know for sure. Crunch, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. PvX sounds like a marketing term to the masses because there aren't any real PvX games out there today, so it's become a foreign concept. Yeah. I think things get so separated for good reason for a lot of games.
This whole thing is going to be around to really dive down into what people think PvP is versus what PvX is. Because after playing Arcade to me was a PvX game. I have not played a game like that where I was like, God, I think their PvE could have been better. But it wasn't until I played Arcade, and I should preface this because I didn't talk about the MMOs I played. I played fucking all of them. And I originally started as a PvE player. I only played as PvE. It wasn't until I started following Ashes that I played every game that I could with PvP on. And I learned that I was like, God, there were a lot of things that I missed as a PvE only player. In playing Arcade was one of those games where it's like, I get PvX now. If you guys haven't played Arcade, and there's still, you can't play it now because they're shutting it down. But if you play Arcade Classic,
this is going to be fun.
Every time.
There is a really good game experience that you probably have never had that really makes it really impactful to play both the PvP side and the PvE side of the game. When I look at what is a PvX game, it is one that maybe doesn't hit the mark 100% 50-50, right? But what PvX is to me is that if you want to be the best at this game, if you want the best of everything, you have to do everything. You can't say, I'm the best PvPer in WoW, I'm the best raider in WoW. I'm the best in this fucking game, eat me. Like, that's how I see PvX. I dominate in every aspect of this game. Where WoW, you separate the player base. You can be a raider and never have to touch PvP ever. You don't need to touch it to make your game experience good. You can touch PvP over in WoW. You never need to touch the PvE content ever. The thing, I mean, you kind of do with questing, but you could literally grind out. You could grind out PvP if you wanted to. I think, but it has to start at level 10. So there's.
This is a good point by Jamie. I was listening to this and I was like, he is absolutely right, because okay, so this is my theory for Ashes, and I very well could be wrong. This is going to be something that I think is going to happen when the game first comes out. But you have all these areas where nodes can develop. I think when the game starts out, it's going to be a land rush style system where different guilds, different groups of players are going to go to an area to level up a specific area to level their node and advance as quickly as possible. Like they're competing for having the highest tier node, like a lot of competitive players are going to do. I think it's going to be a land rush style system. I think that's how they're going to approach the game, and very similar to a game like Risk when you're setting down your armies. And so when that happens, and when players are building and working towards these things, I think let me back up real quick to hear what he had to say.
Because after playing Arcage to me was a PvX game. I have not played a game like that where I was like, God, I think their PvE could have been better. But it wasn't until I played Arcade, and I should preface this because I didn't talk about the MMOs I played. I played fucking all of them. And I had originally started as a PvE player. I only played as PvE. It wasn't until I started following Ashes that I played every game that I could with PvP on.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I had a brain fart with what he was talking about. It's interesting because you're going to have these large guilds. Like if you guys have been following Voices of Era, we've had different guild leaders on, and they've talked about their guild sizes, right? Some guilds are already at like 200 plus players. So due to clear, like there are 100 nodes that are going to exist in Ashes of Creation. It's 85 normal nodes, 15 castle nodes, if I remember correctly. You can tell me if I'm wrong, Planadorf, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. 100. So you have 100 nodes. You have 10,000 players. That means it's 100 players per node. There are some guilds out there that are 200, 300, 400 players deep. So some nodes are going to have a huge freaking player advantage. They're going to jump out ahead of everybody else early on. They have the advantage of numbers. They have the advantage of players playing. They're going to have the advantage of gaining experience. The node's going to level quickly. But even those nodes have to have some level of competency in either a diplomacy route or a PvP route in order to compete. Because you think of node sieges, sure, it's great that you have 400 people. It's a 250 v 250 node siege. Your 400 people do not matter in a node siege. So if you don't know how to PvP in that specific environment, your node will lose. And so this specific game calls in expertise for multiple different areas. Not every area. I will say I slightly disagree with Jamie. You don't have to be the best at everything, but you need to be good at a few different things. You need to be good at delegation. You need to be good at either diplomacy or war. Two different things, either making friends or being really fucking good at PvP. And you also need to be able to work with other, like either have a good system to work with players within your node or work with other nodes in order to do so. And so this sort of communication, it's a different type of game where the cream will rise to the top a lot differently than other games. And because it does, the bubble of some players like grandiose interpretations of themselves will pop, and it's the way it goes for a game like this. Like that's how this game's going to function, and it's great for that reason. Like things are resolved. It's not hypotheticals, it's actuals, and I think that's great. Vertex says, the tricky part in my mind is that you need people that care about PvE and people that care about PvP. Absolutely. You can call the game PvX all you want, but the design will slip if you don't have people that care about both. I agree. Like you have to cater to both. Good chunk of older MMOs are PvX, open world. Got to get going, y'all. Thank you for the stream. Yeah. Thank you for hanging out, Planendorf. I was going to call it here soon, but yes, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you chiming in. Appreciate you giving the Alpha 2 release date. Can't believe you did it on this live stream. Guys, that didn't happen, but let's just pretend like it did. But no, thank you for hanging out. I hope to catch you soon. Good point on the in-game stuff. Thank you. I know it's outside the scope because it's not an MMO, but Path of Exile has really good monetization. Stuff is stupid expensive, but it's all cosmetic. Yeah, I'm cool with cosmetics. I want to know how much of the MMO community are actual PvP players. It's interesting. In some games it's more than others. I'm very curious as well. I will say that I think that a lot of players want both. I think the vast majority of players, if given the choice between a PvE server or a PvP server, would like one that has the option of both. And I think that's the big part about what this game draws to. Pay for convenience is more annoying to me than pay to win because, you know, they knowingly program. Yeah. Pay for convenience, I hate also crunch. I pay for convenience is almost as bad to me as pay to win. I completely agree with you. As long as it doesn't break immersion, I was just so upset when the damn mini police car was added to Terra. Got to remember, and a lot of people never bring this up about AOC, COVID did a number on their development time. Yeah, COVID did a number to a lot of games. Like whether people want to acknowledge it or not and say, fuck it, like it's another year, move on. A lot of game development stuff got halted because of what happened with COVID. I know ESO did. ESO 100% did. It was a running game, and they had to deal with a reduction in performance due to the amount of players that were now home due to COVID. And then they were working from home trying to release content for a game that had more players and then trying to release good stuff while working remotely. A lot of games suffered from dealing with abstract circumstances in a very interesting time. At this point, I would rather Ashes take longer and come out as a full, complete game that works than rushed out and be messed up. I agree. I already said that, but I agree. I agree with you, Matt. They lost, what, 2 to 3 years because of COVID? I don't know. I don't know what they lost monetarily, or not monetarily, but from a production standpoint. I personally think Ashes is like 3 years from being released. I want to say I would be very 2020, around 2027 is I think what I personally think when the game is going to release. I think 3 years of alpha and beta tests is long enough. But we'll see. I've been wrong every other step of the way. I'll probably be wrong here too. I'm not trying to be right here, guys. Don't quote me on this. That's my rough speculation. I expect it to be about another 3 years. But we don't know. They could hire another 100 developers, and it could streamline even further. If they all of a sudden have 300 developers, I might tone it back and say it's a little bit shorter of a time. If they stay where they're at, and like if Alpha 2 takes a little bit longer for rolling out patches, I'd be like, okay, well we're 4 years away. I don't know, but 3 is a good number for me in my head right now. You only get one chance to launch a game unless you're Final Fantasy. Well said, Jamation. Well said. If I ever manage to get an Alpha 2 at some point, I'm fine with waiting a long time for full launch. Yeah. Well, there's other good games out. You want the game to release as a good game. Imagine if Elden Ring released with a terrible launch. It wouldn't be the game it is. Imagine if Baldur's Gate released with a terrible launch. It also wouldn't be the game that it is. So in my opinion, it makes sense to wait. But I get it. I get it. People like there's no MMORPGs coming out for a while. Nothing that people are like long-term excited about on a large scale. You look at League of Legends. Their MMORPG got pushed back. It's Ashes. Like I'm excited personally about the Dune MMO. I'm excited to see how it kind of works, but I don't have high, lofty expectations. I don't expect it's a game I could play for the next 5 years. And that's the difference. I could see myself playing Ashes for a very long time. And that sort of lofty justification doesn't currently exist for other games. And so I think a lot of people see Ashes and they're like, come out soon. Please come out soon. Please. They didn't start real development until 2020 with UE5. I agree. In a PvX game, will you wear a PvX build? Because that kind of build will have the disadvantage of both PvP, PvE, and PvP builds. I'll probably wear a PvP specific build unless dying is so minimized that I don't have to. Which very well could happen at different points of the night. It's going to depend, for sure. Oh my goodness. Believe it actually helped Ashes creation. I remember in the dev update with Stephen and Margaret, they stated the increase in productivity due to less social interactions at work, probably less Commander MTG games as well. Well, as much as it sucks to say, these AAA gaming studios losing a bunch of developers due to their companies downsizing. I want to say this. It really sucks for those developers. I don't want to see lose jobs or anything like that. I will say that avenue, I think, helped Ashes really get a bunch of good people, because so many people were laid off that they were able to pull in a lot of different developers. And so we'll have to see how it plays out. Like, it sucks. We live in we live in a capitalist economy. The companies are going to downsize. It sucks. It really sucks to see people lose their jobs, but I think a lot of developers landed on their feet in a better situation. I really do. From the outside looking in, as a uninformed, stupid person, I do think a lot of people ended up better off.
And I learned that I was like, God, there were a lot of things that I missed as a PvE only player. In playing Arcade was one of those games where it's like, I get PvX now. If you guys haven't played Arcade, and there's still, you can't play it now because they're shutting it down. But if you play Arcade Classic, there is a really good game experience that you probably have never had that really makes it really impactful to play both the PvP side and the PvE side of the game. When I look at what is a PvX game, it is one that maybe doesn't hit the mark 100% 50-50, right? But what PvX is to me is that if you want to be the best at this game, if you want the best of everything, you have to do everything. You can't say, I'm the best PvPer in WoW, I'm the best raider in WoW. I'm the best in this fucking game, eat me. Like, that's how I see PvX.
I agree.
I dominate in every aspect of this game, where WoW,
not every aspect. I'm going to be semantical, Jamie, because you didn't invite me on your podcast. So I'm going to be upset about it. I'm kidding. Jamie's awesome. It's a joke, guys. I'm just saying that I don't think you have to be great at everything. I do think you have to be really good at a few things. At least really good at a few things. So yeah, I do agree with this point of view, though. Like, it's not just a hyper-specific specialization game. Like, you need to know a few things, or you need to work with a team that knows a few things. GTA 6 will bring in billions of revenue. 100% Concats. I've brought up GTA 5 as a comparison for Ashes. It's not an MMORPG, but it's a sandbox. The amount of replayability that GTA 5 has had over the years is so fucking impressive. And it's so impressive to see like a sandbox style game with the role play that it has, the private servers that it has, the players that participate the way that it has. And it's not the same. Like it's GTA 5. Like they've had 4 previous games that crushed. They had another game that crushed, and now they're coming out with a 6th game. Whereas Ashes is the first one, but a well-made sandbox game has that kind of replayability. And that's why I drew the comparison when I talked about it in the past is you can't get that with a theme park MMO. You can't get that type of replayability. And so it's going to be interesting to see how Ashes delivers in that department. Steven posting up that food truck outside their doors as the laid off workers were getting ready to bounce was raid boss level stuff. Dude, yeah. We had a situation in our family where my wife got laid off. She didn't like her job. She wasn't happy, but she didn't want to get laid off. And she got in a much better situation long term. It was a few months of stress, and long term we're happier for it. Doesn't work out that way for everybody. I'm not trying to say that it does. I'm just stating that, you know, sometimes when a door shuts, a window opens. That's all I'm saying.
You separate the player base. You can be a raider and never have to touch PvP ever. You don't need to touch it to make your game experience good. You can touch PvP over and WoW. You never need to touch the PvE content ever. The thing, I mean, you kind of do with questing, but you could literally grind out. You could grind out PvP if you wanted to. I think, but it has to start at level 10. So there's that. But I think what I'm trying to say is that it splits the player base where it's like, you can do this over here. You can do this over here. You never need to touch anything. What I like, what PvX is to me, is that if you want to be the guy that is saying, I'm the best, you need to make sure you're doing every bit of fucking content. And that's what PvX is to me. If you want to be the top dog, you need to make sure you are fucking playing everything. Okay, I'm done ranting. Someone else take the talking stick. Take it away.
I want Quirian to respond, but like I have something that Phantom X is like talking about in chat. In chat, so I want to make sure that Quirian has his chance to, you know, have his spot in the limelight.
My 5 minutes of fame or 5 seconds of fame. There you go.
Go for it. Do it, bud.
Yeah, because I'll jump in no matter what. I do not care. But
yeah, PvX, honest, it just equal parts PvP and PvE. Ashes, I think, is honestly the perfect definition of it. To build your world, you have to do PvE things. To change it, you have to destroy it, which is PvP. I think PvX is literally the perfect definition for it. Honestly, that's it. Like,
all right, go ahead.
That's
so,
it.
Lloyd, you had your thing you wanted to say.
So So because I was talking, I had this huge debate with Vertec last night where he basically represented PvEers and I represented the PvXers / PvPers.
Lloyd had a conversation with Vertec.
What Ashes is really a PvX game that enables PvPers more than they enable PvEers. Just with its current systems, with what we've seen.
No! It happened again, guys. I'm so sorry.
There is a lot of PvP systems that allow you to opt in, but not a lot of PvE systems that allow you to opt out. So there are really there's like a really big divide in the community from what I've seen, where it's been like this, oh, PvPers want this, oh, PvEers want this, and like it's creating this divide between what PvX actually is, and like I don't know a good way other than making PvE systems such as like instance raids, dungeons, etc., which is separate from crafting and economics, by the way. So anything that's like crafting and economics is not PvE. That is its own system. And PvEers need to be satisfied in some form, where PvXers like us like to enjoy the raid bosses in the middle of like a world boss, like in the open world, while also fighting over it. Like, I enjoy that thing, but PvEers probably don't, and they probably won't enjoy the PvX mentality. But we still need to make sure that there's a system for PvEers to enjoy.
So, Jamie,
okay. Okay. Let's read chat. That was an interesting point. Following up on Jamie's point, in Ashes, you don't need to touch PvE to make your experience good. Someone else can go do that. You have to touch PvP whether you want to or not. So Vertec, you are a Phoenix Initiative player, so you know more than me. I'm not trying to, like, let's state that. Everything that I've read, I've been under the assumption that I will need to do some form of PvE, whether it's harvesting, farming, refining, trade, like making weapons, whatever. Like, I will need to specialize in some way. Like, I will not be top level, but I will need to do something to do my part. I've always been under the assumption as a PvP player that I will need to do those things. As a caravan runner, until I make a name for myself, I'm assuming that I will have to farm and harvest resources in order to travel them across the world and develop a win rate enough to where people will hire me out. And so I will need to do those things. So I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that from my perspective, I've always been under the assumption that I will, as a more PvP oriented player, I will still always have to do PvE. As far as vice versa, I'm thinking about it right now. I'm trying to talk about it like as I'm thinking about it, because I don't want to say anything wrong. It's just hypothetical things. I don't think mayors need to be PvP inclined in order to be good at being a mayor, but they'll still have to participate, because you're going to want the mayoralship buffs. You're going to want, regardless of whatever your node is, you're still going to want a mayor that knows how to PvP, at least on some level, to provide the buffs that a mayor can. And so I get that perspective. I get where you're coming from there, because it's a low bar, but it's still almost a requirement for mayors. Like, yeah, if you're going to get sacked, if you're going to get sieged, you're going to want somebody that at least has the bare minimum understanding of, hey, we need these buffs. We need you to participate in this. So I get that. I do get that perspective. I do think for other systems that players can, we've talked about this before. I do think for other systems that players can outsource things in a way to where they don't have to participate in those PvP systems. Farmers, gatherers don't necessarily have to run caravans, but it's kind of an all hands on deck for PvP, for node sieges and node wars. Outside of questing. Okay. Vertec getting put on blast. Yeah, apparently they had a big conversation, like hours. You should click on those ads. Looks like, dude, those games look so bad. Every time I see it, I'm like, dude, why am I getting inundated with ads about like knocking down a wall to kill like 1 million NPCs? These games all look like shit. It makes no sense. Ultimate endgame PvP will play 100% in progression, because the tier sets will be in dungeons and possibly on open world mobs you'll have to contest for. I think it's intertwined for sure. Best and cheap viewers on. People don't need to hire you out if you volunteer to prove yourself. Yeah, I think you can prove yourself without being hired out. But I think a lot of like high-end like merchanters will want to see a win rate and pay you an appropriate amount based off that. I think a lot of like Galwood, for instance, in my Discord, like he's talked about how he's a high-end merchanter economy guy. And he's like, yeah, like if your win rate on caravan trips is much higher, I'm going to pay you more. Like I'm going to have these spreadsheets to where I can see what your win rate is. We're going to split the amount, but yeah, you'll be rewarded more mightily for your success relative to others. And so I think when you narrow down what the pay rate could be for players like that, I think that's where it comes into place. Gathering, processing, crafting does not equal PvE, by the way. I mean, I think in some ways it does lump under PvE. Like I think PvE is an all-encompassing thing for things non-PvP related. So whether or not high-end raids, dungeons, boss kills, farming, like all of it lumps in. It just kind of depends on like what the resources are for other PvE stuff. See what the rest of you has to say.
Actually have a weird disagreement with you on
go ahead.
The definition of PvX. And this may be like somewhat semantical, but to me, the defining characteristic of a PvX game, and I think I would probably argue that one has never existed. Because I can't think of a good example. The defining characteristic is, yes, the blending of PvP and PvE content into one type of content, but more specifically, the quality of those both types of content. Most games either have really high quality PvE content with PvP tacked on, World of Warcraft, etc.
Yep.
Or they have really high quality PvP content with PvE tacked on, Arcage, ESO, etc. So you have to have a game that has super, super high quality PvE content and high quality PvP content, and both of them going on simultaneously. So that, to me, you have to have all of that in one, and no other game has ever really, really done that yet. And that is part of the promise of Ashes of Creation. I say that as I realize that we really don't know how quality the PvE content's going to be in Ashes of Creation. So that's a whole other conversation.
ESO has high quality PvP content. You're asking the wrong person. I think everybody that tunes into my channel knows where I stand on ESO's PvP content. I will say they sold their game as a PvP game. I will say that they had a pretty solid PvP base, and they still do. I'm not a part of it anymore, but a lot of players still play and enjoy it. I think there's a few things that they could do better, but relative to the MMORPGs that I've seen, they're better than most as far as like what their PvP is. Non-PvP related does not equal PvE. See, well, and that's a tough part, Vertec. I'm not saying you're wrong. That's not what I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is if you're out in the world, like if I'm out farming for lumber and I'm engaging in the environment and I am chopping down trees and I have to run across wolves, bears, boars, all this other stuff, that classifies as PvE, right? Like I think that classifies as PvE. It may not be the PvE you enjoy, but I'm still a player versus the environment given to me. I think that applies to raids. I think that applies to dungeons. I think that applies to solo player content if solo player content exists. I think I think PvE, it's a broad generalization and I don't like it. I do agree with you there. I'm just stating that I think a lot of the argument that you stem from is often instance-based, high-end level rating. But I think PvE as a whole is more than that. And I don't want to get into, like, I really don't want to get into a semantical argument. Like my interpretation, your interpretation of what these two things are. I don't care who's right. I don't care. I don't have to be right in this regard. I'm just trying to explain to you my point of view on what I view PvE as, so we can at least approach like a middle ground of like, okay, I don't agree, but I can at least see where you're coming from on this. I can at least see why you think that PvE applies to going out in the world and experiencing these things. That's all. So I really don't want to debate semantics. I just want to like get down to like the real interesting conversations, and semantics are the worst thing. I just felt like I had to explain that. Econ people make money either way, so they don't care what they get lumped in with. Yeah. I will say that I am an econ person. That was my major. Optimizing PvE and PvP players to do the best things they can, profitability wise, makes the most sense. All on paper, of course. We'll have to see what the systems are. We'll have to see how the systems play out. Of course. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just stating that like the Henry Ford style specialization of specific things will probably yield the most profitability. And players that know what that is and that can allocate those things properly to pay out harvesters, refiners, crafters, and then pay out PvPers to transport it will probably make the most money long term. We'll see. I always thought it was a PvE game from all their updates. I would agree. I think ESO is way more of a PvE game. They initially sold themselves as a PvP game. I still think their PvP is solid relative to other MMORPGs, but they've ignored it for 5 years. They're coming out with a new thing this winter. It'll be interesting to see what it is. But yeah, they're way more PvE focused than PvP. I agree. I agree and disagree with Zillan. Spot on for most, but L2 was de facto PVX. Steven has based the majority of AOC on it. The system isn't theoretical, it works. Lineage 2 just had literally nothing else. Fair. PVX needs both PvE and PvP content of quality and people that care about each. Yes. I mean, care. Yes, I agree. Not just do it because it gets them money, but actually want to do the content. Yeah, no. And I want to be clear, Vertec. I'm not talking about like every single player will care about making money. Not every player cares about that. Every player in an MMORPG has different driving factors for what they value most in the game. Every single player does. And so it's tough having these conversations where like you're typing and I'm talking, but because like there's so many semantics that there's so many different discussions that can happen that aren't cleared up right away. I agree with you. I completely agree with you because there are going to be some players that literally only care about high-end rating. There are going to be some players that literally only care about winning node sieges and node wars. There are going to be some players that literally only care about refining, crafting, harvesting, whatever they're going to do. And there's a bunch of players in between. And so I'm just trying to draw a conclusion. Like, there's no way I can apply what I'm saying to every single player in a player base. I'm just applying broad generalities, and you're absolutely right. Like players that are engaging in this, I talked about it earlier. You can go back and check it if you want. But earlier on in the stream, I talked about how this game is. Let me pull up I'll do it real quickly one more time because it's funny to draw with the pen. It's really funny. Come on, you. Come on, you. Okay. There we go. So we have a line. We're going to draw a line through Lude, Lloyd, and Jamie. And on this side, we're going to have PvE. And then on this side, we're going to have PvP. So it's kind of like a political spectrum, but for MMORPGs. We are not going to talk politics here. You guys feel free to be safe. We will not be talking any politics here. I do not want to engage with shit that I have to engage with my family on a daily or weekly basis on this live stream, okay? That will not be allowed. We are talking about MMORPG specializations. That's it. But it is a similar spectrum. You will have some players that are heavily focused in PvE. You will have some players that are heavily focused in PvP. 100%. Like this is non-negotiable. Some people want full loot, always on, no corruption PvP. Some players want PvE specific oriented avenues where they do not experience PvP in the slightest. And it doesn't matter. Like what you like doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the respect that you like what you like and you're more than entitled to do so. As far as the game goes, Ashes, in my opinion, caters to this. They cater to the middle group. Not PvE focused, not PvP focused, the middle. Players that are okay with both. Most games, I think most MMORPGs in general, cater specifically more to PvE, and they have avenues for all on PvE so those players can enjoy that. And then they also throw in PvP. And so it doesn't matter that you're drawing from this or you're drawing from this. It's just how the game is designed, right? Like some players are like, this is how a lot of game models work. Like if you're fully PvE, we cater to you. If you like some PvP, we cater to you too. And Ashes is like, if you like full PvE, we're not catering to you. We're going to spread out a little bit more in the middle to where we'll have the 20% instance PvE here, and then we'll have the full loot, always on, open PvP over here. Ignore the colors. I'm just drawing because I wanted to draw. Okay, that's what's going on. And then you have other games, most recently like New World, where it was supposed to be a full loot game that started off over here, and then they ended up over here. And so the player base doesn't matter a whole lot. It's what you're trying to draw to. I think a broad generalization is you don't want to draw to everybody. I think it's one of those things where this game is different in who it draws to relative to other games. And because of that, I think there's a lot of discussion about what's going on. Around the world, you're also going to run into players trying to harass you, so it's PvP. Can be, yeah. Plans in both areas, but the actual purpose of doing that is economy and life skills playstyle. I don't think you can specialize in any specific avenue. That's my perspective. Even as a PvP player, I can't be fully PvP. I don't think I can. And I could be wrong. Maybe the game and the avenue specializes itself to where if I'm the best at PvP, that's all that matters. But I think it's going to be a lot more like Civilization level games to where you can advance a node via non-PvP or PvP. You can choose to attack or you can choose to build through relations. I don't think either one is wrong. I just think, hypothetically, on the outside looking in, that there's more to it than that.
We hope. That's all. Right now, it's all we're on the hope system.
Have you ever
else take my econ class in the fall? Hey man, it's been a few years, but if you need help, I might be able to help. Probably not. Like I said, we'll see. We'll see. Just let me know.
Played old? Did you ever play old school Ultra Valley?
Did you know you can AFK Bloods and
Oh my
Zaya
God.
whilst learning to code in Python? Go to
I think I'm gonna get
boot.dev.
YouTube Plus for this.
What?
I only
World
played
of
the classic
Warcraft,
version.
Ultra Valley.
Oh no.
The original. Okay.
I don't play World of Warcraft.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So
I get you on not wanting to debate semantics. Yeah, I don't think semantics are interesting. Like, I just want to tell you my perspective so you understand. I'm willing to go into as deep a discussion as you want on any specific system, but the semantics of what you and I define as PvE and PvP is not as interesting. So if we can find a middle ground, then we can discuss further for sure. ESO is an overland questing housing game at this point. I agree. Hurts my soul every time someone mentions the 20% instance PvE. It's like saying we have open world PvP. That's enough, right? My thing is I don't know how much PvE they're going to have. The 20% could be a lot. It's the same thing I have with a discussion on Summoner. Same problem I had with a discussion on Augments. Not knowing is the biggest question mark. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just we don't know. So that's where I come from. If PvE and PvP is unbalanced, devs will get the feedback and try to fix it. That's Alpha 2 for me, and I feel that AOC devs care in comparison with other games they play. You could, like, that's my perspective, Concats. I think they care a lot about making sure this game appeals to as many people in the middle as possible. I think they're trying to draw in the middle players in that spectrum. I'm not saying I'm right or anything like that. That's my perspective. It's my shittily drawn, terrible penmanship perspective. I just think that's how they're drawing and like looking at their player base. They're like, all these other games look at this, and there's no games that are looking at this, so we're gonna do this. And that's how I see it. And I very well could be wrong. I could be wrong. They could do a 180. Like, we could be talking about this 2 years from now, and Vertec and I could just be like, Vertec, you're right, I'm wrong, or vice versa. We have no idea. We have no idea right now. Any of you guys and gals ever played Dark Age of Camelot? I have not. Viral has. Good chat though. All right. We'll catch up here.
Oh, as of all the MMOs out there right now, I think the Battleground or old school Ultra Valley was probably the perfect definition of PvX that we currently.
Okay. It was 42 minutes ago. I am so sorry, but Cryptia777, thank you for the follow. I didn't see it. It didn't pop up on the alerts, and I have failed you. I have failed you as a streamer. I have failed you as a person and as a human, not as a dwarf, because I would never be a dwarf, but I have failed you, and I'm sorry. Thank you for the follow.
Currently have. And the reason for that is it was a massive PvE, PvX like system where the team, your team versus an enemy team, were racing to go fight and kill the enemy's boss. But there were multiple objectives along the way, but there's also side objectives that like you go out and harvest things. You go out and you kill these different NPCs to get certain resources to help build your siege equipment or get your siege bosses and everything like that to help yourself push yourself along the way. There were a whole bunch. You would need PvEers that were good at like fighting bosses, like raid bosses and stuff, to be able to get these certain resources to make these certain things. So you would have your PvPers essentially holding the line while all of these PvEers were going out and doing all of these extra side objectives, everyone pushing towards the same goal.
So I'm gonna play
that
devil's
is
advocate.
PvX in my opinion.
I will play devil's advocate on this. because I feel like some people will say that's just PvP. And that's where I guess the question is, what is a pure PvP game? Because that's the argument I keep saying, seeing thrown back. Because to me, I would say, yes, that sounds like PvX content to me, where it's like, it's a blend of both. You need to do both things to be able to get this done. You can't just pick one lane. And I guess for me, that's why I have a different opinion on what PvX is. And even going back to what Zillion said, is that, even saying arcades really wasn't a PvX game because.
Okay. So definition of PvX avenues that have done it right, in my opinion: Imperial City Sewers, Elder Scrolls Online. I thought that was the perfect definition of PvX. Now, I will lay it out for those of you guys that didn't get to experience Imperial City Sewers during its heyday. If you guys have got to play Imperial City Sewers during its heyday, please comment in the comment section and talk about how fucking awesome it was, because literally that is the driving force for why I am so excited about Ashes of Creation. Because literally what you did is, we had Cyrodiil. We had this awesome open world PvP environment, and they're like, hey, we are now going to take this into the city. And if you've played Oblivion, if you've played Skyrim, you know where this is. You go into Imperial City, and there's a bunch of mobs everywhere, and they hit hard as shit, guys. Like, when you first started out, they fucking wrecked people. The bosses would ruin 24-man squads regularly, like on the regular, absolutely shit on 24-man groups. I can't tell you how many times I watched bad groups wiped by these bosses. There was bosses in every single district getting just absolutely molly-whopping players that were going in. The incentivization was there. The jewelry and the gear that came out of Imperial City Sewers was best in slot for PvE and PvP. So the incentivization was there for players. Players went in going, hey, if I get this jewelry, I will have the best fucking build I can have for whatever I want to do. It's best in slot everywhere. And so they hopped in and did it. They also provided a resource. It was called Telvar stones. So every single thing you killed, you generated Telvar. Once you got to like 100, 1,000, 10,000 Telvar, you got multipliers. 1x, 2x, 10x multipliers on your Telvar. And so it became a risk versus reward game in Imperial City Sewers, to where the more Telvar you carried, over 10k, the more reward you got for every single thing you killed. So not only were you getting rewarded for jewelry you got that dropped, that could be very valuable for PvP or PvE players, you also got these Telvar stones that went towards crafting, for flowers, for refining, for ore, or like upgrade materials for different weapons. And so for 2 to 3 years, this area existed, and it was my personal playground, to where I could go out, I could kill bosses, and I could entertain the PvE area. And if players were also entertaining that, I could kill them, and I could reap 80% of their Telvar if I killed them. And so however many hours they spent, I could spend those hours killing them and take their Telvar from them, which would then turn into materials for alchemy, iron upgrades for weapons, or for gear or armor or whatever. And so it became an ultimate PvX environment, to where you weren't just fighting players, you were also fighting NPCs and different things. And that specific area has nowhere near the depth of Ashes of Creation. Nowhere near it. And it gave me 3 fucking years of replayability. That's all I did, guys. All I did was go into the sewers and got to engage, kill bosses, make money, kill players if they showed up. And I had so much fun doing so. And so when I see a game like Ashes of Creation that's doing so many of the exact same things, and that was full loot, there was no risk for dying. It was just the Telvar you were carrying. It's on a much lighter scale. but it's a very similar venue as far as PvX goes. And when I see that, and when I see like how much fun I had, and I see what Ashes is as far as PvX, I get really excited. I get really excited about what the potential could be. Because, like, dude, if I got 3 years out of fucking bare bones ESO combat, I could get 10 or 20 out of Ashes. End of tangent. Sorry, I just had to bring it up because I think it's very similar. Holy cow, the comments. The AOC was very, very fun before Trials of Atlantis. Also only able to run it once per character. Took my breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the computer. PvP sieges were grant. Okay, you guys are talking about DAOC. One of my best friends at the time played it religiously, talking about DAOC. Imperial City is good PvX with good risk reward. Initially, it was so good. The 80% loss on Telvar was really nice. The place is populated, there isn't a better experience. I agree. Don't bring IC after 4 hours of streaming. Dude, I love IC. IC is and was the best. It was the best. Talking about Warhammer Online, Elder Scrolls Online. IC died because of the risk reward system. Yeah. Yeah, it went from 80-20 to 50-50, which is a huge loss. And then the materials that you got like also changed. If they continued to add rewards in the Imperial City like reward system for Telvar, people would have still gone down there. Like if you slowly added like more keys for other gear or materials, it would have stayed the same, but they stopped. It was very good, but now it's just dead comp because there is an incentive for people to go down there. Exactly. But those 2 to 3 years were so freaking good, guys. They were so good. And it's a very minimalized scale of what Ashes will be, but I think it's very comparable.
As it favored a bit more on that PvP side, the PvE wasn't great. And I would agree. I think it was a really good starting point. I think that the PvE content could have been a bit more intense. Yes. I thought their dungeons were kind of shit. Like if you could take some of, and here's, I guess this is where I'm coming from too, is that I don't like a lot of the complexities that has come into some of the PvE rating now because of add-ons and shit. Like I enjoy I don't want to say I enjoy easier content. I just enjoy having I like having maybe like 4 different mechanics I need to pay attention to a raid boss because that's fun and enjoyable. I understand some people, and I guess that's on the opposite side where it's like, I don't want to do PvP because it's hard. I don't want to do PvE because it's hard. I like the idea that maybe some of these bosses need to be toned down a bit because you're also dealing with this external threat that you normally don't have to deal with. But I do think that there should be some, and I think this is an argument that I think maybe some of us all would agree on, is I do feel like there should be some PvE content within Ashes that you are not going to be susceptible to PvX. I don't know how they implement that. I really don't like the idea of instance. I don't like the idea of instance anything. I want everything to be fucking open world. But like having room logs or things that where you can touch out.
No!
This game.
How many commercials am I going to hit?
You're not ready for it.
Jamie, so one of the comments that I keep hearing a lot of people say is that the game has enough PvP content that doesn't have PvE content in it or whatever. Like, you know, there's enough stuff to do for the PvPers that doesn't involve the PvEers. And my first thought is, what is there in the game that that you're going to have to PvP to achieve that there isn't also PvE involved in you achieving in that? And I'll go ahead and give you the answer right now. There is nothing. There is nothing. Every last PvP system that currently exists in the game requires PvE to be a part of it. So the only thing that we know of that they've mentioned at all that is going to be specifically and only PvP is arena, like instanced arenas. Arenas not queue up for arenas or whatever. So what if you have instanced raids and dungeons that are hard and difficult and all that stuff, and you have instance PvP, neither one of them give you gear. You cannot progress your character. They give cosmetics, they give mounts, whatever, but you cannot progress your character or make your character better in an instance. Everything else is mixed.
I actually talked about this with Roar.
I agree. I heavily agree, and I also think PvE should also have the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Instance raids and instance PvP.
This is actually what I'm gonna say. Make their PvE arenas, because here's the thing, right? Those PvP arenas probably are not going to have very good rewards. I'm going to assume, because like it's just a test of skill. So that's what I would like to.
And achievements, titles, not actual gear.
Right. So if we want to do
PvP, PvP and PvE having the same.
If we want to do like for like, then make there a PvE arena like WoW's Brawlers Guild. I think those are very comparable. I don't think a raid is comparable to an arena. I don't think that's close at all. So like, because I'm gonna say you don't have to do shit for an arena. For an arena, you just have players and they go in. It's a very low bar when it comes to content when it comes to creation. So what am I guess content creation. I guess that's the word I'm gonna use, because that's a super. You were literally just putting people in a pit and saying you guys fight each other and win. So I think a comparable option to that is not raids. It's not dungeons. Those aren't comparable at all. I think what's comparable is give us a Brawlers Guild. Give me some hard bosses that I need to fight either with a group or by myself, but make it in that arena kind of Coliseum feel. That's comparable. Trying to say that raids are comparable to arenas is complete bullshit.
I'm not trying to say they're comparable. I'm saying they're existing PvE and PvE instance content.
Yeah, I
do
disagree.
I actually kind of like your opinion. Like where you're like, they're not comparable. We have to find a comparable contrast and make it work, is all I'm saying. Is whatever the content is, I don't really care what it is. Make it comparable, make it work, make both parties happy.
Yep.
I agree. And I
give
don't
them a
know
place where they can go do the style of content they want to do without having to blend it, but you don't get the best gear from it.
Rory, you're just gonna have to deal with the delay. There's nothing else I can deal with it. It's fucking.
Yeah, it's interesting because they've talked about having instance arenas, instance PvP arenas where players will be able to go into instances and player versus player with no, like, I agree that there should be no real outcome as far as rewards go. If you want to, in this type of game, if you want to have rewards, it should be more in a PvX environment. I don't see if that's going to exist in the game. What does it hurt to have a raid style scene practice on specific bosses that you encounter? So let's say you advance in a dungeon, you go into an area, you encounter the fucking bird boss, right? It's a fucking woodpecker, and he just pecks your shit in. What's wrong with having an instance based area to where you can go in and test different things and you can figure stuff out? Doesn't count towards the score. Like, you still got to go do it the live way. You still got to go in there for the actual reward, but you have your instance based area to figure shit out. I don't see that as different. Like if we're trying to weigh and measure a PvX environment with PvPers and PvEers, I feel like that's equally scaled in the same direction. And I could be wrong. I haven't raided in a few years, guys. I haven't done PvE raids in a while. I'm a dad of twins. Please forgive me. I'm not just a PvPer at heart. I promise. I just can't do the other thing because I have kids. But when they get older, I swear to God, not God, I swear that I will try to do more. On the opposite side of things, I love some complex PvE encounters that won't be possible with Ashes, outside of maybe some Mega World bosses. But Steven has already said Ashes is the game for that. At least that was a semi-decent game. Fair. Nobody will do hard as fuck raid bosses for no rewards. I agree. And we want hard as fuck raid. I do 100%. I want raid bosses to be difficult. I'll be honest, guys. Elden Ring has changed my mind as far as difficulty and completion goes. It's not going to happen. But if Ashes had Elden Ring style difficulty, I'd be cool with it. I really would. I'd be more than cool with it. I'd be happy about it. I'd be sitting here being like, yeah, fuck yeah. But there is a sliding scale between it being Elden Ring and it being the easiest fucking MMO content possible. And I just want it to be above that. The easiest MMO content possible. I just want it to be above that. I don't care where it lands. I just want it to be above closing my eyes and hitting buttons and killing everything in front of me. I have a low bar, guys, okay? I have a low requirement for what I want for PvE, and I've been so traumatized by the shittiest fucking content imaginable that that's all I want. I want something that I actually have to try to be able to do in order to beat. And if I can do that, I'm happy. That's how bad it's been. That's how fucking bad it's been. Kalen says, I honestly believe we won't be getting hard as fuck bosses when you have to fight on two fronts, defending said boss from opposing alliances and taking it down yourself. Will mean there's a limit on how you can make a boss. Yeah, well, that's going to depend. Like, I hope they specialize PvE content for encountering no people, because there will be times where you encounter no people. I hope they do that, but whether or not they do, we'll see. I think we're going to see a lower population after a few months, naturally, as that occurs in the servers. And when that happens, more and more of these dungeons will be able to be completed. And I want hard content for PvE players for that reason. Arenas is my most played content in WoW, but hot take, Ashes shouldn't have arenas because it will directly result with less world PvP. That's what happened with ESO. When Battlegrounds came out, Cyrodiil died quite a bit. Imperial City died quite a bit because it pulled players. And this is also going to be a hot take, Maz. But I think games, like theme park style games that pull players into different areas, whether it's theme park style trials, dungeons, arenas, larger scale PvP, like you're pulling player bases into narrower and narrower areas. And because of that, those areas hinge on whether or not players are playing and participating. Whereas if you have a PvX style game and you're including way more players, your player base should be better because you're not slimming people down, you're drawing more people in. This is all theoretical, of course. It's just a better way to approach it from what we've seen, in my opinion. Spanso Live got a quick recap of the last few reveals. No, we just been talking about stuff, Clippin'. Just talking. Got a few things to dive into, and then we'll stop.
Close your eyes. Listen to the audio only. That's all you need to hear.
We are a Spotify only podcast. Welcome everybody.
Jesus Christ. I don't know what Jamie B. It's not me, dude. It's really not. I don't know what it's been lately with Twitch. Guys, that's the only downside of using Twitch guest star is that occasionally if the ingest servers are slow, because right now I'm streaming at 6.1. I've got fucking great internet, so eat it. Currently, you're audio only. You don't need to see in the visuals anyway.
Internet NA.
I was
gotta get connection, dude. It's fucking
don't
good.
know how.
All right. Style Points 75 says, I feel like a lot of this PVX is good for everyone talk ignores the fact that PvPers are going to dumpster the PvEers and drive them out, just like they always do in these games. So I will say, if the PvP is weighted too heavily, absolutely. I don't see the current situation to where it's weighted too heavily. And it's all theoretical from the outside looking in, watching live streams. I don't agree that that's going to be an issue currently. If it does become an issue, that is something I will bring up during Alpha 2. That is something I will bring up during Beta 1 and Beta 2. I think everybody enjoying their player loops is something that's important. I think everybody enjoying their player loops is something that should matter. And it's all well and good for me to say this, but the point is assigning value to different player loops to make people feel like they matter allows them to overcome different diversities in the game. So you may not like PvP, but if your area player loop of crafting is valued, you might find more value in the game just because you're being recognized for what you're doing. If your value comes from being a good mayor and your player loop is being a good mayor, in this game, what other MMORPG could compare? In PvP, which is one of my more specialized areas, what other MMORPG game recognizes and rewards players in a way that Ashes of Creation does? It doesn't exist. And so the point comes down to, in my opinion, you are going to experience things that you won't like 100%. So players that are more PvE inclined that don't like to PvP, you'll experience PvP. It's going to happen. Players that are more PvP inclined that don't want to do PvE, you're going to experience PvE. It's just, is the game rewarding and valuable enough to make it worth it? And that's the question that Ashes of Creation is going to have to answer, in my opinion. Ready to see the naval combat? Very few games can get it right. I'm looking forward to it. Mob groups seemed pretty well balanced, and if we go in with lower numbers, should be difficult enough, maybe not mechanically, but should be at least be a challenge. Yeah. It's a good stream, and I enjoyed the conversation with everyone here. Soul Man has to hit the hay. Have a good night. Yeah, have a good night, Gragas. I'm going to bed soon too. I'm going to call it a night here shortly. Where the balance can be adjusted, there are systems place that can adjust to keep the PvP bunch from running the PvEers out of the game. Yeah, I think that, okay, I'm only saying this to go back and look at it to see if I'm right. I do really think, as far as the politics for node progression goes, is going to be very Civilization 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 level related. You can go warmonger. You absolutely can. You can hammer, bludgeon your way into the top tier levels, and if you're good at it, you can succeed. If you go the scientific route, you can do that. If you go the economic route, you can do that. There's all sorts of ways to succeed in Civ 1 through 5, or however far on Civilization games have gotten. But you also have to have other avenues, because there's just going to be a few more people. So if I'm really good at having a bunch of players, if I'm really good at leveling up, because like we're all good at grinding, we probably also either need to be good at diplomacy or PvP. You probably have to be solid at 2 out of the 3. You don't have to be solid at everything. You don't have to be a good PvPer. You can have a lot of players. You can function well. You can work together well together. You can have a very coordinated, solid group. If you combine that with good diplomacy, that could be enough. If you're a good PvPer, you could have good PvP and good leveling up capabilities. You could have no diplomacy, and that could be enough. I think it's going to be very rare that you can get away with one. That's my perspective on the like looking at what the papers are, looking at like how the systems are working. You're going to have to be good at a few different systems. Being good at one specific thing isn't going to cut it if you want to make it to the specific top end for the game. I'll say this, if you're only a PvEer and are expecting to fight the biggest world boss in the game, sorry to burst your bubble, you won't get the chance. Minor bosses, sure, but the big open world baddies will be large alliance priorities and will be killed on spawn timers. Yeah, I think it's going to come down to the area and the reward at that point in time. I could see that. And Steven, we trust. It sucks to say it that way. It sucks to say like, oh yeah, we just believe in this guy, but at the same time, like we follow the live streams, we see everything that's going on, and he's got his shit down. Like he knows his shit, so it's like, okay, any questions I have, like they've been answered so far. Would I be silly to not just wait and see and give him the benefit of the doubt? Or those PvEers are forced to make friends with some PvPers or join a guild. I'm speaking from a hardcore PvEer. Okay, so Toast, I'm telling you this from my perspective, from the outside looking in. I will 100% be looking for players outside of my player loop to play with me, because I do not want to engage in a few systems, but with how this game needs to succeed, I will need to work with those players in order to do so. And so in this discussion of PvEers versus PvPers, I think the absolute wrong way to approach it is to lump yourself in one group and not accept that both sides have merit and value. That's my opinion. I know for a fact that if I want high-end crafting materials, I know for a fact if I want high-end gear, I know for a fact if I want all these other things and I want to be part of a big node, I will need to work with these players. Different types of players working in different venues, and all of our assigned value works in different ways. And so players that work only with PvPers or PvEers are going to fall behind players that work together, in my opinion. And I'm so confident in believing that. Like I could be wrong, but I feel very confident about that. Is it just me or does it look like Zelda's picking in his nose? I'm a legit PvEer and a so-so PvPer who has no problem dying as long as I'm having fun PvPing with friends. It's very easily doable in Ashes as it stands now. Yeah. And Nub, I talked about this earlier, but there's so many people that would be willing to PvP as long as they know that they're not hurting their team, right? Like if you know that you're not going to cost your team a W, would you play? Absolutely. If you know that there's an avenue to where you can win without participating and being the best at a specific area that you're good at, would you participate? Absolutely. And I like that's what they're doing with Ashes so far. Any word on how the servers are going to work, like mega servers with instances like ESO or different servers like New World? They said 10,000 players, some instance PvE, some instance PvP, but we haven't seen a ton yet. Aren't spawn timers randomized to combat camping bosses? I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a top tier animal husbandry guy. Also, I'll be from rides in exchange for protection. Dude, Nub, if you're on my server, You give me the best mount, I got your back. Promise. I promise. My word is as good as a signed contract. You give me the prettiest, best looking mount, I got you. I got you. Thank you for the still frame. It's a good one. All right, let's continue here real quick.
I don't know how PvE raids and stuff are going to work in Ashes, to be completely honest. And
I want to know. I want to know that
that
too.
kind of leaves me with a little bit of doubt.
I don't think anybody does, to be honest.
Because everything that
Planendorf does.
I say everything.
Yeah, Planendorf, you still here?
MMO wise.
Oh, Planendorf.
Everything that we know MMO wise
It's not even his department.
Instanced PvE rates or dungeons and stuff like that. It's not open world where you're gonna have just random people coming in trying to either fuck you up and take the boss from you, or you have your own guild trying to defend you while you're fighting the boss. Not to mention that you could be on a boss 3 bosses ahead and then somebody comes up from behind you and catches up.
See, that's what I want to know. Is it,
or if you die,
because that doesn't
go through everything again.
I don't think anyone would say that feels good. I'm sure there's a very few, but even like, because I know Envious is a very PvP heavy guild, and even talking to DA wants room locks. I don't think there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, let me fight through the corridor, let me get in, and then once I'm in there, the risk is how many times did we die? How many people are left over? Can we kill this boss? Like, I feel like there's enough risk in there, and I like the idea of let me be in with the boss, let me do things, and also though having like.
So this is a fun conversation that I had to pause because me, Jamie, and Vertec were all in a live stream talking about risk versus reward for Caravans. And Vertec, I know you're in chat and you can feel free to chime in on this, but we had a fun conversation about risk versus reward for Caravans. But I would argue that our pre-live stream discussion on what Jamie is talking about right now was even better. Like, everything we talked about was fun and it was really good. This conversation was better about risk versus reward, about having players potentially being able to come in and swipe bosses in a raid level environment. I thought this was a great conversation, and we went on, like, this was before the live stream happened. We talked for like 30 minutes about this specific thing. And I'm sitting there, and I know I said it. I don't know if anybody recorded it, but I was like, guys, this would have been really good if we recorded this and then posted it. Because Jamie's absolutely right. Like, for these high-end level raid environments for bosses, I totally get wanting to select off a few, if not all. Like, I don't know what the number is, but I totally understand that you want to make the competition of what happens there the same every single time. And so I understand that perspective. And it was a fun conversation because, like he said, even DA, who is Envious PvP focused guild, he's like, yeah, I don't want to be killing bosses and worrying about PvP. I want a more instance based combat for this specific situation. We get PvP up to that point, but I want instance at that point. And so it was an interesting discussion.
Like the option of, you know, not everything's going to be locked out, right? Like, let some people have, like, let some things be locked, let some things be open. And I think having kind of a mix of that would be really fun. Let's see. I'm not, Blandorf saying, I'm not just, I'm trying. Oh my God.
Something on that.
Hold on. Let me read what Blandorf fucking said. I'm dyslexic as fuck right now. Everyone's like, Jamie's drunk. No, I'm not. I'm dyslexic.
Actually, I understand that.
Thank you. It's so hard to read.
I wanted to explain on that is that whether there's room locks or not, tanks will be the room lock. With the tank wall, that's going to be your room lock. Regardless whether you have it or not.
Sweet things to me right now.
Tanks
Slower.
Whether you like
JV's
it or
got turned
not,
on.
will be your room lock.
Oh, okay. Plandor
so
said,
hot.
she's so fucking hot. Plandor was just saying, I'm just trying to make sure nodes work. Don't at me over PVX questions. Here's the thing though, too. And I think most people can agree with this, except for PvEers, which is fine. You don't have to. It just means not everybody. PvP content normally feels tacked on. And I really feel like right now, Ashes is trying to focus on
100%.
how do we make these systems not feel like we just threw them on at the last second. That's what PvE content is.
Need a place to play D&D online for free? We've got that. Easily playing your next session from anywhere with Roll20.
I don't care.
I'm going to get crucified in this. PvE content is easier to design. And why I'm saying this, why I'm saying it's easier to design, is it's just, here's players, here's boss, here are mechanics of boss, design around. PvP, players are fucking all over the place. Players will do shit that you do not expect them to do. So you need to think in a different way when it comes to making the PvP content, because like, how do we make sure that this doesn't feel like it's a tacked on experience? I understand that people are going to disagree with me when I say that PvE content is easier to design, but look at raids.
Okay. Let's answer a difficult question. Do we think it's harder to create PvP content or PvE content? And be honest. Be honest about what's going on. We can look at historical precedent of other MMOs. We can compare back to things. I will provide my answer after a few people comment, because I don't want to provide like sway an opinion, but I do have an opinion. The tank wall looks OP in PvP. It's going to be really good for pushing into groups. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I love what Ashes of Creation is doing with the tank. I fucking love it. They're doing so good with the tank. It's not my main archetype. It's not my main point of view, but I see what they're doing with the tank and I'm like, bro, like area control is exactly what you want in a tank. And they're fucking hammering it. It's so good. So good. PvE content is harder to make. PvE is more labor. In both balanced labor and creativity. PvP for sure. I think PvP is harder to make. PvP is harder to make PvP is harder to make matter. PvP, you can just throw a bunch of goobers in a pit and let them murder each other. PvE requires way more dev time. PvP balancing will always one side complaining. I think PvP content will be harder to play than create. Good. This is good stuff. Like it's very well split. It's very well split. I would say good meaningful PvP is harder. It's easier to make curated PvE content, but creating a system of PvP that is meaningful and ties well into everything is a gamble. Hence why most MMOs are terrible. From Kalen. Flippin says PvP easy, just offer good rewards and balance, not including things that translate in both PvE and PvP like combat style, meta, etc., etc. People will die in PvP, so they will always complain though. Fair. I think it's hard to make PvP content that is new and original. Everything has been done basically. When was the last time a game had new innovative PvP content? That's a good point. Mad Hatton says hard PvE content with good mechanics that aren't just one shots is also difficult though. Yeah, my opinion is that neither one is easy. Like neither one is easy to do. Like I wouldn't say. I will say that MMORPGs choose one over the other. And it could be for a variety of reasons, like player base, money driven, a bunch of different like a bunch of different reasons. It's just I think with PvE it's a little bit more mathematically solvable, whereas PvP there's a lot more variables and it leaves it a lot more open to interpretation. There's similar levels of difficulty, it's just how much you can solve, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
You have so much shit to pull from. Look at PvP. Most of it sucks. What do you hear right now from every PvP player? WoW's ignoring us. ESO's ignoring us. Fucking everything ignores us. You need to make sure that you can also satisfy that player base, because it's going to be so much easier to satisfy that PvE experience. Fight me. Fucking disagree.
Jamie,
I don't care.
Jamie, listen.
Fight
Every
me.
MMO
Fight me,
company that exists has made World of Warcraft over and over and over again since 2004 and just put a different skin on it.
Yes, I agree.
So World of Warcraft came out, had strong PvE and tacked on their PvP. And so ESO said, let's do the same thing. And SWTOR and LOTRO and you name it. They just put a different skin on it. And it's the exact same game. Ashes of Creation is the first game that I can think of in 20 years that said, hey, let's focus on PvP for a minute, and then we'll put the PvE in. We'll try the PvE here in a little while. Like, they're the first ones to do it. So my opinion is, like, if you're so desperate for there to not be PvX, go fucking play World of Warcraft or any of its 100 clones.
There you go.
There's so many versions of the game you want to play already fucking exist. Go play it. Let me have my PvX.
That is, yes. Oh my God. I have to agree. Like, this is the thing that gets me, right? And I'm going to say this, and this might be a hot take too. There are so many good games for PvE players to go play. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to say, here's the thing. WoW is not for me. ESO is not for me. Final Fantasy is not for me. These aren't bad games. They're just not for me. I don't want them. They have a good player base. They have people that want to play them. There are so many fucking other games that people could play. Let PvXers have one fucking game. I think that's the thing that bugs the shit out of me. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like that. Guess what? All those other games, you already fucking stripped it from us. Let us have one fucking game. And if it doesn't work, sure, they can change it. But for fuck's sake, let us have one fucking game. Like, that's the thing that gets to me. It's like, okay, sure, you say all these games fail. Dude, go fucking play the other game. Like, that's the one thing that bugs the fuck out of me. Because it's like, well, this game's not like this. I'll just play this. Then go fucking play it. Like, this go play that fucking game.
So fucking good.
Y'all PvEers fucked up New World for me, and I hate all of you.
That was not what I expected. That was not what I expected at all.
I alpha tested New World prior to all the PvE bullshit that they did, and the game was fucking fantastic, and I hate all of you.
Awaken to a world.
Wow. All right, let's catch up with chat. Sorry. Where are we at? Hard PvE content with good mechanics that aren't just one-shots is also difficult. Yeah, I agree. People who know how the human mind works will be sought after in Ashes. I agree. Expertise will be highly valued. A game that can make the PvP content so good and so rewarding that even the PvE players want to interact with it will have an incredible game. Yeah, and vice versa. Vice versa. Like, absolutely. Assigning value to these different things is so important. A lot translates to each other. Example, we always complain about ZOS not using Battle Spirit because we want less to translate over. Yeah, I agree, Clippin. I agree. How do you know how I feel about Battle Spirit, by the way? Is it because I've done 100 videos on it? Or is it some other reason? Let me know. Sorry, I'm fucking around. You can always get PvP players to interact with PvE. Just lock PvP gear behind it and we will do it. It's true. 100% true. but that's not a solution. That's throwing shit. 100%. Jamie always gets so heated. Dude, he's just fucking swearing his ass off. I'm prior service, okay? I am prior military, and I hear Jamie talking, and I'm like, dude, I'm right there with you. I could do this. I'm just holding back because like I'm trying to be a good adult, and I can't help myself around some people. And I feel like Jamie's a bad influence. He's not wrong about New World. I know multiple people that played the original version and said it was the best MMO they ever played. Yeah, well, in removing it, remove the soul. Like, them making a toggle system, in my opinion, is not bad. Them doing a toggle PvP system is not bad. But what they did do is they just made it a toggle system without making a better MMO, without branching out and making things better around it. And that's where they fucked up. If it was just a survival like style MMO, everything would have been fine. But when you do toggle off and everybody's like PvEing because they can, because that's how the game is fucking designed, people aren't going to experience and enjoy the game because there's no fucking story. There's no quest line. There's nothing. You literally hop in and play and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to go over here and do fucking this because there's nothing else to do. And it's so bad. Like like toggle off, toggle on, fine. Survival MMO, fine. Like they're all good. How you employ them is bad. Happy Father's Day. Thank you, Clippin. You too, man. They removed the soul of New World, but probably made it a hell of a lot more profitably. I think they're gonna make a lot of money here this fall. I do.
Worlds of Wonder in Final Fantasy XIV Online.
I know a lot of people want to be upset about New World, and I get
Leave it at that.
It's Amazon Gaming Studios with a big release.
Jamie, do you know why all the PvEers want Ashes of Creation to be PvE?
Yeah, because
there's a real reason for it.
It looks fucking amazing, and that they want the game. They want this. Go ahead. You got a different answer than me. I guess mine's wrong. Fuck you, Zil.
It's I have a different answer. It's because it is impossible, and I mean impossible. Like it will not happen. Maybe if AI gets to a certain point, and we're a long ways away from that point, maybe it will happen. But it is impossible to keep up with the needs of PvE players.
Yes,
PvE
dude, I will
players
agree.
are vultures who listen. PvE players are vultures who swirl around the rotting carcasses of dead MMOs, wait for the slightest little bit of content to go. They swoop down, consume the content, and fly off and leave the MMO worse and more dead than it was before. That's what they are. So they want this game to also be in their rotation of PvE games to go play, because they've already consumed all the content in all of the other PvE games that they like.
God damn,
that's why.
Dylan.
And that's why they're always trying to make the next game be a PvE game also, because they're vultures.
Yeah, no, I will agree, because like, dude, I'm the same.
God damn.
As coming from someone who's a PvE player, yes, as soon as the content dried up, I was fucking done. I did not care about. I was like, you guys, like, I would get frustrated because I'm like, there's nothing for me to do. I'm only doing raid logging. I don't want to do a lot of these quests because I've already done like half the shit. I don't have anything to do. It's like, yeah, there's a whole fucking other portion of the game I'm not playing that I should be interacting with. And that's why I'm such a proponent of PvX, because when you are done trying to go through all your PvE stuff, and that's the thing that was the beauty of PvX, you can't get to the PvE unless you do the PvP. You can't get through that wall unless you do the other stuff. That's why you, as everyone who thinks they want it segregated, you want your PvE lane, you want your PvP lane. You fucking don't. And you really fucking don't, because you're splitting the player base. You are splitting the player base, and that's the first fucking problem. You're saying, I'm going over here in my lane, I'm going here in my lane. These people don't want to do stuff together. When you force them to play together, it's going to create healthier player base. And yes, people will fall off. They will peel off. There are people who don't want this type of game. But you know what? When their friends are addicted to it and they won't stop fucking playing it, they're gonna come back to it. And the thing is, can you stand that fucking ground and say, hey, we are making, and you've seen it time and time again, Steven say, we are making this game. This is the game we are going to make. And we are going to make it without PvP. Because the thing that turns off, I don't care if it's PvEers might get turned off by the PvP. What's going to turn off PvPers is that the ability for people to buy power over them. That is why, and I think Van keeps asking this question. Why did these other games get rid of their PvP? One, because the PvP players were sick of playing against whales. Because if I can't come in and start at 0 and then get better than you without having to swipe a credit card, then I'm done. I don't want to play your fucking game. PvE players will get tired and get burnt out from being ganked. I don't think Ashes is going to be that type of game. It is an extremely punishing ganking system. When you really look at it as one of the most punishing ganking systems I've ever fucking seen in the game, where it, even as someone who doesn't plan on ganking people, I'm terrified to get corruption.
This rant is so funny.
All right, guys. You got something. Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Go,
I don't know if I finished my thought, but I was like, I'm going to breathe for a second.
Oh my goodness. That's so good. You think that many console players are interested in New World? So I will say this, man. When I was playing ESO and ESO was struggling performance-wise, my choices were ESO or BDO. And as a console player, I chose neither. I chose to go to PC. And I know so many people that were like, dude, I wish there was another MMORPG on console. I have no idea how big that player base is right now because, frankly, ESO and BDO have struggled mightily. But I wouldn't be shocked. I really wouldn't be shocked if New World jumped to 100,000 players, because they jumped to 77,000 last year, and ESO announced when they went to console, their player base doubled. So even if New World loses a big chunk of PC players, they get 50,000, and console adds 50,000, like I don't think it's out of the realm of impossibility, is all I'm saying. Like it's fucking Amazon. They're going to market the shit out of the game. If it was a smaller company, I'd be like, okay, yeah. Maybe they don't go crazy. But how can I say that Amazon Gaming Studios isn't going to try and milk the shit out of having a new game? And so for that reason, I think they're going to have 100,000 concurrent players in the fall. I might not be part of them. I might be part of Alpha 2 for Ashes, depending on when it comes out. But I don't like where they're at. I don't like where they're going. I just think that's what's going to happen. It'll be fun to be wrong. It'll be fun to sit here and be like, guys, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I was wrong. I apologize. I sincerely am just dumb as shit. But it's Amazon, man. Like, I didn't think they were going to have 950,000 players out of day one, and they did. Always PvP is the way to keep the bots out of the game, ruining the economy. They can just toggle off PvP. Sure. Lineage 2 is punishing it if you went red. Ash is even worse. All the loopholes and exploits are being patched by Steven. Yeah, I agree. Don't have pay to win. Corruption is scary, but the system highly incentivizes people to fight back and not give corruption to people attacking you. I agree. Vertec. Console would love another MMO, so many ESO players played the Final Fantasy beta. Yeah. Amazon isn't stupid. They wouldn't be doing it if they didn't think it was going to be profitable. I agree.
No, if you want to breathe, finish your thought. Go ahead.
No, you go. You can take it. It's all you.
Okay. So I hear what you're saying, guys. And you know what? I'm the biggest PvP/PvX game player that you will probably ever see. I crunch numbers. I fucking count cooldowns. I fucking look for the ways that I can attack players. But I only do it for a good cause. And the reason why I do this is because community reputation. I do this because of like how people look at me on the server, as Ashes will be a very difficult game where as much of an altaholic I am, altaholics are very hard to exist in this game because of the way that they do the primary archetype and the secondary archetype. So to try to level us a little bit,
don't you play devil's
I think
advocate?
PvEers are necessary. I think PvEers, well, I have to. Like, you guys are, I'm 1v3ing. Dude, I don't give a fuck. I will PvP against anybody.
Fight me!
So anyways, I will PvP against anybody, but I have to defend people that cannot speak. So PvEers are not competitive. Like they are for sure competitive. But what they're lacking primarily
is skill.
Is the fact that there is no voice where there's a but there's not. Like that's one of my points.
I know.
Is like when you enter a fucking raid, you just like when people say, "Oh, dodge this mechanic," they're like, "I can't." Well, it's like get good. Like,
get good, son.
PvEers say this shit. Get good. It is not different from PvE or PvP. I don't think that the problem is between PvP or PvE. I think it's how willing are PvEers to accept PvX.
I agree. I feel like there's actually
One of
a lot.
The best systems that I have ever heard is that you take an arena instance of both PvP and PvE, combine it into like the esports type of thing where you defeat a boss, you go into the next room, and then you PvX the next raid boss. And then it's last man standing.
This is kind of getting into my PvE side of things. As a mythic PvEer, what in Ashes is going to be your competitive PvE? What is going to want people to get out there and actually do PvE content? As far as we know,
bosses at the moment. That's
I
it.
was like, all you have is the open world bosses that can just get zerged down.
But see, we know because we did
so open world raids that just get zerged down.
One of my questions was
Caravans is a huge PvE zone.
Right. That was one of the things I asked about Steven. Like
And
with
it's a
Steven, like
huge
will we
PvX
have
zone?
Will we have raid locks and will some rooms be instants? And I think one of the things was there is a mix of both. Like there are going to be times where you have the boss alone. Like that, we know that that's going to be a thing, that you are going to have potential to have a boss alone. There are times where the boss is going to be open. So I think that, and I agree, there needs, because that was the thing. I was a WoW raider. That was what I spent the fucking, from all the way from classic WoW and from the actual classic WoW when WoW started. So I can't remember, it started 2004, 2005, somewhere in between there. All the way from there until I quit midway through Warlords of Draenor. I touched PvP 20 times, if that. Like, I did not play PvP at all. It wasn't even until I came back to Dragonflight where I played everything with war mode on and did PvP content and fucking fell in love with it. But I was a raider. I was the top tank along with Annie on our server. I mean, when Warlords of Draenor dropped, through that first whole fucking raid, Annie and I were the top tanks on our server. Like that's what we did, was PvE content. So I will say, yes, I want difficult PvE content. I want to have competitive PvE stuff where people are fighting for it. But also, I fell in love with PvX. And once I fell in love with PvX, that's where I was like, shit, dude, like I like this so much fucking more, where I want there to be a blend of fucking everything, because, and I guess it's maybe from a stance of regret or something, that's 10 years of me playing MMOs that I never once touched PvP systems because I either out of fear or thought I wasn't going to be good enough because I didn't understand what I was doing. And I just wanted to stay in my lane. And it wasn't until I realized like there is so much fucking content I missed because I wanted to stay in a lane. And I think that that's the biggest thing for me is that once you have to do both things, you might learn like, okay, this might not be my favorite thing, but holy shit, like this is fun. And we've talked about it too, where it's like when Zillen brought up that there's a cycle with PvE players where it's like, if there's no more content left, I'm gone. So how do you make it so you have to find a way to get into that content? How do you make it so it's a bit more difficult, not just for clearing bosses? How is it more difficult to get to this content? What is the thing that you're putting in that way? Oh shit, there's a wall of people that I need to get through to get into this. So I need, and the thing is too, not every PvP player is good at PvE either. So that's the thing too, is that you might get in there, that PvP group get in there, and then they get their asses handed to them from the fucking boss because they have no idea how to do like fucking raid mechanic. So it's like where people are really going to.
Guess why you need to do that, because
sorry, you cut out for a second.
You need the. I was gonna say, guess why you need to do that? You need to do the because of the crafters and the economics. You need the best shit.
Yes, it all works together. You need everyone to work together in unison. That's the biggest fucking thing of why I like this. That's my soapbox, guys. As someone who played PvE for a decade straight, only doing PvE content and playing PvX and forcing myself to play everything with PvP on, regardless if I wanted to deal with it or not, I learned that I was like, damn, there's so much more to this than just PvP and PvE. Like there is a, I identify, okay, I identify as a PvXer. I am not a PvPer. I'm not a PvEer. Thank you so much for the
I've been a majority PvEer for a long time.
Oh, wow. Playing after playing like when ESO first launched, like playing ESO, doing PvP and stuff. After that, every MMO that I played that had optional targetable PvP, I always turned it on. Like war mode for WoW, it was always on. What is it? Lord of the Rings, I have PvP on, even though nobody ever fights you in there. But it's just in New World, the flagging in New World, always had flagging in New World on when I played it.
Dude, it's so much more fun. It's so much more.
Yeah, there's so much more to do. You're not just out there grinding. You're not just out there fighting mobs. It's out of nowhere. This guy can come out at you, and you'll have this little face-off before seeing if who's going to attack first. Are you going to attack each other? Are you going to leave each other be?
There's that little dance that you do where it's like, are we, aren't we? And for me, it's also an immersion thing. I am so much more immersed into the game in like blocking out the world around me when I know, especially like if you ever play like ARPGs with hardcore on, where it's just like, I can't slip up. I have to focus on what I'm doing. And I don't care if it's a healthy thing or not. MMOs to me are a form of escapism. And when I'm playing, I don't want to be reminded I'm in a game. I want to be just dialed in. And there's something about it where when you're playing and you're like, shit, was that it? Who the fuck was over there? Like there's something in that just feels so much better to play than it's me walking around mindlessly killing mobs in World of Warcraft where it's like, dude, why are these loot pinatas even sitting here? Because like I know no matter what I do, no matter what class I am, if I heroic leap into this mob of 20 fucking mobs, I know I'm not gonna die. And that sucks. So like, and maybe that's me looking at WoW's PvE. Maybe WoW's PvE sucks now. Maybe that's part of it. Where when I think of PvE, I just think of like, yeah, I just like, oh my God, who has seen this fucking started a whole bunch of prot wars getting nerfed. But there was a video of when Asmund started playing in Dragonflight where he went through an entire zone, picked up hundreds of fucking mobs and AoE'd them down and not died once. And guess what? Prot was fucking amazing when we could do that, but they changed it. But that's how I think of PvE. Who gives a fuck? Like, who cares that you can pick up everything? Like, it's not fun. It's not compelling. Who cares? Like,
unless you give them a reason to care.
Right. Yes. Right. And I would say like, yes, raids are different, but like some people aren't even going to touch that. Like that's the thing too, is that when we think of like, I would say raiders in high-end PvPers are the smallest percent of probably MMO players. That middle ground in between is mainly just going to be doing questing. Like I would say a majority of people are doing questing and maybe doing some other things, but like your big broad like section is not touching those high end things. So like, how do you keep those players engaged too? If they can just come in, smack a bunch of things, they're like, this is kind of easy and kind of dumb. Like, I don't care. I know I just brought us on a different topic, but there's that. Okay. Someone else take the floor. I'm sorry.
Maybe I was going to take us on a tangent. So if anybody else wants to say anything,
let's go.
For it
It's
now.
tangents. Why we're here.
Okay. So there are people, me included. I like PvX. I like PvP. It lets me test my skill. It lets me let me know how good am I? Am I better than other players? Am I not? When I look at PvP, there's not a lot of systems around that in most games. There's DPS meters, which I fucking hate because I don't like playing a calculator. But there are other people that like calculators and stuff like that because it helps them improve, etc., etc. AKA Vertec, calling you out right now. But I don't like them. And it's because it doesn't feel interactive and it doesn't feel reactive to the game. And it also doesn't make me feel like I'm getting better. It feels like I'm looking at a calculator and just following a formula. And I don't like doing that. My personal opinion, though, is that PvE players should have an outlet to be competitive in, where they have like an arena to go to where when we look at like PvE bosses in general, they can get really difficult. And the reason why they're difficult is because people spend a lot of time grinding that shit out. We call those players autists.
Let's say, don't call me out.
Like people grind this shit out. but people grind this shit out, and like, and I as a PvX player, I don't want to eliminate an entire demographic simply because people don't feel comfortable playing with me. And I think Ashes is a game where it is entirely dependent on player population. And if I eliminate a demographic from it, I am literally hurting myself.
Yeah, I mean,
GB, tell all you want.
Like you do need to have, because obviously you do need to entice PvE players, and that's the thing too. I'm not saying that they shouldn't, is there needs to be meaningful content for both sides of the camp. But I think the thing is too is that should start to blend. Like there shouldn't be two camps. There shouldn't be these are PvEers, these are PvP players. These are Ashes fans. These are people that love Ashes. And I know that's like gonna be such a difficult task, but like for me, I would love it to be where like this is just the game.
Yeah.
Just like how it used to be. Like when you had Ultima Online, it was just the game. It's how it was. It wasn't like, are you a PvP or are you PvX? It's just, this is the game, fucking play it. And like that's a state I would love to MMOs to get back to. Like that would be, I don't know if you can get back there, but like I would love to see it get back there where it's just,
I think you can. I think you can, and I think it's just by so when I look at like systems, I look at either is it a player problem or is it a design problem? And I think it's a design problem where we as Alpha 2 testers, because you know, I assume Query and Zillion are both Alpha 2 testers along, I already know you are. That we will test these systems together and make sure that the general population will be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, you need that lower player base. Like that's what, it doesn't matter what the game is. You need that support, especially with the way the Ashes is. You cannot, the game can't exist without some strong player base of quote unquote casual players. Like you just can't, there's no way for the node system to exist. There's no way for the mayor systems. Like there's so many systems that are dependent on having this population. And I guess that comes down to that could be one of my fears when it comes to like, and more so like when looking at like server merges or something, like how do you make sure that this population doesn't leave? How do you keep them involved? Like that's definitely a thing for me where it's like, I think that's one of the fastest ways to make people quit. It's like, dude, my server's dead and now I've got to merge and we're going to lose everything. So what do you do because obviously you can't make it a gank fest that makes everyone leave, and you can't have everything. Like you do need like a way for people to want to enjoy and play this thing. All right.
So
like,
one of the
like I
things
said,
that
like I come. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Zillion,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that you were talking earlier about the PvE and the who cares, who gives a fuck if I kill 20 mobs, and who cares if I gather up 150 things and kill them all at one time and all that stuff. And I think that a lot of MMOs over the last 20 years have created what I call foregone conclusions. Like, I already know if I jump into that group of mobs, I'm going to hit 1, and then I'm going to hit 5, and then I'm going to hit 3, and then I'm going to pop 4 and 5 real close to each other because 4 is off the global cooldown. And when I'm done with that, everything's going to be dead.
Yeah.
And I know on Tuesday night, I'm going to log in at 7 o'clock and my raid team's going to come in, and we're going to go do a raid, and we're going to, do that till 10 o'clock. And then I'm going to log out because I don't care about any of the rest of the game because I'm just raid logging at this point. Or I know that I'm going to log in on Saturday and me and my buddies are just going to queue instance PvP all day long and just, do random games that come up in the instance PvP queue. And that's just what's going to happen. And Ashes of Creation is creating a game where foregone conclusions don't exist. Like, you're not going to do Tuesday night raid teams because on Tuesday night you might log in and there's a caravan that's currently going through your node, and if it gets through your node and gets to the neighboring node, that's the resources that they need to level up, which will lock your node out of leveling up, then turn you into a vassal. So you can't go raid tonight. Or you log in and there's a node war going on or whatever. The foregone conclusions are gone. Every single night is going to be an adventure, something new, something going on. And that is actually the true PvX part of it, is that sometimes it's PvE, sometimes it's PvP. You don't know what you're going to do until you log on every day.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I think that's actually a really good point, because it's not like World of Warcraft where you're going to be like, okay, it's raid night, guys, we're doing this. It's like, is there a raid up? Is there a boss available? What are we doing? Yeah. And that is really important. Like, yeah, or the boss is already dead. So what are you doing tonight? What you can't, that's the thing. You can't plan it in that way. You could say like, hey guys, we're going to try to raid Carfin tonight. We're going to try to go in there. We're going to try to fight through all the different corridors. We've got another Mio doing it after dark. My God. I'm surprised. You surprised me.
Go.
Damn. Surprised we're getting into okay.
Phantom X is spitting right now.
You need to fight for your allies.
Who's that?
Yeah. Oh man, guys.
I just want to say you guys are spitting right now. You guys are cooking. I'm glad I joined this conversation.
No, I was good.
Sorry, I had to leave for a second. That was my fiance on the phone.
You're good. Oh, you're flexing?
No, you're good.
I'm married, dude. Calm down. Like,
I actually get to say it. I'm enjoying myself.
I know. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, buddy.
I thought it was never gonna happen. I thought I was gonna be single for life.
All right.
Hey, yo, that's me. What's up?
Okay, I got a king size bed. There's extra room.
Oh my God. Okay, guys. Okay, here's the question. All right. Here's after dark question. Would you rather wear a helmet and safety pads every time you have sex, or only be able to wipe your ass by skewing around on the carpet?
This is my safety helmet.
I mean, if you're wearing safety pads to sex and everything like that, you guys
about to have a good time. She's got to look at you like we're not doing this.
Have a great time.
No, I'm scooting on the carpet.
Let's go. He gets it.
It's brown carpet. You never have to change it. You'll be fine. Anyway,
you just have a room. That's what that room is for. And
yeah, guys, don't go in. Oh my God, that's the poop room.
Make sure that room is vacuum sealed so you don't smell it around the house.
Oh my God.
Yep.
You know, Pen, you could use your goddamn points to do battle royal. You could do it to do it. You do it hydrates. Just hydrates. I'm gonna get more water.
Career just redeemed to pick your voice.
We've read number 2 before.
All I got is Gatorade, brother.
Oh my God. Annie, it's gonna happen. We're gonna go through these cards. It's just people are gonna forget. Don't remind them we've said it. You remember, I don't. All right. Okay, there's that one.
Annie's got photographic memory.
Okay, guys. Here's 2 not good ones. Would you rather develop a fetish for dirty diapers or get your tongue caught in a garbage disposal?
Wait, hold on. Say the first option.
Oh.
Would you rather get your tongue caught in a garbage disposal or develop a fetish for dirty diapers? There is no good answer for this one.
Oh,
just because you have a fetish
They
doesn't mean you
both-
have to act on it.
oh, wait, hold on. That changes my whole.
no.
Just because you have a fetish doesn't mean you have to act on it.
You can't make that the good one. You can't. Nope. You telling me
I
listen,
can. I have a valid reason, and it will be shared off stream because it is not allowed on stream.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot
because
tell me that the smell of poopy diapers. You cannot tell me that the smell of poopy diapers is going to be a fetish. Okay. That's a special place. There you go. Thank you. I hope everyone gets what I'm saying.
I will tell you after.
I'm picking the diapers because my wife would be real upset if I picked
Oh
the
my
other one.
god! I'm putting my tongue in a fucking garbage disposal, dude. That's the only way to go.
Dylan's got a good tongue. I said Dylan's got a good tongue.
Fetish means you can't get off without it.
I mean, that's not exactly what it means. It just means that it's a very.
Why would you say that?
Hold on.
Neuter me, dude. Neuter me.
Let me give the definition of fetish.
I need to know this now. Like,
hold on.
Eris, you're fucking up everything for me now.
I mean, it gives you a strong gratification, but it doesn't mean you can't do it without. I'm just gonna. I'm glad we just lost like 11 viewers. Thank you guys. The 49 of you that stayed, you guys are the true MVPs. Thank you. Thanks. You guys are. We know our fans. Thank you so much.
Who's your daddy?
Again,
that's a podcast, I think. All right, were we going somewhere before we derailed?
It is.
I was gonna say,
there's two girls and they're really good at that podcast. Although I think one left because of drama reasons, which would be really cool.
I'm
to
sad.
That
I had another
podcast.
podcast. Yeah, there was another podcast I like where one of the hosts left because of things, and I was like, damn it, this ruined it. Blandorf, I don't know how to turn this into feedback notes for the team. Listen, well,
my fetish should be an Ashes of Creation because
just get the fuck out of here. Don't even entertain this.
We need brothels.
We need brothels. Yes, Blandorf. Let us listen. Blandorf, listen. Blandorf, I need you to listen. I want to run the Chaos and Lays cartel, and how the fuck am I supposed to do that if I can't smuggle contraband through my brothels and also through the black market? How? We need brothels for smuggling purposes. It's not for the show. Some people are there for that. It could be a burlesque hut. I don't give a shit. It doesn't have to be a brothel. Final Fantasy 14 has them. Are we going to say that our kiddie people can't go to a brothel because we're trying to appease? I thought it was a game for not everyone, Blandorf. I thought this game wasn't meant for everybody. Why don't we have brothels? That's my case.
Blandorf, keep in mind that the RP community will make a brothel one way or another.
Especially with that voiceover RP.
I resemble part of the RP community. My part of the RP community does not do that.
Shut the fuck up.
But there are other parts if you search hard enough.
I literally walked in. I walked in on an office hours that was talking about ERP. All right. I know Abrams can't be oh my God. Mio, you're making me so upset right now.
Dude,
all right.
Nethrum is so good. Anybody like Nethrum? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What the fuck is Nethrum?
It's a league joke if nobody got it, but
I don't. I'm done.
Wait, what was it?
Nethrum is he's a VTuber that has like 8 girlfriends and manipulated them, and there was a huge drama thing around it, by the way. But whatever.
Thanks for slowing down the show for that.
There's gonna be a new Goldshire at this rate. There, Solverin.
Everybody else just got 4 hours of entertainment.
Dude, I find myself so many times like watching like drama, like online drama and stuff from streamers I don't watch, where I'm like 2 hours in, I'm like, why am I even watching this?
Dude, this guy is such a boss, dude. Like, he has got the deepest, sexiest voice. I would fucking simp for him. Like, not gonna lie.
All right, so I have posted a poll, guys. What should we call tank? Mio wants it Vanguard. I'm voting Guardian. Vanguard, Guardian, Tank, Abrams.
Vanguard.
Tank. Who wants Tank? Get out. You're banned. Do not make it Vanguard.
Listen to me. No, shut up. Hey, Jamie. Jamie, stop
Do not tell me to shut up on my own stream, sir.
Vanguard.
It has to be Vanguard.
Vanguard.
Dude, oh my God.
Vanguard. Chat. That's what you want to go with.
Meat. Yes. Can we call it meat? I do have to throw out. Lord has the voice of a goddamn angel because he said Jamie knows he has the deepest voice. If you guys have never heard Lord, oh my God.
Yeah, if you've never heard me, by the way, my
And Lloyd
name's
too,
Lloyd,
yeah.
and I really like you as a person.
Shut the fuck up, Lloyd. You're never coming back on.
Super deep.
Just get out.
Lloyd, you have a ooh voice.
I'm sorry.
Don't you?
I'm leaving.
Oh my god.
What?
You have an ooh voice.
I once made Nuke say ooh
Always.
on stream, and it was the best thing that's ever happened to me. And if I oh my god. All right. Well, anyone have some final thoughts on fuck? I think tank needs to stay tank and cleric becomes healer. Yeah. And then why don't we call it range
Burns, fuck
DPS? Why don't we call it speedy? We can call it speedy DPS boy. We can call it beefy DPS boy. Why don't we just fucking just throw it all out there and just call it dumb shit?
Stealthy DPS boy.
Stealthy? No, that's
Have a good night,
speedy
fans.
boy
Thank
because
you
he's
for
the
coming.
assassin boy. Oh my god. What
about ranger? Or freaking Pokeboy?
Pokeboy?
Honestly,
Yeah,
healer
Pokeboy.
is not a bad option.
Shut up. You
Healer
shut the
is
shut,
not
shut,
a
shut,
bad option.
Shut your dirty mouth. Stabby boy. Everything's Pokeboy,
Everything
Stabby
else
boy,
sucks.
Healy boy.
Everything else sucks.
there's the out of context.
And
clip
there's
for
the
it, too.
I need a healer.
Thank you. Oh my god. Clip that, ship that. Let's go. Range tanking. Physical range damage.
But people yelling over each other 101.
Oh my god.
I said, everybody better be voting, and I'm telling you right now, the vote better be Vanguard. Otherwise,
It's fucking
that's gonna
tied.
roll.
No, who just did that?
Go!
No, it's tied again. Keep it tied.
Everyone,
Let's
every
go.
one of you,
Wait, guard.
every one of you that vote Guardian.
If I can find the names, you're all
Dylan,
banned
what's
from.
your opinion?
No, what is this? Someone get in there. You vote. No, who's letting Vanguard get ahead?
Vanguard, yes. Keep going,
Oh my
Vanguard.
God.
Yes.
Everybody that votes anything
outta
other
here.
than Vanguard's going on the KOS list.
Vanguard literally means a group of frontliners. It doesn't mean the front line. It's a group of people.
It doesn't have to be a group.
It is a group though. That's
It
it's
just
in
has to be
plural.
the
No,
frontliner.
no, absolutely
It doesn't
not.
have to
No,
be.
is the
shut
answer.
What makes it a
Vanguard.
group?
Vanguard definition: the
I
foremost
will fight you right
the
now.
foremost division or the front party of an army. That it's a fucking group of people. Do you want to know the other definition of a Vanguard is?
the
No.
army.
Yeah.
It's the
Tell me,
forefront of an troops moving at the front. Troops. All right. It is not a singular. Everyone change your opinions right now because you don't understand grammar. Tank is in the front. It is in the front, but Vanguard is a group of tanks. Fucking goddamn.
I don't know if it's better or worse that I was in cosplay doing that.
Jamie, if it makes you feel any better, in SWOTOR, I mained a Vanguard, and the title that I used was the first line of defense. That's the title. of my character.
Vanguardian makes sense. I will take Vanguardian.
So
Just
good.
make it make sense, please. You know what? This is like when Diggs and I argue about what
Dude, that is
RPG
the
means.
basest class ever. Vanguardian?
Vanguardian?
No kidding.
Yes.
No,
Dude,
that's
right
the
there.
best.
Solve both the issues. My tism is showing. Shut up, Annie. I
Done.
understand that it hits the ears and it makes me very uncomfortable. You could be John Wick Vanguard and then you're one man Vanguard. Is John Wick becoming the new Chuck Norris?
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes.
It's his
100%.
Dude, it just
Keanu Reeves.
oh
that.
god.
By the way, say his name right.
It's what? Who's name? All right, let's
It's
see.
Keanu Reeves, not John
No,
Wick.
John.
Keanu Reeves is his name, but John Wick is the character.
That I understand. Thanks, guys.
understand
I'm
that,
glad that you guys are
obviously.
explaining this. I'm glad this is the thing that was being explained. Fucking Christ. There's another thing. There's okay. Hold on. Definition. Hold on. Definition. Because there's another definition for Vanguard that makes this just so stupid. It's a group of people leading the way in a new development or ideas. That's the number one thing in the dictionary.
Yes.
Is a group of people leading the way
They are the
in new
tank
developments
lead.
or ideas. Those are engineers. Okay. God. You're going to bed for real this time?
Jamie,
leading the
I'm
way.
just saying a Vanguard one.
You know
Oh,
what?
Darn,
You know
Vanguard
what I'm-
won the vote.
You know what I'm
Oh,
more upset
man.
about?
Oh shit!
You
I
know
didn't
what-
even vote because
Hold on.
I would have voted.
You know what I'm more upset about? That one person wanted to say Abrams. Fuck you.
Vanguardian.
Get the fuck out of this. Vanguardian.
Vanguardian Leviosa.
And the 5 of you that said tank, get out. That was you? Thanks, Lord. I can't be mad now. Ooh. Just don't, oh God. No.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a sensory thing for me.
Wait,
all right,
you
guys.
expect me to be Lude Lloyd and not know how to do an uwu? Fuck you guys.
Jesus. We're talking Discord later. All right, guys. So we are coming up to, it's like 2.5, your ears are bleeding. I tried to put the limiter on them, but Miss Man can't be limited. All right, guys. So we are coming up to like about 2.5 hours, which we reclaimed that. So we started this at 8:30 and now we're at 11:28, which means we started at 9 with finally getting this goddamn show together, which YouTube won't have to view the struggles of the beginning of this show. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I could just act like it never happened. But guys, what are some of your closing thoughts?
You should include it anyways.
It's gone. I deleted it. I don't want to fucking see that nightmare. It sucked. Don't, guys, disable your Windows updates. It's not worth the security. Don't listen to me. Don't ever take, don't ever take advice to me. Just like I said, that if your girl doesn't like, the Lord of the Rings, divorce. Because like you just can't build a relationship on top of someone who can't watch the extended editions with you. It's okay if she falls asleep. You just poke her a little bit. Say, do you want to get divorced? Wake the fuck up.
Mine doesn't like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars.
That's because she's trash. I'm sorry. Don't mean that. Obviously. I'm sorry, Career. Yep. Don't listen to me. I don't like Star Wars either, so that's fine. Guys, fight me. Who wants to fight?
What the?
I don't like Star Wars. I don't like Knights in Space. I hate the idea of Knights in Space. You know what belongs in
me on Rust, bro. I swear to
God.
You
know what belongs in sci-fi? Things like Aliens, Predator. You know what doesn't? Dudes in robes swinging glowing swords. Shut the fuck up. All right. Glad my beard is dumb? You know that's not true. Don't try to hurt me with lies. Oh my God. I'm not going to touch that one, Crackers. That's a Discord conversation. I see some of you subscribe to DBM also who watch
they're the
my
same way
stuff
that they are on Earth, by the way. Totally acceptable.
What about lesbian witches in space?
I was ignoring that conversation.
Totally they're the same way. They are so.
Yes,
the same way that they're viewed on Earth. Don't be fucking weird.
Blandorf, yes, I draw the line at Jedi. Dude, it's so. I'm sorry. I think it's so. I'm Lose fans. I don't give a shit. Unsubscribe. Don't follow me. Lord of the Rings is the one true.
You notice how we dropped viewers after you said that?
I dropped one. Shut up. Lord of the Rings is the one true trilogy. Fight me. I don't care. All of you can fight me. Zillen's quiet because he's just so mad. Best in slot in Star Wars.
He's seething at you right now.
I know. Everyone's so mad. Fuck Vanguard.
He's actually doing the Star Wars.
I'm not mad at all. You like whatever the fuck you like. Don't like whatever you don't like.
That's true. You can like the wrong thing. I don't give a shit.
Whatever.
You are entitled to your wrong opinion.
You guys are entitled to. Thank you guys for putting up with bullshit. Anyway, do you guys?
Current Star Wars sucks ass, so I can't really argue with you. So.
Don't yuck is yum. Yes, if you guys like terrible things, that's up to you. I won't judge you for it. Yeah. Just saying, George Lucas can't write a romance, and when he does, it's between a brother and sister. Just saying, that's odd. All right. So anyway, you guys have any closing thoughts on PvP, PvX, PvE, augments, whatever? You're disappointed. That's fine. Be disappointed. Don't tell Steven though.
And telling Steven.
Don't do that.
Steven, a Star Wars fan? Oh, you're SLL.
Tell Steven all about me so that he knows that I exist.
Guess what? Did Steven make a Did Steven decide to make a space MMO? No, we're gonna fantasy one. Why? Because fantasy's better than sci-fi. Fight me.
The Steven
mic drop.
Does Steven even know we exist?
In show.
He knows I exist. He took a picture of me in his theater room. That's my claim to fame. I swear to God, I want
Steven to secretly be here now.
Steven, if you aren't watching this, I will still watch. I'll watch sci-fi in that. I will watch Star Wars in the theater room. I will watch every single movie, every single TV show. I don't care. Just let me in. We're all just living in his world. Of course, he knows we exist. That's true. We're just pawns. Don't be jealous of my sports is bigger than yours. I do like Spaceballs.
So you like Spaceballs, but you don't
I like comedy. Dude, I like comedy.
All right.
You know what I like though is I just don't. Here's the thing.
Why facepalm at that moment?
Why? Here's the thing though.
We've had so many facepalm moments, but you facepalmed there. Why?
Here's the thing. I just don't like Jedi.
Because he likes Spaceballs.
It's funny.
Everybody does.
So you would like Star Wars if there was no Jedi?
I would like Star Wars more for. I don't. So here's the thing. I don't like the emphasis on that, like Boy Scouts. It drives me nuts. I don't care. I don't like Knights either. Like if you give me they need to be flawed. I think that's why I really like. I understand that there's some flawness in there too. I guess like my God, Solo would be more of like my character, like that I would enjoy listening to stories about. I don't give a fuck about a Jedi. I really don't. Luke is so fucking pansy ass weak. I don't want to follow his storyline. Anyone else want to fight me? Yeah, 40K, dude. 40K would be so much better. Give me that.
Han Solo is a good story and needs to be told, but
not the one that we got. I've watched them. I just dislike them.
I love the background characters. I mean, I'm a Sith guy, but like I like all the background characters too. So.
I will say that give me 40K. I just like
anti-heroes.
So do I. Like that's why I think give me a 40K series, dude, would be so much more compelling. Like I would love that. I think that's the thing though too. I don't like slow burn sci-fi. Like I want action in my sci-fi, and like for me, it's just you literally have a fucking meme of like an entire army that can't land shots. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't want to watch that. All right, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm done making everyone upset and being inflammatory. All right, I know so many people. You guys are wearing your PvP. Fucking fight me, guys. Find me in ashes. Snipe my stream. I don't give a shit. All right, guys, I've been trying to end this for like fucking 6 minutes now. Closing thoughts. You can talk about how wrong I am about everything. It's fine. Crackers, I agree. Someone just start talking other than me. I'm just gonna keep incriminating myself. You guys are just watching me get
okay. True PvX has never really been achieved yet, and that's what Ashes of Creation is going for. So no matter what side you are on this argument, know that something different that you haven't ever tried before is coming.
And be excited for it.
Yeah, dude, I'm so pumped.
Yeah,
be excited for it.
Thank you for the
I
stream.
agree with these two, and I agree with these two, and I hope that you guys all enjoy Ashes of Creation regardless of where you stand, because we just want to make everybody happy and we want to make everybody feel included. But also, if you're just going to be a PvE nobody, I'm going to kill you. So just saying what's up.
Based.
Oh my God. Yep. Closing thoughts. Jamie struggles with not cursing and his hydrate needs. I do. Listen, the no cursing was for like 10 minutes, and I think it was a rough start to the show. All right.
I think you passed.
Here's the thing. I think so too. Guys, this is where I drop my mask. This is where I come to hang out, and you guys just get real me. So that's what this is. I wear too many masks where I can't just be me all the time anyway. So I appreciate it. Thanks guys so much for coming out, watching the show, listening to us rant and talk about different things. I hope that you guys walked away with some different thoughts, opinions, or just fucking fight me in the comments of the YouTube version of this. I don't know. Also, I do want to shout out, if you guys aren't, because I'm so bad at doing this, I'm going to have to do it bunch of different. Hold on. How do I / shout out? All right. So now, oh my God.
Shout out username.
Did you guys type in the thing?
But don't do me. You've been shouting me out the entire time. So like do like Zillion or Kyrian.
Oh no, I'm going to do all of them. So that way, because it pops up. So you guys hit that follow button. Make sure that you're following them. I think I have a time limit on this though. So I'm going to make sure that, because everyone shouted out. You guys, if you guys saw that the links were dropping, I think there's like a 30-second between all of these. Kyrian, did you type? Okay, you did. Sweet. I got a minute 42. Why is it so long?
Get Kyrian one. I don't need one.
It's
guys,
so
follow
long.
Zillion.
I'm telling you.
Guys, just like whatever. Is there a guest? No, I didn't do that, did I? God, I'm so.
That's why you need to make your own shout out thing.
I do. I have it right here.
Yeah.
I have the text. I think actually.
Because I've shouted out Darkman and Nice Gaming, even though they have not been on my channel ever. So like, it happens. You can do it.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to
the cooldown.
I just don't want to write your names all the way. I'm just looking to at you. So guys, thank you. Korea is sponsored by Celsius energy drinks. Apparently, I'm sponsored by Jameson Black Barrel.
Oh my God. Here we go.
Me too.
I am sponsored by Wilcott.
Weird.
I am sponsored by Elijah Craig.
Okay, hold on. This is guys. This is YouTube. This isn't actually a real sponsored stream. I guess this is my question, guys.
Just
what
edit
is?
it out.
No, it's shut up. I'm not doing shit. I don't edit. I'm not gonna do that. This is a really important question, guys. What is your favorite energy drink?
Monster.
Thank you. Ultras? Are you on ultras? Are you on zero? Ultra
It's the
zero?
only one that makes me up.
I'm sorry. Are
I'm
you
literally just doing?
What type of monster? Are you like what? Are you going Monster Ultra? Zero sugar? What are you doing? White Monster. Thank you. Basic. You just regular Monster with
fucking 16. Oh, green and white, green, white, blue. Do you know what the biggest
Are we
fucking bang for your buck is?
But I'm saying, are they the zero
gamer juices? It's white. It's white monster with Riesling. Gamer juice. You're welcome.
Oh god. Corinne, are you sponsored by Celsius energy drinks? What are you drinking?
No, if I would be sponsored by an energy drink, it would be Ghost.
Oh, Ghost is my
energy
second favorite.
drinks.
They're on my second. They're my second favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Zillion,
I do like
about
Monster
you?
coffees though.
You don't? No.
I don't put that trash in my system, homie.
Fuck you,
His
dude.
body is a temple.
I need it. Just like 4 days. All right, guys.
I don't like drinking them. I only do it when I'm having a really bad day.
Oh, dude, if it was up, we get like the entire we get like a 36 pack of monsters, dude. If it was up to me, I'd drink all of them one day. I have a problem. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. I'm gonna let you guys.
Your heart's gonna explode, my dude.
Nah, dude, I actually have a gene that makes it so I metabolize caffeine a lot faster than most people. It was from genetic testing. So there's that. There's a little tidbit of information that you guys know. I'm going to leave you with the Battle Royal. I'm going to continue to shut people out. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. And I'm going to end the stream. I love all of you. Thank you for dealing with the audio issues. You guys are fucking great. And we'll see you on the next one. The 50th viewer that you just came in and watched, I love you too. All right. See you later.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage.
Thanks. You're all set.
That count it up and ship it around the globe stage.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million orders stage? Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
Welcome, Tangent Creation. I'm your host, Jamie Chaos, and with me tonight is the always lovely Annie Lace. And apologize for the delay, guys. For some reason. All right, so let me open up these forum. I actually think I had everything written down. But well, yeah, we'll play this. We'll have this. Oh my God, we'll have this play in the background, and then I will also pull up all of these different. So we've got a few different discussion points going between the node wars, especially because we interviewed everybody, but we didn't actually give our own like viewpoints and everything because we were so busy hanging out with everybody else and talking about everything. So we're going to do that today. And then I figured we'd also answer a lot of the feedback questions that they had over there on this whole stream. And then we've also got the next dev discussion, which is kind of the war and siege system. So I guess we can kind of talk a bit. Annie, how many times have you only watched this like once?
Like once and a half. I watched a good portion of it when I was at work.
Okay. So what were your main thoughts on the node system, like it in itself, like this almost like a kind of open world battleground that pops up?
I think it's pretty cool. I think there was some things thrown into there that I wasn't quite expecting, like that there's going to be more PvE elements mixed in, like with the mining and things and killing the NPCs. So I know some people don't like that, but I was a fan because it makes me feel like everybody has something they can do during these and participate. So it's not just strictly PvP.
I'm really like that aspect of it. I because especially with being like a fan of PvX, like for me, that's what I want. Like I don't want like it to be scaled towards one side or the other. Like I do want a very blended experience. So I think that seeing this like really got it toward like moving towards that, especially after, who was it? We were talking to, was it Clover or was it Phantom was saying that they initially like really felt more like a Zerg fest. And then they started to make some of those adjustments to add some of those objectives and then start spreading them out. And it sounds like they really are trying to think of like, okay, how do we balance this for multiple play styles and kind of move away from that Zerg mentality? You didn't come through.
I said, oh yeah.
There we go.
I'm gonna just like set up my stuff in the next room over.
I don't even think that's a problem at this point.
Well, yeah, because if I'm not in the same room as you, I can actually have a mic that can catch my voice.
But see, I don't even think it's the mic at this point. I think there's some issue going on with the Sonar software.
So
you have spent the last, I don't know how many days barely saying anything. It's your turn.
My turn to what?
It's talk.
Oh, you're gonna go see your family up in Virginia. I'll just talk to people.
There you go. Do that.
Talking about Ashes.
Whatever.
I think I remember them saying that they were going to Virginia now that they mentioned it. I don't know. I thought the dragon was really cool. I liked the mount combat abilities. Yeah, I don't know. Why are you not talking? What are you doing right now?
I'm trying to work on something. Let's see. There we go.
Hey, Surgeon General, what's up?
All right. So
I watched the whole Node War. I watched it once, and it was with children present. So
they say I've watched it at least like 6 times now. So
absorb some of it. Oh, thank you.
All right, Annie, I think this might be an easier way to do this for you instead of just having you come up with things on the fly. So how do you feel about the Node Wars preview? So we did that one. So what excites you most about playing and interacting with the Node War system? And you guys can drop that in too. I'll ask these questions and then we can pin them. And then you guys kind of just give your own thoughts and opinions too. Because we're just going to break through the breakthrough. We're going to go through all the different forum questions and everything. So that way we can get a real rough view of where we stand, where you guys stand. It's going to be kind of fun to run through this stuff together. So the first one is, or second one is, what excites you about playing and interacting with the Node War system?
I think it's the end goal for me. So I think it's really cool what you can end up winning at the end, like getting that extra bit of land for your node that you get experience siphoned to your node to level up and stuff with. And I think too, as being somebody who's defending, the bonus you get from doing that as well. I think the Node Wars itself are pretty straightforward. It looks like it's fun, but for me, I'm very reward motivated, so that's what I'd be in it for.
Yeah, I really liked when how they talked about how there'll be like different types, and then they mentioned that, you know, yeah, some of them might siphon XP or they might siphon gold, or you could potentially shut down services. I honestly thought it was a really cool way to go about doing that. and then it like kind of incentivizes you. I think too, I forget who said it, but I think it was Phantom, just having a better idea of like what you're like showing, because obviously people passing by or people part of the node, like, why do I want to do this? And really getting a rough idea of like, hey, if you do this, you will get X or Y. Or if you don't do this, this is what's going to happen. To really give people an idea or incentivize them or to participate in this.
Oh yeah, definitely. Zinbar said, my fear is how signups for node battles like this will happen. Will it be the first X number of people signing up, or random groups of all people that sign up? Do mayors get to pick so they can get an organized group?
So when it comes to this one, it's not. These are open world, so there is no sign up for these. It's just anyone from your node can participate. So it's uncapped, like Lloyd was saying. You are going to see this open battleground that is for, and you've got open PvP during while the node is the wars are active, and you are going to go to this spot and you are going to fight over, whatever objectives are there. We try to, channel the God Spike so that way you can win that war. So these are intended to be, we're at odds with this node and we want to find some way to stick it to them, I guess. So it's just, there's no first come first serve. And then that brings up the whole zerging thing. And I think they are starting to answer that. And I'll check to see if that's brought up at all. And if it is, we can touch on that again. But with the way that they're designing because when we're talking to Phantom and I think Clover, where it's like at first it very much felt like it was very Zerg heavy, where it was just guys get in this pit, kill, trying to get this channeled. Then they started to add the objectives and then spread those further out. And then towards the end, they even started to add the scholars. So they're moving towards like kind of almost punishing you for like getting tunneled and focused in the middle, being a Zerg. Because and I think that was where DA mentioned it kind of sucks, like the idea of having crafter somewhere else in the world, mining or something, and then being able to beat you, even though you, after all these tactical things, which I think is honestly, with having a large guild, like a guild that's going to have like 300 people, where you want to be a Zerg, like you want to be a blob guild. I love that there is a way to punish that game style, or not punish it, but makes it not as efficient. So a smaller group that is very focused on going and mining and getting all these things can be laser focused. Hey guys, we're going to bang out all these PvE objectives. Let them get sidetracked. Let them tunnel. Let them fight in the center. We just need to do this and we'll have the upper hand. And I love that type of gameplay. Like, I think that the crafter mains should have a way to screw over some of the larger blob guilds.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think that's a really good point. Yeah, I like it being a mix of everything.
Okay, so we've talked about it. Exciting. Okay, so I would say this kind of comes up with I guess that we kind of, this one, who was that last question with Zimbar's question, with the kind of goes into this next question, which are there any specific concerns regarding what was shown, excluding the UI, VFX, and performance? So was there anything like with the system that you're seeing that you're kind of concerned with, or think could be problematic or needs to be improved upon?
I really didn't see anything that really stuck out to me as being an issue. You can obviously tell that there's things that they're still tweaking and working on, but for the most part, I think it just was very straightforward, and I'm happy with what I saw. So
I was gonna say, there wasn't channeling seems like an unfun experience. I kind of feel like it's one of the, it's almost like this King of the Hill thing where like you are fighting to get that position. And then I mean, someone might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was, if you had more of the blood or something, like it would make the channeling easier. So it's just one of those things that it starts to compile where it's like, if you're completing these objectives and now this thing's going to get faster. I could be wrong, but I would assume there's also other ways to like increase that channel time, or as you're performing better, like it would get there. Thank you so much for Gandalf for coming and hanging out with us. But I think,
is it only one person that can channel, right?
That's what it seemed like. Yes, it looked like you had one person.
Because I think I think I'd like to see it where multiple people could channel, or is it because they have certain resources on them or something, or
I mean, we can jump
is it
ahead
just?
in the video to the channeling.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, it was just one person. So I think for me, I I
Oh
would
no,
like to see
it's
it so.
multiple. There's multiple people channeling.
Is it?
Yeah, right here you've got 3 people channeling. So it's multiple are able to channel at the same time. So that's okay, cool. So we'll go back to
Oh, but it gets reset if any of them get knocked off.
that's where okay, so I've watched this so
So
many
that's probably
times and
why
I
they
keep
just did one.
right. That's the thing. I kept oh, you're telling me that if it's okay, it's a race for resources. Whoever has their blood and rubies done first, that side can channel first. So is it if anyone gets knocked out, it resets, or if all of them? Because I could definitely see that getting frustrating. Oh my god.
Winter
Yeah, let me put it back
asked.
here. Somewhere around here.
Winter asked, didn't they tell the other side they had to lose so they could show the mechanics of the fight, which was not an example of effective combat?
Yeah. So obviously this one is scripted, but we have talked to PI about a lot of different things. So we have if you go and watch, we've got all the VODs here on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you want to go and watch those interviews, so we're also coming from this from a bit of extra information, not just what was shown here. Yes, this was scripted, but it did seem like the more coordinated groups, and especially the people that were playing together longer, were really well. And what was it? Was it Winstead was winning like quite a bit against Miralith?
I think so. I was reading something when you asked that.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think so. I think you're right on that. That's all.
Oh, okay. Oh, I meant you. I don't know what you were reading if you were.
Just the chat.
I know. I just comment to the chat if you want. Thank you for the follow.
I saw something. Dang it! I was gonna come back to it. I was trying to unpin that message you had because it was.
Oh, did I?
Question. Yeah, it
sorry,
wasn't
guys.
the question we were answering.
Oh my god, I'll get better at this. I'll make sure I post them. All right, so let me see. Let me copy this, and we'll still stick on this. So this is the current question. So I would like to see if you guys do have any, if there's any concerns, because I definitely want to talk about that. I feel like that's going to be like one of the bigger things too. Is like, is there anything in this that you guys saw that you know you're like, oh man, like that kind of sucks. I wish they'd change this, or like some of those creeping thoughts where it's like, oh, is this going to be whatever? Because for me, it was the open world thing where I'm like, how do you handle having so many people that could randomly drop in and then prevent it from being the Zerg? But I think after talking to PI about everything and how things were adjusted, it's really starting to make me feel like if you can go in there with a very focused group, and you obviously are going to have to protect yourself from some of the PvP encounters. Like, I do think that it's going to be I do think that even having a very large group doesn't mean that you're instantly going to win.
Right. Yeah, I like that too. And then there is a place for there to be Zerg mechanics, so that's also a good thing, I think. Okay, so Zinbar said, I did like the question someone asked during the stream. Will there be a setting to limit amount spells on screen or limited radius of spells you can see? If 300 versus 300 are all slinging spells in the area, that might hurt some people's systems or put them into seizures. So one of the nice things about Ashes is everything is going to be customizable, user preference, that sort of thing. So there is going to be a way for you to turn down spell effects so that you can make them as minimal as you'd like. So that way, if you are more light sensitive or you just don't want that much flashing, you can turn it down. And if you're somebody who wants to see fireworks 24/7, you can turn them way up.
The thing is too is that if you look at if you ever got around to playing the Korean version of TNL, not the NDA version, if you played the Korean version and you were in a large scale battle, people would pop in and out, so it'd be based on how close you were to people. And I would imagine that Ashes will probably utilize a similar tech where you from a certain distance, if someone's that far away from you, you're probably not going to see them on screen. So like it's how games kind of handle when they do have that really large scale. They could potentially do opposite, but even like when I'm looking at that area, trying to house 300 people in there, like that seems like a very difficult task. Sorry, we're thinking what we said, 300 versus 300, so 600 people there. Like I feel like that area is not that big to have that many bodies. But I would imagine there's probably some server tech that phases people in and out away from you, or just limits how many pop in on screen, because that's how most games handle that. And not even for like phasing from like a World of Warcraft standpoint of like where it's phasing people from other mega servers into you. It's just there's like people that are on a outside radius of you. It's only going to show you a certain distance. How's it going, Fupa?
So Sweeza asked, wait, who and what is PI? So PI is they call it the Phoenix Initiative, and those are the people who are able to do these NDA testings with Intrepid right now. So we had 4. Did we do 4?
Yeah, I think we did 4. So
Yeah,
we
had 4 of them. Well, technically 5, but 2 of them were on the
5.
same stream.
So we had,
but yeah, we had 5 different people from the Phoenix Initiative on who were actually participating in this test that everybody saw on stream. So, and it was all hush hush until they told them they could spill the beans about it.
Yeah, so they were able to talk to us about the first a playtest 1 through 6 that they did for the Node Wars. We got, like I said, we've got the VODs up on YouTube and here if you want to check those out. Just head over to one of those after this or later. There's some really good conversation in those. I want to say we interviewed DA of Envious